I don't know who I'm here with. It's troubling. I'm scared. Not even scared. I'm just scared. Um, I'm afraid you're gonna crawl out of my screen and attack me. You all asked for the do. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Here it is.
Are we
Cousin
live?
It.
I
Yeah,
can't see anything. I can't see a
we are
darn thing.
live.
So,
We're so
okay.
live.
I'm just going to need for you to read me every comment out loud as we're going through
No,
everything.
noted. All right. Well, first off, Lisa Dempsey, thanks for becoming a member. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Suffocating under.
Thank you so much, Lisa. That's your gift. You got to see the lovely that you should take those off. I bet you it's warm. Holy cow. Is that the Hereford? It is. It is. It also is the J.T. and Brandi.
Look, I was telling him before we started. I have not. So this is my cancer hair. Well, no, my cancer hair is gone. That's why I have this. But I did cisplatin chemo, and so I didn't lose all of my hair. I lost about half of it. And so I had that for when my hair was really thin, and I have not worn it since until it was time to do Letitia hair. And now I'm like, crap, that woman has a lot of hair. So I have to like throw on my little half wig to we're glad
no
we
other
help.
stream will offer this. No other stream will offer this in any way, shape, or form.
I'm sure most women want to go on like when they're doing their thing and they want to like look nice and do makeup and I'm like the weird hair and whatever. It's
That's
cool.
why we're friends.
It's good. It
That's
works.
why we're friends.
It works.
Look, now you just need a flirty attorney now.
Well, let's talk about that because I'm pissed.
Yes. Can we please?
So I've been working on charting all of the Vallow stuff all day. And because we're going to be going over like it's a total data dump, and data is no fun to listen to unless you have, something to look at. So we already have one of you in the wig, in that judge's wig.
It's true.
So I had on one monitor, I was sitting there doing all of my Vallow stuff, and on the other monitor, I had RA on, and I was listening to Letitia, and then so I would kind of glance over to the other monitor every once in a while, but I was mostly just listening. And I glanced over, and I was like, "Hold up!" And I'm like looking over, and I moved her back over to my main monitor. I was like, "I know this heifer is not sitting over here laughing while they're talking about this stuff." And then to make it even worse, because I'm already like anti-Letitia, but then to make it worse, book bag dude is sitting there leaned all over. I can't wait to see what the what are they called, the body language people. I can't wait to see what they say about them all leaned up and together. I was like, there is nothing that y'all have that you could be laughing about right now based on all these searches. Oh, hi. Oh wait, welcome as I'm sitting here, fussing and raising Cain.
How it goes. Well, I think we have an announcement about who is first in the chat, right?
We do. Let me show you. Da 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 da. Here's your fake chair. It's all in your mind, but this is your throne for the night. You win the fake throne for the night.
You can take it wherever you go.
Yes.
Wherever you go.
Wherever you go.
Wait. It was Denise. Oh, what am I saying? What? Okay, well, we'll have to talk about that, Annie. We'll have to talk about that. I'm being told it was different. I scrolled all the way up, and apparently my StreamYard was incorrect. But you know what? We can just split it. We'll cut it in half, and we'll give you each half. And just one cheek gets the chair.
We'll be generous. We'll give you each your own, and you can take your own everywhere you want to go. We'll do that for you because we care.
We care. We care. We have such a big budget.
Yep. Super chats paid for that. You can you can take it. I hope it matches the furniture. Get them
Oh, we should get him a love seat.
Good idea. Oh, maybe they want to hang out together and watch. That'd be perfect.
It is one of the most humbling things, I think, really, is what that is.
Yeah, that was awesome. Oh, hi, Sharon Grace.
Hello. Hi. Hello. Nice to see you.
Oh, here's a good idea. Denise gets a crown. That's a good idea.
I like that.
Yes.
That is solid.
We're going to start giving like gold and silver medals and stuff. But they're all going to be about as real as your chair. But we do what we can do.
Right.
Oh, goodness. That's hilarious. Oh, for the extra throne. Fundraiser, we met our goal. We get an extra throne now.
Boom.
Oh, that's so funny. Thank you, Polly Prissy Pants. So generous.
What's up, Ivan?
Hi, Ivan.
All right. 2 thrones.
Oh, goodness.
I'll take it.
I love it. I love reading.
Hey, Chelsea.
Too. Hi, Chelsea. Happy May Day.
If you didn't see, everybody was all of our mods were awesome all of our mods were awesome this evening. As people were coming in, they were welcoming them and offering them some Kool-Aid with the new emoji that we put out there for everybody who's a member. It was a lot of fun to watch.
I love that.
I was both happy and horrified at the same time. I was like, what have we started?
That. Hi, Trisha. It's
like
Oprah with chair. You get a fake chair. You get a fake chair. You get a fake chair. Oh, yay.
Oh yeah.
Kool-Aid is hilarious. Yes.
I know y'all like that in your ear holes. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Good gracious.
I just had one I was trying to click on, and it's moving faster than I thought, and now I'm trying to go up. Y'all, we had so many people telling us today. Because we had, some of us were here last night, and then we have a wonderful replay crew. Shout out to our replay crew. We love y'all. Hello to the replay crew.
Thank you.
But we got so many comments today about how much fun last night was, and we agree. Sunday is the most fun chat. Daddy. Look at you. It's already starting. Already starting. Yeah, I think JT mentioned that last night. We don't see on StreamYard, we don't see anything but the daddy.
No. Ivan, thank you so much. Ivan is here. Everyone, grab your grannies and calm your grandpas. All will be well.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Ivan.
Appreciate
that a lot.
Oh, that's funny.
That was super inappropriate. Oh, do you
inappropriate.
Do you have that picture of the judge that I sent you?
Oh, yes. Okay, and y'all, just so we're clear, I am doing the audio today, or not the audio, everything.
She's running it.
I'm running it because I am not good at that. And the last time, for those of y'all who stuck it out with me, the last time was a little bit of what I like to call nightmare. But that's okay too. But a lot of y'all stuck it out with me, and I was like having so many audio issues. And so now I've got a new computer, and we're going to try it again. All right, live stream. Mayday.
We're going to start May 1st off right.
Yes.
Well, we're going to start May off right with May 1st. I think everybody starts May 1st off right? It's like this morning when RA said I have a birthday year, and it's every year. That's the look. He's got the look. He's got the look.
Yeah, that's the same look I was making when I was watching them be all inappropriate. Man, I was so mad watching that. All leaned into each other, and
it was horrifying on a lot of levels. I don't find it very professional. Did you have other photos too, right?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
I think you brought them up. It just, it is, guys, it is super inappropriate.
Super.
I was waiting for him to drop Thor's hammer. I was just waiting. We all were. I think all 4,000 of us in our Ace chat today were just like on the edge of our seats, just waiting and waiting and waiting.
Yeah, look at that. I want to punch her. I want to punch her.
That's literally as they're reading those searches.
Yeah.
Right?
They're searching for, she's searching like, oh, do people look for, look in the ditches under bridges for bodies? And like, what does a body look like after a month? And they're over there just leaned in, just thinking everything is hilarious. I posted on Twitter. I was like, and then his head goes down. Yeah, you better put your head down, jerk. He is on the John Thomas list tonight.
He is on the John Thomas list. He really is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like him very much.
Look at
I just don't understand what is so darn funny. What I think it was like Inception. I think they were actually watching the stream from Zachariah and the judge catching our Inappropriate is Ivan's middle name. Thank you, Ivan. Inappropriate Victor.
That's true. That's true.
I don't like the fact that he is literally he's engaging in this behavior, which is reinforcing that it's fine, and she very much thrives on that. So
look, this is when he was even wiping his eyes. I was literally sitting over there, screenshotting, oh no, he didn't, and then I would do another one, oh, this is even worse, and then I'd do it again. Oh my gosh, I was so mad.
Oh man, it was terrible. It was terrible.
Look at that.
Backpack lawyer. Oh. We're starting to get some backpack lawyer one-liners. Hold on, wait a second. Here we go. Backpack lawyer lies about overdue library books.
Oh my gosh. Speaking of that, I got an email today that Jacob's library book is overdue from elementary school. I swear to God. From now, my child will be 20 this year, and his elementary school is letting me know that I owe them $17.84, and I was like, I will write you a check for $17.84 for the last 8 years. Now I'm so sorry. That
Kelly Bobelli said a brilliant thing here, and I loved it too. The state was just like, I don't know what's so funny, but there's a lot of interruptions from over to the side of me.
Yes. When he said that, I was like, oh, that's going on the WTF moments next week.
It really is. It's so bad.
Look at that. Like, why are you looking at her? And why is her hair still greasy? And why is she allowed to smile?
You've already left us speechless. Speechless.
Ivan's the best. We love Ivan.
Ivan, no. I'm watching Ivan consider things, and I don't like it. I don't like where it's going. Oh my gosh. Oh,
his middle name is inappropriate.
I am refreshing for our audio, so as soon as it comes in, we will start it. But up until that point, there's plenty to talk about, so let's do it.
What book was what? Let's see. I'm trying to catch up on these because I've been over here fuming over. What book was it? Let's see. Now I got to scroll up. I don't like to miss what y'all say. I actually go back and watch these a lot of times because I miss so many of the comments, and then I always feel bad because I don't want to miss the comments because I love y'all.
Yes. Somebody else mentioned this. The lawyer was sanitizing his face.
Yes.
He sanitized it. It was hysterical.
Man, if she's sitting next to me, I'd be like spraying some Lysol, and like I wouldn't be. Who would want to lean in that close to her?
Right. Yeah, she does a lot of things out of the corner of her eye when she doesn't see the judge looking, and as soon as he looks at them, boom, immediate, I don't know. It's just terrible.
Did you see on Twitter? Sure, let me pull it up. I retweeted it because it seemed like she was saying,
Julie, thanks for becoming a member.
Hi, Julie. Welcome. Julie drank the Kool-Aid.
Boom, boom. Literally Kool-Aid. It's not, there's no copyright infringement here. Cool. It's just really cool aid. That's what we do.
See, it looks like she's saying, I love you, Harley, and happy birthday, Harley.
Oh yeah. Ivan sent another super chat. I may just be building up to the grand finale.
Ivan!
Stay tuned. Good grief.
Thank you, Ivan.
Oksana sent a super chat as well. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
It's hippos, and I love that. Marcy has become a member. Thank you very, very much. Welcome to the cult family. Family cult?
Marcy
cult
drank
family?
the Kool-Aid. Marcy drank the Kool-Aid. Oh, super great timeline today. It was. I was actually, look at you clicking on it before I even got a chance to. You're always in sync like that. I was actually really impressed with this timeline. It was much better than some of the ones that we've seen in some of the other cases recently, because some of the ones in the other cases recently I've been like wanting to send them my business cards, like Michael the Archangel.
Right.
Because they are not, like, the whole point of a timeline is data visualization, and when they're doing a terrible job at it, you can't visualize anything. So I was actually really impressed with the timeline today from what I could see of it.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I mean, it still wasn't like a Brandi Churchwell, but it was good. It did a good job.
I'll train him. I'll get him.
I'll train the FBI agent or whoever he was.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do. You need to consult for the FBI.
I'll learn him, as my nanny used to say. I'll learn him. I'm going to learn you something.
I'll learn him good.
I'll learn him good. Oh, goodness.
Ivan said, I will not accept competition. I must break you. Oh, God.
Oh, my gosh, Ivan. Ivan cracks
Don't
me
get in
up.
trouble, Ivan. Don't get in trouble. We appreciate you just being here. That's the bottom line. We appreciate you just being here. That goes to everybody. Yes. I mean, we appreciate all the things, but we appreciate you being here. Yes. You gonna learn today.
You gonna learn today. Oh my gosh.
I like how I appreciate the fact that Polly Prissy Pants said that. You gonna learn today. I don't think that's her voice, but it's fine.
It might be. I mean, no judgment if it is.
No, it's fine.
AM PowerPoint man running in the hamster wheel was not good. I won't say it wasn't good. I'll just say I've seen better, like in some of Jacob's projects from when he was in the elementary school that is still asking me for his book back. So, but not everybody can be a cult lady chart leader. So, I'll help out the FBI when I can. Really? And something else that was funny on Twitter today that we got a picture where they tagged us of that hot cop from South Carolina.
Oh my gosh.
Loved him and his German Shepherd. So because of that and because of last night,
Holly Berry, thank you so much. Holly gifted 5 memberships. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Holly Berry. Oh, that's so sweet.
Let's see. Sandra Oliver, Lara, Knitting Addict, Number 1, Red Pen. Boom. Welcome to the cult family.
Welcome. Kool-Aid.
Holly
Later.
Holly said hot caps.
Oh, yes, I got distracted. That's where we're going with this. So it got me thinking between that and then last night and the fact that 74% of our time was spent on the hot cops last night out of all 13 moments. I feel like and I'm only doing this for the people. This is not for me. This is not for me. This is for
not
y'all.
At all. Not at all.
I figure we will do a hot cop Hall of Fame. So I am going to send me all the hot cops from all the trials that y'all, I have a few of them saved on I just remember some. I'm just joking. I don't have them saved on my computer for real. Just hot cop and Detective Daddy from where I did the thing. But anywho, tag them, send them to my email, tag me, whatever you want to do. But we're going to make and this could be men, women, whoever, just any hot cops that y'all have. We could put
Matthew Harris Law said, fun fact, before I was an attorney, I was also a cop in Tennessee.
Okay.
Watch out, because Brandi might put you in her slideshow. Just one.
Jump in my DMs. send me some pictures. I'll put you in there. You could be page 3.
By the way, head over to Matthew Harris Law and subscribe and become a member because he's monetized now. Yay!
Yes, I am a member. That's so funny. Slideshow daddies. Yes.
Man, it is quiet on the Lori Vallow trial audio tonight. Oof.
Oh, that's not surprising because they did end a little bit later. And I spent a lot of today, trying to catch all of from different people that were tweeting and stuff, trying to catch all the data points so that we can chart them because it'll make tonight's stuff a lot easier to follow. So I've been working on this all day. So once it does drop, we'll be able to jump right into it. But
oh, you guys, Brandi was working all day on some visuals to make today's audio a little more digestible. Because we do have some revelations in the beginning of the trial, and then we have some data dump stuff, which can be. Brandi was on it. I mean, she was like, this can get boring for everybody, so let me go ahead and put something together, and she did, and it's awesome. And then we get in. I think it's the state medical examiner who's after that. I think. So there's a lot going on.
Yeah, it's
today.
The medical examiner for Tammy's autopsy. So
yes.
we hear about her autopsy at the end too. The majority of our first witness of the day, there is a, like JT mentioned, like a big, like aha moment.
Dean, thank you so much. He said, Ivan, be careful what you wish for. Cowboys can be ruthless. Plus, Holly Berry is no slouch.
Thank you, Dean Sparks.
Thank you very much.
Y'all are the best.
My goodness. You are the best.
Super inappropriate. It's
true.
So after our first witness of the day, there's Bombshell, but that one doesn't last too long. The majority of the day is spent on the data stuff, which we will be able to follow along with because I mapped it all out. And then the last one of the day is the medical examiner who did Tammy's autopsy.
Well, except in every single photo, it's my face photoshopped on top. You're welcome. Welcome.
Oh my gosh. How funny would that be if we made a calendar and like could you imagine like they just randomly saw their faces and their like screenshots on a calendar? That would be hilarious.
Well, imagine them randomly seeing their faces posted and shared about 5,000 times on Twitter today.
Detective Daddy with like the hearts all over it. I thought about that too. After I did it, I was like, you know what? Like, because when I started tweeting them, because my first tweet was only a few months ago. Like I had never done Twitter before. And so and it all started with the Murdoch stuff and then it just took off like crazy. And so when I was tweeting stuff, I was tweeting stuff about people, nothing bad or whatever, but just like, there's one specific one, and I'm not going to say his name, but I'd said something in a tweet about having a little crush on him, and now he like follows me, and he's my Facebook friend. So it's like super embarrassing. So I should have learned super inappropriate. So I should have learned my lesson that like the interwebs connect us, and I should just keep my mouth shut. But you know, what fun is that? Oh my god!
Imagine his girlfriend or wife seeing it go viral. I mean, at that point, why not?
I would think she would be like proud, and be like, "Oh yeah, oh dang, that's my hot cop." But us calling him Detective Daddy that much might be a little bit much for anybody, or in Hot Cop and all.
Oh, Ivan. Ivan, thank you, guys. I can't do this. I'm just. Please, thank you so much, but please eat. Please.
Oh my gosh, y'all crack me up.
You guys are.
Bring it. They're in a duel. That's hilarious.
I'm going to start this. Oh God, I hope it works. I'm going to start this poll and see how it goes. We'll fling. There you go. Okay, so how long will it take for Letitia Stout jury to return a verdict? You use the exclamation vote right? And then space, and then you can say yesterday, 1, 2, 3, or longer in terms of days. So it'll look like this. Oops.
Look at my hair hanging over here. Speaking of Letitia, my hair hanging. That's
at least
hilarious.
I hope that's what it looks like. Because, yep, that'll work. That works. Hey, look at that. Oh, Streamlabs is going to let everybody know that you voted. But at least you know your vote counted, right?
Yes.
You know, I don't want Dominion to come after me. So we're good. It's
I was searching again.
out there.
I'm trying to I was about to say upgrade, not upgrade.
Ivan.
Update. Ivan.
Double up. Good grief.
Thank you, Ivan.
Thank you.
Gosh. Y'all are crazy. Thank you.
We are getting a lot of ones, and we're getting a lot of yesterdays.
Yesterday. That's a good one.
Interested. I'm just interested.
Yeah, when he asked me about it or said something to me about it, I was like, they ain't even gonna leave the jury box. And he was like, that was actually my first answer. I was like, yes.
Remember, I know the number is fun to put in there, but you got to type out the 1, the 2, etc. So it's exclamation vote space the number 1, the number 2, the number yes. And there's like 2 minutes left, and then we'll just see how it goes. I would like to eventually do this through YouTube, but YouTube doesn't seem to want me to be able to offer the polls. So we're doing it this way for now. And I'm going to refresh YouTube. And nothing's changed. Let's see, Susie, and I'll try and find it and pop it in my own comments.
Oh, did we say too? The channel is up to 4,390 something subscribers, which is so cool. So cool. I can remember when Recovery Act was like helping me get to 1,000, and he was sending his people over to subscribe so that I would come on as a guest.
Matthew Harris Law, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Oh, that's very kind. Thank you.
Pour the wine. Or
the wine.
Energy drink.
Thank you. Oh, gosh. I love this chat so much.
I appreciate y'all sticking with us as we wait for the audio. If there's anybody who, if you want to talk about anything, bring it up or ask questions, feel free. If we can't answer them, we'll figure it out, or somebody in the chat can. If you want to ask about Lori Vallow or I guess Letitia.
Oh, gosh, she's awful. She's so awful.
Why, hello from Blairsville, Georgia.
I know where Blairsville is. Hi, Pam. Do you know? Welcome. I do. Well, I'm from Georgia. Yeah.
That's true. You are.
So, I know where it is.
Oh, the oh my gosh. The Heather, the vote was for how long the
Ivan. Ivan, thank you.
Called. Thank you. All of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ivan. You got to stop. Y'all got to stop. I know people don't normally say that. That's like it's a good thing to get this, but I don't want you to like not ever want to come back because.
All right. Yesterday was the most voted option of the poll with 68.18 repeating % of the votes. So, you know, the jury's going to be done yesterday. I don't think it's going to be taking long at all. At all. Is cereal a soup? That's a good question. I like that question. That's one I don't have an answer to. Is cereal a soup? What do you think, Brandi?
I feel like it should be. It's not something I've ever thought about, but I like where you're going with this because soup sounds so much healthier than cereal. So if I want to eat, cereal for dinner, because I do that a lot, then I could just say, oh, I had soup. And that sounds a lot better. So yeah, it's a soup. Totally. It's totally a soup.
What I guess what's the difference between Cheerios and like SpaghettiOs, right? I don't know. Tomato soup versus a tomato base versus a milk base. Oh, I don't know.
I think I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna Google what makes a soup a soup.
Chandra's like going around collecting wallets from all the sobriety impaired members. You can have it back on your way out. Oh my gosh.
What makes a soup a soup?
Gosh.
We were talking today too about upcoming trials too, and we love we've said this on the stream before. We love doing the afternoon and evening thing because we don't want to miss out on our favorite streamers stream during the day. Oh, here we go. Sorry, scroll. Soup is primarily liquid food, generally served warm or hot, but maybe cool or cold, that is made by combining ingredients of meat or vegetables.
So that makes it sound like it's not a cereal. So, but cereal is just a breakfast soup.
It's a breakfast soup. It's a breakfast soup. I like it.
It is a breakfast.
We'll go with breakfast soup.
Kool-Aid Cole asked.
So the upcoming trials, y'all let us know what you want to cover. So what we're thinking is, because we don't want to miss out on our favorite streams during the day too. So we are thinking about continuing to do kind of how we're doing now, where we can stream it in the evenings, probably earlier than this day, since we won't be waiting on audio, and we won't have to worry about graphics and stuff because we'll be able to actually see in the courtroom. But we're going to kind of do the same thing that we're doing now, but we're just going to do it in the afternoon. So after the other, like whatever other trial we're streaming during the day, we'll start it in the evenings. So
I have Lindsay sent us a clip. Can I switch to my screen real fast?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So we're going to switch to my screen real fast. Apparently, this is a picture. This is Letitia damn near breaking her neck today. So let's take a look. And thank you, RA, for the feed.
So the 1.8 miles based on the cash page. So the 1.8 miles based on the cash page. So the 1.8 miles based on the cash page.
I don't know who she's talking to. I don't even know what she's saying. Can anybody read lips? We'll do it one more time.
So the 1.8 miles based on the cash.
I think that's like, is that part of the same one from earlier that I played where she said, I love you, Harley, and then she said, happy birthday, Harley?
Maybe.
Because tomorrow is Harley's birthday, I think. Or maybe it was today. I thought it was tomorrow. But, she's awful. Yeah,
she's terrible.
But it said when I watched that one clip, it looked like, I love you, Harley, happy birthday, Harley. But, if you really loved your daughter, let me not say that. If you loved your daughter in a non-toxic way, you wouldn't have done what you did, but whatever.
6-volt bus. You read that recipe while I give my little brew crimes a hug. Good night.
Yes. Cinnamon Cheerios.
Daddy duty.
Maple breakfast links. Cheerio gazpacho. I like it. That's a good idea. Hey, I'm going to go with the whole cereal is a soup thing. Yes, I think that's what she's saying, but she does look like the that chick in the ring or whatever it is, where she just looks like she's psycho. She is a psycho, but she's sane. She's a sane psycho. She knows right from wrong, but she's still, I have her ain't right. I can't stay. Oh, you can hear. Hold on. Hot mic moment. Hot mic moment. We can hear him saying goodnight. We just had a hot mic moment.
For what?
We could hear you say. We could hear the babies saying goodnight.
Oh well, there they are. That's them.
Hot mic moment.
That's what happens when you have a door between your room and the recording, and there's impossible. That's just where I'm at.
Too cute. Too cute.
Oh man.
Yes. Sorry, I've been missing so much because chat's moving a little bit faster than let's see, where'd it go? I scrolled up and now I've lost my place. There were questions and now I'm trying to answer. Oh, today is Harley's birthday. Okay. I was thinking it was tomorrow, but I don't ever question anything she says because she is always right. Oh, but Ava says tomorrow. I don't know. It's either today or tomorrow. I don't know. It's one or the other because y'all are like my two go-tos for everything. And it's one or the other. There, depending on what you look at, there's different things that say different things. 80 degrees in the courtroom. Something when he said something about how they can take their jackets off, I was like, oh, I didn't think about that. They have to like ask, if not ask, but it's just not. They're not supposed to.
Well.
No, I didn't think about that. You hush.
Lucy.
Hot mic moment.
Lucy doesn't like Letitia either.
She does not. Lucy.
I think the lady behind the defense wearing a pink top with very short hair is Dr. Lewis, or she looks a lot like her. It's possible. I can't believe the whole like over the weekend meeting for 3 hours thing.
No.
I don't see where that's a great idea. To be honest with you, I don't see how that's a great option.
I don't either. I don't either. But what do I know? I'm not a lawyer. I only make fun of them on my YouTube channel. Just joking.
We could, while we're waiting, I could play the one-liners for John Thomas again if people didn't see it last night.
Oh, did people send any more of the ones for? Y'all don't forget to do that. Y'all got to send us the ones for. What are we doing it for next week? I've already forgotten.
Detective Daddy.
How could I forget?
Of course we were.
How could I forget? Detective Daddy. Oh yeah. That was hilarious. Our one-liners from that.
I could play it once more.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, we'll do that. We'll do that while we're waiting for the Lori Vallow audio.
Gosh, I am so behind.
3 seconds a time or 3 minutes a time.
I'm so behind on chat. I'm trying to. Y'all watch that. I'm gonna try to go back up and catch up. I've missed so much.
All right. 1 second here. 1 second. All right. Here we go. Here we go.
Lucy. Where do you find these graphics? Like the.
You don't want to know.
Thank you.
I'll check. Oh, y'all are welcome. Okay, so I saw that Nate Eaton went live, so the testimony was thought to be up. I still don't have it. I still do not have the feed here.
That's what I was looking for. I think East Idaho News.
Yeah.
Looks like it has it. Oh, no, that's not it.
Mm-mm.
No, he's just talking about it. That's not it. Hold on.
I see clips is all.
Yeah.
So we're still going to keep track. We're going to keep on it. We are going to keep on it. But if you see something pop up, let me know. Chad's attorney stopped in to speak with, not me, John Thomas this morning in the courtroom and then left. John Pryor apparently is another not appropriate piece of work. So.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I have like 4 different places that I keep going to look for too that I've been able to find it.
Matthew Harrislaw said to check your DMs.
Did you send me stuff for Hot Cop? Ready.
Oh my goodness. Everybody, let's keep friendly in here. We don't want wow, that was not a full message. But again, Brandi and I are very much of we're just happy you're here. There are so many ways to support. You're doing one of them. Liking is another, sharing is another, retweeting is another. There are so many ways to do that. We certainly appreciate the super chat. So thank you very much to everybody who's able to do that. But we also know that not everybody is able to do that. I personally am one of those people. So I feel you. So we're all good. Yeah. That's day 12.
All right, Matthew Harrislaw. I'm about to show you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh,
that's not it. That is.
Oh,
oh
look at there.
Look at that hunk. Look at that hunk right there.
Uh-oh. He's going on the Hot Cop calendar.
Uh-oh.
That's cute.
It's real.
Oh, I love it. Let me know what month you want to be on the on the Hot Cop calendar. We'll add you on there. Look at that baby face.
Baby face. My goodness.
That's so
they
funny.
Did run
Hi,
long today,
Grandkids
apparently.
Galore. Hello. Grandkids Galore is here, but late. Hello.
Oh, not late. We haven't started the audio yet. Whew. Oh, wow. Matthew Harris said, now that kid's my video editor and just turned 21.
Oh, really? My kid is about to turn 20. Oh, goodness gracious.
All right,
He's
let's see here.
They're a trip. All right, I'm still looking for audio. I'm missing my people. I want to read what my people are saying. I love y'all. Let's see. Oh, dang, look. Look at your hunky self. Be December. It's my birth month. December's my birth month, too. All right, that's it. Matthew Harris Law is December. We'll put a Santa hat on him on his picture for... Now people are sending me hot cop stuff. This is hilarious.
Polly said, question.
Yes.
Answer, maybe.
Answer.
Perhaps.
Oh, Samantha, happy birthday to your little baby.
Hey. Oh, wait.
Wait.
Oh, no,
gosh,
she said she's a
moving too
December
fast.
baby.
No, wait, hold on. There we go.
Oh.
Aww.
Happy
it's moving
birthday.
too fast. Every time I try to click, I can't keep up.
Isn't that how that goes?
Where did that... Look. Hubba, sir. Oh, that's so fun.
It looks like you have an Uber driver whenever you want.
There you go. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, hey, Weather Watch. Weather Watch is here. Oh, my God. Kelly Belly, you go get yourself in trouble. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Oh my gosh.
What's up, Weather Watch? Welcome to welcome to what we got here, which is basically trial audio watch. Not entirely as exciting as Verdict Watch. However, a lot of fun with this chat. All of you.
Oh my gosh, so funny. All right, I've got more submissions for Hot Cop Calendar.
Well, Melissa said, can we have a hot lawyer and weatherman option? I have two in mind.
Yes. Okay, so this is Shireen's Hot Cop. Here we go. There's one. This is one that, this is one of the newest submissions. All right. And then I'm scared I'm going to like show all my DM stuff that people have sent me that they don't want me to show. So I'm trying to like click out before. Okay.
Go
on. And then I remember this one. He was in Murdoch, right? I don't remember his name.
That's what the background looks like.
This is one of our newest submissions for the Hot Cop Calendar. So y'all keep sending them to us. And I keep sending them to me, not us, me.
Yeah, send Brandi.
Send them to me.
I mean, it's fine. I'll take them. It's cool. Don't mind.
I'll handle it. Yep. Send them on over to me. Oh, that's the same one. That's the same guy. Oh, he looks. I like him. I like him in his uniform.
Semi-family friendly, everybody. Semi-family friendly. Diction. We use diction here. Oh, there was a cop whose brother was a juror? What?
Oh, his brother was a juror. He was a first responder on the scene. I remember that. That was in Murdoch. He was a first responder on the scene. And they asked, though, Lucy, get down before you fall. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Get down. She's trying to come on my computer desk. Get down. Come here. Come on this side. Come here. meaty little thing. They asked the defense and prosecution if they wanted to strike him, and they thought that he could be, he'd be fine. So.
No, this chat is PG-13. It is not NC-17. There is a difference. There is a big difference.
Y'all, it is still early. I'm about to check for audio again because y'all are getting out of control.
Oh, I'm refreshing on a constant
Are you?
basis. Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh,
Hmm?
Oh, I don't know. Hold on, let me see.
Discord. I've been told Discord. Oh, I know. They there are a couple other places that do indeed have the audio already, and I think it has a lot to do with the fact that they reached out and probably have
They're in the
some
media
kind
pool.
of a deal. They're in the media pool. That's what it is. We are not in the media pool because we just started this 2 weeks ago. So we have to refresh, and it just so happens to be taking a while today.
Hidden. Let me see.
What's going on? I keep missing. I am not missing your comments. What comments? So yes, I was missing them, but not on purpose. I'm scrolling now. Now I'm scrolling. It gets delicious on B Block. It's the prison what was that? McFlurry?
Oh my gosh, that was so funny.
It was so good. It was so good. Oh man. Is if you're in the media pool, does that mean that you pay for it? I don't know. Is that how that works? I thought you just kind of signed up. Yes, it was an Oreo McFlurry, and boy, oh boy, did he know how to make it. That was in the video. It was in our WTF last night. It was very good. I should have made it myself and gotten back to you all. Oh boy. Oh, I didn't miss your hold on. I didn't miss your apology. I saw it. Callie's been working on a couple of things at Tequila. That was her apology. What is this? That's day 13.
Sorry.
No, we're on day 14.
No.
Correct? Are we not? This is not day 13, right? Somebody correct me. I don't think this is day 13.
Court TV.
Sorry, everybody. Quiet. I don't like dead airtime. We're just trying to figure this out.
Hold on. I'm listening to this for a second. Sorry. I'm trying to. I think I found it.
If it says day 14, then yes. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought we were day 14. Okay. Friday was day 13. That was the short day. Today's 14. They're just straight up being rude at this point. I didn't see much of this trial. I don't know about Derek Smith, the paramedic, but apparently he was appropriately salty. I don't know what that means. Like, oh, maybe he was, yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. We need our tinfoil hat. That's what we need.
Gosh, yes.
That's the way that would. That's how that would happen.
That brings in the reception, so that
right.
Yeah. This says date. I'm so confused because.
Oh man.
I'm just trying to, because I thought I found it, but it's because it says premiere and it was.
Polly Percy Pants wants to know the top 4 convicted people that you hate as much as John Thomas.
Ooh, that's a good question. Ooh, that have already been convicted. Oh goodness, that's a really good question.
Hold on. Nope, that's not even okay.
I'm reading people's stuff. Manson is definitely, my thing is basically anything with the kids is, man, that's the hard stuff. The kid, I mean, y'all see how I get when they talk about the kids. I can't handle my stuff. Night Stalker, that's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
By good one, you know what I mean. Good one, bad one.
No, I know. Well, y'all, you can bet your bottom dollar that we are searching as we do everything else.
Yeah.
I don't know. One moment.
I don't think so.
We could start with that if you want, just to get started.
I think so, because
I think we should. All right. And then I would just put a picture over. Secrets. Behind the scenes secrets.
Let me.
Thanks, Annie. Thanks for everybody for hanging in there.
Make sure that I shared my audio.
Frankie, I saw that comment a little earlier. I was a little worried, but I'm glad you were able to finish building the garden beds and stuff without this creepy dude bothering you. So that bothers me that he's bothering you. But I'm glad that it went well today. I am.
Let me see if I can get this. I'm doing the audio. All on my lonesome this time. Did it?
Might have paused.
624, State of Idaho versus Lori
There you
Noreen
go.
Vallow. This is the jury trial taking place. We're still in the state's case in chief at this point. The state's here present, the prosecution, as well as the defense and the defendant. Is the state ready to proceed and call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and have our jurors brought in, please, Mr. Bailiff.
Do you want to go to 1.25? Currently waiting for audio. There's a lot of shuffling of papers.
Can y'all hear the paper shuffling? Because it shows I'm sharing it.
So I don't understand why it's taking them so long to get started, truly.
Oh, there they go.
There we go. We're all rising. Is your YouTube video itself turned up all the way with volume?
Yeah.
It is. Okay. About the computer itself.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody let me know if you guys can hear it as soon as it actually starts.
All right, good morning, everyone. We'll go ahead and get started. We're on the record on case CR 22-21-1624, State of versus Lori Noreen Vallow. All jurors are present and accounted for, and I believe have all signed their juror affidavit this morning. Is that correct, Mr. Bailiff? Okay, thank you again for your continuing jury service. The court and parties very much appreciate your continued adherence to the court's admonishment.
Everything went so terribly for me last
state
time.
is
I did all
continuing
this
with
by
its case in
myself
chief.
that I'm like a
Have
nervous
another
wreck
witness
right
to be called
now.
this morning. Who's going to be calling that witness?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wood, if you'd please announce your next witness, and we can have them sworn.
The state calls Keely Coleman.
I'm like, yay! JT, are you proud?
It wasn't for me to be proud, but I'm super happy that you're happy.
All right, before we get started with testimony, let me just inquire briefly of the witness. There is an exclusionary rule in effect, so I need to ask, have you reviewed or in any way viewed or read any of the court trial testimony since this case started? Okay, thank you for your response. For your examination, please talk directly into that microphone so we make sure to pick up your voice on our recording. Please try to avoid speaking at the same time as anyone questioning you and make verbal responses to any questions so we make a clear record. With that in mind, Mr. Wood, you can go ahead and inquire.
Thank you. Can you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
My name is Keely Coleman, and my last name is spelled Coleman.
Okay. What is your current occupation and where are you currently employed?
I'm a senior DNA analyst at Bodie Technology in Lorton, Virginia.
How long have you been employed at Bodie Technology?
Just under 11 years.
What are your responsibilities as a DNA analyst?
I perform and oversee the testing of biological material that's recovered from items of evidence that are submitted from a variety of cases. I compare DNA profiles that are obtained from those items of evidence and then perform statistics to any probative matches. I then will summarize my findings in a formal report.
Can you describe your educational background?
Yes, I attended Duquesne University in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I have a degree, a Bachelor of Science in Biology with minors in Math and Biochemistry. I also have a Master of Science degree from Duquesne University as well in Forensic Science and Law.
Thank you. I was a nervous wreck.
Are there specific course requirements for the position you hold?
Yes, there are course requirements that are set by the FBI Quality Assurance Standards.
What are they?
There's 4 of them. There's biochemistry, genetics, molecular biology, and statistics or population genetics.
And have you had coursework in each of these disciplines?
Yes, I have.
Can you briefly describe any continuing education relevant to the position you now hold?
Yes, so every year I'm required to have 12 hours of continuing education. Typically, this means that I attend a multi-day in-person conference or I'm attending hour-long webinars or training sessions virtually.
Can you describe the training process at Bodie Technology that you underwent to become a DNA analyst?
Yes, so Bodie has a vast and comprehensive training program that's particular to the role that you will be performing as an analyst. So I was required to learn all of the laboratory procedures as well as the analysis and interpretation of data. So this typically meant reading the standard operating procedures, shadowing a qualified individual performing those procedures, and then me myself performing them under supervision. I was also required to process mock cases and then testify to those in a moot court setting. In addition, I attended training lectures, completed written assignments, read forensic biology, and molecular journal articles, in addition to completing written and verbal assignments. I've been in many different roles as an analyst at Bodie, so I've gone through that type of training 3 different times.
How many samples have you processed using DNA analysis?
Thousands.
Can you describe for the jury what is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is where an outside agency will submit a case to us where only they know the answer. So as an analyst, you're required to process this case as if it was a real case to demonstrate that you have mastered the skills needed for DNA testing and are able to obtain the expected result.
Does Bodie participate in proficiency testing?
Yes, it does.
How many times have you participated in proficiency testing?
20.
Did you perform these tests satisfactorily?
Yes, I did.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, I'm an associate member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
Have you previously testified as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, I've testified once as a fact witness and 4 times as an expert witness.
How long has Bodie been established?
Bodie was established in 1995, and they've been performing DNA typing ever since this date.
By whom is Bodie Technology accredited?
We're accredited by ANAB, and ANAB is an accrediting body that will come in and audit Bodie to 2 different sets of standards. One of them is the FBI Quality Assurance Standards, and the other is ISO IEC 17025. ISO IEC 17025. You're welcome. This organization will come in and audit Bodie to those sets of standards. So they're looking at our standard operating procedures, our training, the educational background of our analysts and the technicians who are performing the testing, as well as our reports. So what they're doing is they're looking at the standards, what Bodie says we're doing to be compliant with the standards, and making sure that that's what we're actually doing in practice.
So those are the quality assurance measures your lab participates in?
Yes.
Oh, and this is not actually her in the picture. I just couldn't find a picture of her.
Ms. Coleman, can you briefly describe DNA for the jury? What is it?
So DNA is an acronym that stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. This is a biological material that makes each person unique, and it's found in mostly every cell of the body. You get half of your DNA from your mom, and you get half of your DNA from your dad.
Is DNA different between
And
people?
half of your DNA
There's
from the
now
milkman.
99% of DNA that's the same amongst individuals. However, there is about 1% that is unique between individuals, and this is the area in forensic DNA testing that we are looking at.
Can you briefly describe the DNA testing process that you use at Bodie Labs?
Yes, so evidence items are received and they are assigned a unique case number, and this is stored in a secure evidence facility. The items that are received are assessed, and either the entire sample or a portion of the sample is taken forward. There are chemicals and reagents that are then added to those samples that are in a small little test tube. What we're trying to do is isolate the DNA from those samples by taking it through a series of heating and spinning steps. So once we've isolated the DNA, we want to determine how much DNA is present in that sample. Once we've done that, we want to make lots and lots of copies of that DNA. It's essentially a biological photocopy. Once we have those copies, we put them onto an instrument called a genetic analyzer that separates the DNA based on size into readable components. That is then interpreted by a computer software program and analyzed.
Do you use any type of controls during your DNA testing process?
Yes, there's typically two that we use. The first is a positive control, which is a known DNA profile. The second is a negative control, which essentially is all of the chemicals that you're using in those biological procedures, but it just has no DNA added to it.
And how do you know that your controls are working?
So for the positive control, you should be obtaining the known DNA profile. For any samples that are processed alongside of that control, that is indicating that the process also worked on your samples. For the negative control, you should obtain no DNA present, which indicates that all of the reagents that were used in that procedure were clean. So any DNA that's obtained from the samples is from the samples themselves, not the reagents that were used in that process.
Can you briefly describe what are STRs?
STR stands for short tandem repeat, and these are certain sections of the DNA where the sequence is repeated. These are the areas that we're looking at testing. So for me, I could have a sequence that's repeated 5 times. You could have a sequence that's repeated 8 times at a certain STR location.
What is an allele or allele?
Allele. So an allele is the numerical representation of how many times a short tandem repeat sequence is repeated. So in that example I just gave, we would call that a 5 allele or an 8 allele.
You've used the phrase DNA profile. Can you define that briefly?
Yes, a DNA profile is a list of the STR locations that were tested, along with any alleles that were obtained from those locations for a particular sample.
And what is a partial DNA profile?
A partial DNA profile is when you're not obtaining results at all of the STR locations that were tested. This is not unexpected, especially in scenarios where we have a low quantity of DNA or the sample is very degraded.
Ms. Coleman, did Bodie Technologies receive evidence from the Rexburg Police and Idaho State Police Forensic Labs?
Yes, it did.
Was that related to the case of the state of Idaho versus Lori Vallow?
She does. She has it.
Can you describe the evidence that was received and when?
Yes. Can I refresh my memory with my report?
Yeah, would it refresh your memory to be able to review your report?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the witness be handed her report?
Yes, so long as the defense is allowed to inspect it first.
Yes.
She is on it though.
All right, Ms. Coleman, before you testify with the notes, I just want to explain that you need to use those just to refresh your
Good
recollection.
night.
Don't read
Nice
from
to
the
see
notes
you,
if you're
Pam.
answering any questions from Mr. Wood, because you need to testify from your personal memory. So if you'll indicate when you are reviewing notes on the record, that will help us keep that straight.
Okay.
So can you describe the evidence that was received and when?
In May of 2022, I received 3 DNA profiles. These were from Lori Vallow Daybell, Tylee Ryan, and Melanie Gibb. I also received several items of evidence, one of which was processed as Bodie EO1, which was a hair attached to a piece of adhesive.
And do you recall if there was an Idaho State lab number associated with that piece of evidence?
Yes, there was, and I'm going to look at the report.
Okay, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, it would. And this is 2019-05298.
Is that the agency number?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, my question probably wasn't very clear. That you mentioned a piece of hair that had been stuck to adhesive.
Yes.
Was there an evidence number from the agency, submitting agency, assigned to that specific piece of evidence?
Yes, there was, and I'm going to look at the report to refresh my memory. That was 11168B.
Thank you. How was this evidence processed?
So similar to the process that I described before, a portion of this submitted hair item was taken forward and put into a test tube. It went through a series of washes to get rid of any extraneous DNA that may have been on the hair. We were trying to focus on the hair itself. Then additional reagents and chemicals were added to the sample, and it went through a series of heating and cooling steps to isolate any DNA that may have been present. We determined how much DNA was present in that sample, then made lots and lots of copies, put that on a genetic analyzer, and analyze the data that was obtained using a computer software program.
What results were obtained from your analysis?
So from the Bodie item EO1, which was the hair sample, a partial female profile was obtained.
Were you able to make any conclusions based on those results?
Yes, Tyree Ryan and Melanie Gibb were excluded as possible contributors of that partial DNA profile. The partial DNA profile matched the DNA profile that was provided for Lori Vallow Daybell.
Did you perform any statistics for the match?
Yes, I
There it
did.
is.
The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with that partial DNA profile is 1 in 71 billion.
After your interpretation and conclusions were drawn, was your work subject to review?
Yes. So as an analyst, when you're putting together your case report, you perform a self-review of your report and all of the laboratory bench notes and supporting documentation for the case file. Additionally, the case undergoes a technical and administrative review to ensure that another qualified analyst agrees with your results and conclusions and findings.
Did the individual reviewing your work agree with how you reported the data from this case?
Yes, they did.
Were all of Bodie's protocols and procedures followed during this testing?
Yes, they were.
Did all of your controls work as expected for this sample?
Yes, they did.
Based on your experience and training, do you consider these results to be reliable?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
You don't
All right,
need any
thank you, Mr.
more.
Wood.
Bam. Lori's
Will be
hair.
open.
I will, Judge.
All right, Mr. Thomas. you
Oh,
can
God,
cross
sit
examine
down.
If you'd like.
So what you're saying is, were you there?
Morning, Ms. Coleman.
Good
You didn't even
morning.
know.
How are you today?
Very well, thank you.
Good. So, looks like you have been educated at Duquesne University,
Yes,
bachelor's and master's degree.
yes.
And when did you receive your bachelor's degree?
He
What
does
year?
this every time.
That was 2011,
What about your master's degree? When did you get that?
2012.
Steve.
Thank you.
Wow, you got to the master's program in just a year?
So the program that I entered was a 5-year master program. So as an undergraduate, I was taking graduate level coursework.
Steve,
We
you
saw
made
this in a
our
movie too.
Steve, you made our WTF moments last
So-
night. If you haven't seen that,
Help me understand the 5-year
I'll
program.
send
So
you
the master's program, if you were to take it after your bachelor's degree, it would have taken 5 years. Is that right?
I'm honestly not sure. It depends on the university itself. So the way that the program was set up through Duquesne was that in my 3rd and 4th year, I was already taking those graduate level courses. For different universities, you could obtain a bachelor degree and then go back and obtain a master's degree in 2 years. So it was kind of just smushed into those 5 years.
Oh, I see.
not in the
Depends on
duct
where
tape.
it's at on the tape.
Um,
That's true.
you
It was
indicated that
in
you
the
had
duct,
to do
like
some
sticky side
proficiency
duct tape.
testing.
Yes.
Is that for employment at Bodie Lab, or is that for accreditation, or for some club or something else? What was the proficiency testing for?
So the proficiency testing is an accreditation requirement. It's also a requirement by the FBI quality assurance standards, and it's a requirement by Bodie as well.
Okay, so Bodie required you to do the proficiency testing, but also to be accredited with some of these. What would you call them? Accreditation academies or what?
Accreditation standards.
Standards. Okay.
Yes.
And Bodie is an FBI approved lab, and so therefore they have to abide by the accreditation standards for FBI. Is that right?
Yes. If we want to be accredited, we have to comply with the standards.
You've got small
these
degree
proficiency
energy.
tests, are any of them blind proficiency tests where you don't know that you're being tested?
No, they're not. We know that we're being tested.
Okay, so they say, hey, look, this is going to be a special case. You need to be prepared for it. This is your test. And so you're given that test, right? You're told about it.
Yes, we're told up front. Yes.
Okay. So there's never a point where you're just given a case and you open it up and you go, oh, okay, wow, this is kind of unusual. And you go through it. And at the end of it, they go, okay, well, that was a test. You know, you're not ever blindsided by that, right?
There are certain agencies that do submit cases to us that are blind. I would not be aware of them because inherently they're blind. But for the proficiency testing that I do, yes, I'm aware of those. But there are instances where certain agencies, as part of their own quality assurance standards, will submit cases to us where we don't know that it is a proficiency test on their end.
But I mean, if you would find out about it if you were proficiency tested and didn't know and failed the test or forgot to do some stuff, right?
Yes, that's correct. We would find out if we did not pass that accordingly.
Okay. And has that happened at Bodie?
That has happened, I think, in a couple of instances, not for me personally.
Okay. All right. You testified that you were a fact witness at one point, and then you were an analyst on 4 other cases. Is that right?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about being a fact witness. What is that?
So a fact witness is where you perform a certain amount of laboratory procedures that another analyst is not qualified to perform. So in that particular case, I had performed bone sampling and bone extraction. So I was testifying to that I did those procedures, while the analyst on that case testified to the data that they obtained.
Okay. All right. And you, as an analyst, you would be testifying as you are today about the specific results in a specific case. Is that right?
Yes.
If I could have just a second, Judge.
No.
Not today.
That's like one of those that you can't really, because even, okay, my hair, I lose my hair all the time. I've got hair all over everything, but the fact that it's stuck to the duct tape means that she's all up in that situation.
Judge, we're just figuring out, I have a copy of the report, but mine's highlighted, and we're wondering if that's going to be appropriate to admit as an exhibit, or if we should get a clean copy for the court.
Should have brought one, sir.
We'll just use a clean copy.
Okay.
I'd like to have this marked as, I believe, Defense Exhibit D. Is that where we're at, D?
Yes.
Can I have that shown to the witness, please?
Yes.
So is this, can you identify what this is?
This is my case report.
And this is a report that you just went over with the prosecuting attorney?
Yes.
And it's your signature is on the second page?
Yes.
Okay. And on the third page is the, for lack of a better word, the meat of the report?
Yes, this is what we would call the allele table.
All right. I move for its submission, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. Defense Exhibit D is admitted.
I'd like to publish it to the jury if that's okay.
Yes, you may.
Is there anything I need to fill in my app?
Maybe.
I've never used this before, so I'm kind of.
We're going to try the trick of turning it off and turning it back on and see if that works.
Oh gosh, those poor babies. Thank you, Indy, Cindy. I appreciate that. Y'all been awesome tonight.
Okay, Ms. Coleman.
Thank you.
As I indicated, this is kind of the meat of your report, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so when you talked on direct examination, there were kind of, it seemed as though there was kind of a pre-prepared type of colloquy or conversation you had with the prosecuting attorney about DNA and about how things are processed and those kinds of things. Is that kind of standard for you to have kind of a rote response to specific questions about when you're testifying? Were you told about that by Bodie?
That's something that we typically do ahead of time. We have a standard list of predicate questions to go over our own educational background, Bodie's standards and accreditation, as well as the background of DNA. And then we also prepare questions that are particular to the case that really are asking what are our results, what are our conclusions, and what are our statistics that we did, as well as did we follow all of our standard operating procedures.
All right. And so when you said that part of your statistics say that about 99% of the human DNA is the same, that's a true statement, right?
Yes.
And when you say 99% of our DNA, is that the human genome? Is that what we're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And how many alleles, or how many
just the audio
specific? I don't know what I'm like THO1 is one. What would you call that?
That would be an STR locus.
Okay, so a locus.
Mm-hmm.
So how many locuses are there in the human body? Do you know?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. In forensic testing, we're typically testing between 20 to 24 different loci.
Right, but it's in the billions, right?
It could be. I'm not sure of the number off of the top of my head. How many STR locations are in the human body?
He's really going to try to.
But
this is a
but
1
you've
in
done
70 something
lots of
million chance.
studying. Obviously, you have a master's degree in this specific area. You've worked in Bodie Lab for a number of years. It looks like 11 years. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. So you know that the human genome is immense.
Yes, it is.
Sit down,
And
Mr.
so,
Thomas.
would you consider the human genome to be let's make it akin to like a book? Okay. So how many pages in that book would there be if you're looking at 24? If each one of these loci are a page in that book, this book would be huge, right?
Mm-hmm.
For the human genome.
The book would be huge if every page was, yes, an STR location for the human genome.
Okay. And so you're looking at 24 pages, because on this, there are 24 specific loci, right?
There are 22 STR locations that were tested for this sample.
Okay. And then there's the XX and XY, which would be either a male or a female.
Correct, as well as one YSTR location as well.
All right. And what's the YSTR location?
So the YSTR location is DYS 391. It's about a quarter up from the bottom. And this is particular to the Y chromosome.
Okay. And so when we're looking at this, you're looking at 22 plus the Y, which would be 23, plus the male or female X of I or XX,
mm-hmm.
which would be 24, right?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And that's what the FBI requires when you're doing testing for them, right?
So the FBI requires that there are 20, they call them CODIS core loci. So these, if you want a sample to go into the national database for searching,
you have to
before all that reaching of these STR locations. Different laboratories may use different kits where one lab could test 20, one lab could test 23, one lab could test 24. It's kind of like if you're baking a cake, one may be Ghirardelli, one may be Duncan Hines. You're getting a DNA profile, but some of the ingredients may be a little bit. So that's, I kind of think of those STR locations is you're required to test the 20, but there may be a little bit of difference between the two. So for this case, we were using those 24, like you mentioned.
Okay. And which ones do the FBI not require?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
He saw bones once.
It was my understanding that the FBI required 24, but you're saying they only require 20.
Yes.
Okay. And you know that for a fact?
Yes.
Okay. But you don't know which 20 there are.
Oh my God.
There are 20 of whatever is up there. I'm not sure of the ones that are not.
Okay. So you're not sure which ones of these are not of the.
Ivan, I believe that.
That's correct.
All right. And you said that since 99% of us are about the same, there's 1% of us that is different.
Yes.
All right. And how large in the human genome is that 1%?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Okay. So as I said, if this were a book and the human genome were the book, and the book would be an entire DNA profile of John Thomas or of Ms. Coleman, this would be more of like the cliff notes of this is what what you have here would be more of the cliff notes, so to speak, right? Would be like a portion of what that large book is like.
Yes, this would be a portion of the DNA profile or the DNA sequence for whoever this individual's human genome. This would be a portion of that.
Okay. So of the large portion of the large book, you're taking a small portion of that book, right?
Yes, that's what we're looking at is a small portion.
Okay. And in this particular book, the large book, the small portion, you only have less than half of what that large book or of what that small portion is, correct?
Yes, there's 7 STR locations where we obtained a full profile, and there are 3 locations that were partial.
Okay. And 2 of those partial profiles had exactly the same between Lori Vallow Daybell, Tylee Ryan, and Melanie Gibb. Is that correct? I'm specifically looking at D2S411.
Yes, that's correct. Those 3 are overlapping. Mm-hmm.
And D16S539.
Yes.
Those are exactly the same.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then you have 3 that have missing alleles, right?
So the three that are the missing alleles with the dashes, that's what you had just listed. That's D1, S1, 656, D2, S441, and FGA. What that means is that we obtained one allele that was visible, and when you're supposed to have two alleles present, right? You're supposed to have one from your mom and one from your dad. So since this was a profile from one individual, we're only observing one allele because it either doesn't meet a certain threshold or we're seeing that below a certain threshold, so there could be another allele that's present.
All right. So there's a significant amount of alleles that you don't have in this profile. Is that right?
Yes, and that is what I was discussing with the partial DNA profile. That's not unexpected when we have samples of low quantity DNA to obtain locations where you're either not obtaining a result or you're seeing potential dropout, which is indicated by the dash at those certain loci.
Mm-hmm. But this wouldn't be acceptable to the FBI.
I'm honestly not sure if this would be acceptable for upload into a national database for searching. For Bodie's level of comparison, we are required to have 3 full loci in order to do any comparisons and statistics.
3 loci, that's it?
3 loci, yes.
3 loci out of the 20 that you indicate that the FBI requires. You only need 3.
We need 3, yes, to do the comparison.
And out of the 20 that the FBI is required, that is of millions or billions that are in the actual human genome. Is that right?
Can you reword that question?
So you're only required to have 3 out of the 20 that the FBI is required to.
So the requirement for the FBI, the 20 is for what you have to test. I'm not sure what the requirement is for the searching in the national database. If they have a certain requirement for what they need to meet to search in the database, it could be lower to do the comparison. That will vary from lab to lab, what their minimum threshold of data to obtain to perform a comparison is. That could be different than what's required to search in the national database, and also it could be different from the minimum amount of loci that you have to just test for the sample.
Mm-hmm. So if you look at the jury, there are 18 people sitting here. You would only need 3. If each one of those were an allele, you would only need 3 of those to make a comparison. Is that correct?
I would need 3 complete STR loci. So the alleles are the data that's obtained from the STR loci. I would need 3 complete STR locations.
Okay. And is there a specific location that you would need? Like is VWA just as qualified to be compared as D18 S51?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so they're all the same.
Yes, as long as you have 3 full loci, yes, they're eligible for comparison.
Okay, when you say a full loci, you just mean 2 markers.
2 alleles that are present.
All right, alleles are a marker, right?
No, a marker is an STR location.
Okay, so the marker would be the TPOX or the VWA. Is that what I'm?
Yes, so on the left-hand side where it says locus, those are the STR locations, and then under each sample are the alleles that are obtained from those locations.
Okay. So when I say marker or loci, those are the same?
Yes.
Okay. So you would need 3 markers.
Correct.
All right, and they would have to have 2 loci each.
They would have to have 2 alleles present at each to do the comparison.
Right. Okay. And so you're missing 13 of the 20 that are needed for the FBI. They have no result whatsoever. Is that right?
Yes, 13 do not have any result.
13 out of the 20?
13 out of the 20. Or the 22 for this case, yes.
20 that the FBI requires.
Yes.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
All right.
He can sit down now. Just sit down. It's like he's using all this to try to confuse the jury, but they're not confused.
When we're looking at the alleles, let's just take a look at the top one, the D313 or D3S1358.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 1616. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that doesn't mean that there are 16 possible spots for that, right? I mean, the 16 is actually a peak height, not an actual number of alleles, right? Or a number of positions in the loci. Is that right?
So 16 is the numerical representation of how many times the STR sequence is repeated. So for D3, the sequence is seen repeated 16 times for that particular location.
Okay. But there's not necessarily you couldn't come up with like a 1-1 or a 1-2. I mean, is that correct?
There are a certain number of times that a sequence will be repeated. So it could be 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's a range of alleles that are typically obtained for a particular location. So here, in reading this, I would say that the STR location at the D3S1358 locus was repeated 16 times.
Right. But I guess what I'm saying is there aren't necessarily 16 different possibilities of different repeats, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what you're asking.
Right. It's really confusing. So my understanding
Because he
of
doesn't make
when you're
sense.
looking at these repeats, they're not necessarily like D3S1358 is a 1616, but then if you look over on Melanie Gibbs, it's a 1717.
Mhm.
Okay. And so it's not necessarily 17 different choices. They're just, that's how many repeats there are, right?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. So there are not an infinite number of choices that you're going to be able to have on any of these particular ones, right?
That's correct.
And so when we look at TH01, we have a 67, 67, 79, 69, right?
Yes.
All right. And so those aren't necessarily encased in, there's not like a finite number of repeats that there could be, right?
There's not. There is studies that have been done that are for a particular STR location where they say there's 12 different alleles that are typically obtained. These are the frequency that we see them in the population. Sometimes they obtain what's called off-ladder alleles, which are half repeats that are included, but typically there is a range of alleles that is expected to be seen in the population for those particular samples. But yes, you're correct. There's not an infinite number that could be obtained.
Tell me a little bit about imbalanced alleles.
So imbalanced alleles is commonly seen when we have low quantity of DNA. At a single source profile, where I said you are obtaining, you have half of your DNA from your mom and half from your dad, that means that at a particular location, we can say from D12, S391, which is the fourth up from the bottom, where you see those brackets around the 17 and the 22, that means that you're seeing those in different ratios. So you're seeing either the 17 or the 22 at a higher rate than the other. So we're just indicating that we observed them, but they're not balanced. The ratio is different.
Mm-hmm. And you didn't find any imbalance in Lori Vallow's DNA at that particular set of alleles, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. So just to wrap it up here, we had 13 markers that had no result, right?
Yes.
We had 3 markers that had missing alleles.
Yes.
And we had 1 marker that was an
paid for.
imbalanced marker.
Yes.
I can't believe that.
So that's 13 plus 3 plus 1. That's 17, right?
Oh my
Yes.
God. Oh no. You missed it, man.
That's 17 from this profile that were not obtained. There was 7 full loci and 3 partial
How's the
loci.
grandbaby?
No further
Let
questions.
us know how the grandbaby
All right.
is.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
I mean,
Oh my gosh, Lindsay Hendricks.
All right, Mr. Wood, you can redirect.
thank you. Council spoke to you about blind testing
Yes.
and that you know when you're being tested.
Mhm.
Do you follow the same policies and procedures when you're being tested as when you're not being tested?
Yes, I do.
Let's talk briefly about the results of your test. Council kept repeating that, kept talking about the FBI.
Mhm.
This was good enough for the FBI. And you spoke about a database. What is that database?
That database is CODIS, which is the Combined DNA Index System.
Okay. And were you testing this profile against a database or against a known profile?
I was testing this against a known profile.
In fact, you tested against, did you test it against 3 known profiles?
Yes, I did.
We spoke about partial DNA profiles earlier.
Mhm.
Is it common to have to rely on a partial DNA profile?
Yes, for evidence items, especially that's commonly seen, especially when it is a low quantity of DNA that's obtained. For most hair samples that I see and observe, most of them are partial profiles.
Okay. And so let's just to get to these results, how did you receive, when you received this hair sample, how did you receive it?
It was received in a small coin envelope that was sealed with evidence tape.
Okay, and
I'm going to object. I think this is beyond the scope of cross-examination.
I'll overrule that. You can continue, Mr. Wood.
what did you do with the sample once you got it?
So the sample was taken off of the adhesive that it was received on, and then a portion was cut and put into a test tube.
Okay, so it was on an adhesive.
Yes.
Okay, and then you put it into a test tube. What did you do next?
The next step is that the sample went through a series of washes. And so those series of washes are to wash away any foreign or touch DNA that may have been present on the hair in order to isolate the DNA that was from the hair sample itself.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object. I think this is just rehashing his direct examination, which I didn't get into this washing part.
Your Honor, he's gone after the results. I'm totally entitled to get her to her results.
It's not outside the scope of redirect at this point, so the objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You mentioned foreign material. Was there anything that needed to be cleansed off that sample?
It had been indicated that the hair was found on duct tape that was in the presence of decompositional fluid. So in those particular scenarios, that is standard where we will wash any hairs of any foreign material that may have been present.
Okay. And once you took care of that, what did you do next?
The next step was that the sample went through a series of heat to isolate the DNA that may have been present in that hair.
Yes, do that.
And
I
is that the
can't
process
get
you
into
spoke
my
with us
Facebook
about
right now
earlier,
for some reason.
in order to generate your DNA profile?
Yes, that is the standard extraction protocol where you're going through the series of steps to isolate DNA that may be present.
Okay. Now, again, counsel spoke with you about what's needed for the FBI. And to clarify, what's needed for the FBI is to get into a database, correct?
Yes, so the FBI has the CODIS combined DNA index system. So in order for a profile to be suitable, you have to at least test those 20 different locations. If they are doing comparisons to known profiles, that may be less data that's required in order to do that. There's a difference between what needs to be tested to go into the database, the eligibility of data obtained from the sample to be in the database, as well as a minimum threshold for what you can do for comparisons of data.
Okay. So just to clarify what you just said, it's different. It's a different standard to get a DNA profile into the FBI database than it is to match a profile to a known profile, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And here am I correct that you were matching a profile to a known profile?
Yes, that is what was done here.
Okay. So you didn't need to have that same threshold as getting the profile you were testing into the FBI database.
Correct.
And is this common in the scientific community to do the type of testing you were doing?
Yes.
And is it common to rely on a partial profile?
Yes, it is.
In fact, that happens quite regularly, doesn't it?
Yes, from evidence items, we see partial DNA profiles and perform comparisons to them.
Okay, and so let's get back to these results. You stated you had 7 full and 3 partial loci?
Loci. Mm-hmm.
And from that, you were able to, the loci you located matched Lori Vallow's known profile.
Yes, they did.
Okay. And you were able to run a statistical analysis on how likely your testing profile would have been to have come from someone else.
So the statistical analysis that I did was a probability.
What's happening?
For
and can you remind the jury what that statistic was?
It was 1 in 71 billion.
Do you know what the population of the United States is?
I think it's around.
When I checked this, I believe this is misleading.
Well, there's no foundation for that.
Okay.
Oh my God.
But again, your
Maybe
your statistics were 1 in 71 billion.
Yes.
And can you just briefly, so that we're all clear, what exactly does that statistic mean?
So that means that if I were to see this, I would stick my hand into a hat of DNA profiles. I would expect to see this profile 1 in 71 billion times.
Okay. No further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Any recross?
No follow-up.
Okay. That will conclude your testimony then. Thank you for appearing this morning. Can this witness be released from
1 in
subpoena?
71. Like,
Yes, Your
there's
No
no.
objection.
All right. That will conclude your testimony then. The bailiff will help assist
He has
you
no
now.
reason to even ask anything other than that. He's just trying to confuse
This
them.
is exited.
That's
The
all
state
he's
calls
doing.
next witness.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay. I've got baby pictures. Let's see.
Just going to have a brief recess. I was just handed a fairly large PowerPoint exhibit that I need to go over with council to make sure that we're not going to object to it.
Okay. It's a little early for the regular morning break, but given that, I think it would be efficient for you to look at that with having the jurors sit here. So we'll go ahead and take a good morning break.
He didn't look at this? Wouldn't this have been proffered to him already?
Yeah.
So they didn't read the text messages the other day, the 1,500 or whatever.
Yeah, but he said that there's a lot of papers, and he's a busy man. Watching movies.
Who? This is your job.
He's watching movies.
Oh. Life's better. Hi, Franco.
He's busy. He's busy watching movies.
Being about
He's an idiot. Can't stand him. I just got to see pictures of our first 13th juror baby.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. So the jurors brought back, please.
Again, I couldn't find a picture of him either. So you get an FBI jacket, but we're not going to stay on this long because we're going to go into the charts because that's what the majority of this one is.
Right. Yes.
Come on, get to it. We're waiting. Every time he gets there, I want like an audio bit that says, "Sit down, Mr. Thomas," and then everybody will ever play it because it'll be like every time he gets up, that'll be all anybody has to say. Sit down, Mr. Thomas. He drives me nuts. In case you're just joining us, I'm not a fan, John Thomas. Okay, he does not shovel us out. Y'all want to hear something real funny? So I'm from Georgia. I moved to Ohio. I lived in Ohio for 6 years, and I'd never shoveled snow before because who shovels snow in Georgia? You just don't do it because it don't come. And when it does, you just go sledding, and then you just wait because the whole world shuts down, and you stock up on milk and bread and eggs, and then just eat your milk sandwiches and stay home. You don't shovel sidewalks. So when I moved to Ohio and the first big snow came and I had to shovel a sidewalk, I didn't realize that there are snow shovels. So I'm using my old farm shovel and I'm out there like, and it's scraping and it's loud and it's heavy. And my neighbors are all looking at me crazy. And I'm like, not understanding why they're looking at me crazy. And it was like the third or fourth snow that they finally came and told me, they make snow shovels that, and I'm like, this little bitty old plastic thing. And man, I could book it with that. But so if you ever are a Southerner and move up north, just know that you don't use a farm shovel to shovel your snow.
To snuffle?
To snuffle. To snuffle your snow. To snuffle your snow.
Snuffleupagus.
Yeah. To snuffleupagus. They made so much fun of me. They literally watched me for 3 days instead of actually helping me. It was more entertaining for them to watch.
I'm from Maine and I find that extremely funny.
So did they. That's why they didn't tell me. I'm probably like all over the interwebs, like shoveling with a dang farm shovel, but whatever.
All right, we're back on the record. State can call.
Who knew they made other shovels?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Ricky Wright.
Find one of them in Georgia. Find a snow shovel in Georgia. You won't. I didn't know. I did too. The kids that would come around.
All right, before we get started with the examination, let me just, have you observed any of the trial testimony in this case?
Thank you.
By either reading any of it or listening to any of it in any way since the trial started?
No, I have not.
Okay, thanks for your response. When being questioned, please talk directly into your microphone. Please use verbal responses to each question so we get a clear record, and try to avoid speaking at the same time as anyone questioning you. And with that in mind, Ms. Blake, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Rick Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T.
And what is your current title or position?
I am a contract special investigator for the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
So if I call you Investigator Wright today, would that be inaccurate?
Yes.
No.
Where were you previously, or what was your previous title or position?
So before I came on as a contract special investigator, I was a special agent with the FBI for 24
Where'd
years.
Ivan go?
In order to be a
I went to
special
work
agent,
out.
any training?
Yes.
What was some of your training?
I attended new agents training at the FBI Academy in Virginia in 1997 for 4 months. And then I was assigned to the Denver division of the FBI for 21 years. And I received additional specialized training in the various types of cases that I addressed while I was there.
And what was some of that specialized training?
I investigated.
What happened?
What happened?
It done paused and or stopped.
It's like it has a little thinking symbol.
Oh,
Why is
boy.
it thinking?
I don't know.
Oh, great.
That's all right. Yes, special ice cream. That's what she. That's what they say. We need that buffer sound that RA has. Good night, Sandra.
Night. Hi, Smile Love. First time here.
Drugs and organized crime, fraud, public corruption.
And there it
stops. And there it stops. What is happening?
John Thomas did cause this, Annie. You were correct. It's all John Thomas.
He needs to clean his portal.
He does.
Corruption, and for the last 11 years I was in Denver, I did fraud.
I don't know what's happening.
Excuse me.
You just let me know if you want.
Specifically violent.
It's all right. It's all right. Where were we?
Crimes against children, and I received throughout that 21 years various specialized training and attended.
Okay, now it's playing again. I can try.
Conferences to receive additional training on how to address them.
Is it doing it again?
Mm-hmm.
Those kinds of cases.
And with the last 11 years, was your focus then mainly on crimes involving children?
Yes, I was the violent crimes against children coordinator for the FBI in Denver for those last 11 years, from 2007 until 2018.
It doesn't exist. It's something we joke about because everybody goes and buys milk and bread. So we just,
as the violent crimes against children
make fun of
coordinator,
people. So everybody
I
goes
helped
and buys
coordinate the FBI's response for the territory of the Denver division involving cases of that nature, and that territory was all of Colorado and Wyoming.
And after working in Colorado, did you continue work with the FBI?
Yes, in late 2018, I
that.
transferred from the Denver division to the Salt Lake division and was assigned to the Pocatello resident agency in Pocatello, Idaho.
Brandi at brandychurchwell.com.
And with regard to that resident agency, what areas did you cover?
So that resident agency is, it's just 5 agents at that time. 3 of them handled criminal matters, and the 3 criminal investigators, of which I was one, handled all general criminal cases in eastern Idaho. think it was about 17 counties.
At some point while working at
There you go,
that
Denise.
Pocatello, I guess, would it be a field office or?
So we called it a resident agency, or an RA for short. Our division headquarters was Salt Lake, which covers Salt Lake Division covers all of Utah, Idaho, and Montana.
While you were working there, did you become involved in a search for J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when you became involved in that investigation?
November 27th of 2019.
Was there a reason that you and or the FBI became involved in this particular investigation?
So I was contacted by Lieutenant Ron Ball from the Rexburg Police Department regarding a missing child in their jurisdiction, and due to his young age, the FBI under the Federal Kidnapping Act can respond to kidnappings because of the potential interstate nature of a kidnapping. Because a kidnapping often doesn't manifest itself as a kidnapping in the beginning, particularly when involving a young child. The FBI is supposed to get involved in a missing child case when it involves a child of tender years that's missing under suspicious circumstances. Generally, the FBI defines tender years as under 12. So when we have a child under 12 missing under suspicious circumstances, the FBI should try to assist if they are able. Sometimes that's active investigation. Sometimes that's just providing additional resources to the agency requesting assistance.
Well
Can I have
played.
him either move a little bit closer? I'm having trouble.
We talked him up
Okay, that microphone.
Oh,
If you could just
can't hear over his breathing.
Thank you.
for real.
And you talk about a child of tender years under 12. Initially, when you became involved in the investigation, was it only reported that J.J. Vallow was missing?
Yes, the Rexburg Police Department informed me that they were doing a welfare check regarding Joshua Vallow or J.J. Vallow, and have been unable to locate him. And that was the initial information they have in the initial child of concern.
And in this particular case, you became involved actively in the investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, the FBI initiated an investigation. I was the case agent or the case manager. There was another agent in the Pocatello resident agency named Travis Homer, who was also a case agent on the investigation.
At some point during the investigation, did you also learn that Tylee Ryan was missing?
Yes, fairly early on, we determined that J.J. Vallow's sibling, Tylee Ryan, could not be located. However, initially that was believed that she was still in Arizona, where the family had previously resided, but no one had been able to locate her.
And you talk about being contacted by Ron Ball with the Rexburg Police Department. Do you know if there were other agencies involved in the investigation?
Yeah, the investigation of J.J. Vallow was primarily the Rexburg Police Department. However, there are other agencies, including the Fremont County Sheriff's Office and 2 police departments in Arizona that were investigating.
You do it.
That had investigations that had a connection to the Rexburg Police Department's investigation.
And do you know what incidents those other agencies?
The Sheriff's Office was probing death of
Good night, Sharon Grace.
Tammy Daybell. That was in the death of the husband of Lori Vallow, who was residing in Arizona in the Chandler area, or was there, and that's where he died. And then the Gilbert Police Department was looking into a shooting that had happened in their jurisdiction against Brandon Boudreaux. Someone had fired a weapon at him.
So would it be fair to say that this turned into a joint investigation?
Yes.
Do you recall at some point in your investigation meeting with an individual named Ian Pulowski?
Yes.
Did you determine who Ian Pulowski is?
He was the husband of Melanie Pulowski, and she had previously been Melanie Boudreaux.
Did you in fact conduct an interview of Ian Pulowski?
I did. I spoke with him at the Rexburg Police Department. Other investigators were also present with the Rexburg Police Department, but I spoke with him on December 5th, 2019.
After speaking with him, did your concern for the children's safety increase?
Yes, it did.
Did you end up requesting Ian do anything, or Mr. Pulowski do anything?
Provide additional information if possible to help the conversations that he was a party to.
Did he in fact agree to do that?
He did.
Did he in fact record some conversations
That's
or
dangerous.
discussions?
Yes, he did. Between
But good night.
initial interview
Night.
December 23rd.
Thank you so much, Matthew Harris. Oh, you've
he
been so
recorded,
generous. Thank you.
Some conversations that he had with Melanie Pulowski, as well as Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, and Chad Daybell.
Did he provide copies of those recordings to the investigators?
Yes, the recording device belonged to the Rexburg Police Department. That recording device was retrieved, and they extracted those recordings and maintained those in custody.
And you had previously stated you were the case agent for the FBI investigation. Can you discuss a little bit about what the role of a case agent is?
It's to conduct the investigation, but also at times to marshal additional resources to assist with that investigation. Sometimes the investigation can be conducted by one agent. Sometimes it requires additional resources within the office, and sometimes, of course, the FBI is a national organization and has quite a bit of resources, and so sometimes that involves requesting specialized resources from elsewhere in the FBI.
In this case, did you request some additional assistance?
Yes, I did.
And specifically, did you request some assistance in looking at location data associated with Alex Cox?
Yes, the FBI has some specially trained agents that investigate, that can analyze records from cellular records and other geolocation records. And that cellular analysis survey team it was a fairly small team at that time, maybe 25 or 30 agents around the country that had that specialized training. We requested assistance from that.
Did they in fact provide that assistance?
Yes, they did.
Do you know if there was a specific agent that was involved in this case?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
His name was Balance. He was an agent assigned to the Phoenix, Arizona division of the FBI.
And as he would go through the data recovery or the location recovery, was he sharing that information with you?
Yes, he was.
Did he also provide information to you and assist you further with your investigation into the location, specifically regarding Alex Cox's device?
Yes, he did. When the records would come in for various phones that we had requested from the carriers, or for sometimes Google or other location information, that would go to him for analysis, and he was feeding that information to us to give us potential avenues of investigation. At some point, he provided some additional information regarding that to me that I also looked at myself.
And when you look at that information, do you recall what dates you looked at, or if there were specific dates you focused on, a time period?
I did. So he had given us multiple dates, particularly around the month of September, which became of interest to us, as we were specifically trying to narrow down when the children had last been seen and what had happened to them. And he had given us much of that data as it was coming in, but at some point, I requested that he provide everything from September 1st of 2019 for the whole month of September to me. So he was able to give me that until almost basically the end of September 30th that evening. And he provided that entire record to me so that I could go through it. At a later date, he also provided the entire month of October to me as well.
Yes, I do. You're going to see some of it tonight, but
Investigator Wright, in preparation
tonight
for your testimony today, did you assist in preparing a summary exhibit?
Yes, I did.
And is that a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Do you believe if you were shown what's purported to be the slides contained in that PowerPoint presentation that you would
have a dude in a
recognize those?
hamster reel?
Yes.
No hamster
Your Honor, I'm
wheel.
going to ask that, and defense has a copy of
Not
this.
this
It's been
time.
marked as State's Exhibit 299. I'd ask that the witness be shown this, and I will grab the courtesy copy for the court. However, this is a actual PowerPoint contained on a jump drive, so these are just printed out slides.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake.
And Investigator Wright, if I can just have you flip through those.
Welcome back, Ivan. Just in time for the data points.
I love that picture of JJ and Tyler.
Those appear to be an accurate representation of the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, they do.
And would those assist, or would the PowerPoint assist today in your testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 299.
Any objection?
May I have one here, Nate?
Yes.
So I just got so used to calling you Special Agent Wright. You're now a contract special investigator. What should I call you, Mr. Wright or?
Yeah, Mr. Wright is fine.
Oh, Mr. Wright.
So, Mr. Wright, you made this PowerPoint.
Being
it looks like I
interviewed
got
by
it
Mr.
early in the
Wrong.
morning. When did you finish up this PowerPoint?
I worked with prosecutors to put that together last night.
Last night you were working with them to put this together?
Yes.
Okay. And did they give you some idea about how the case has been going so far?
No.
Okay. They didn't tell you the things that they needed to get out of this PowerPoint because of maybe some holes in their case that they had
Holes in
before?
their case, really?
They helped. This was put together to help me put together information that I had to testify to in my knowledge.
Okay. But you didn't speak with them about other agents? that may
Portal's got
testify?
feedback.
No.
They specifically brought up Mr. Balance, or sorry, Special Agent Balance. That his testimony didn't come up in your discussions last night?
No, the content of his testimony did not come up.
Okay. And no other context of things that other people may have testified previously came up last night?
No.
Okay. I'm satisfied. I'm not going to object to the. to the
I'm
PowerPoint.
so glad you're
Sorry.
satisfied.
Oh my God.
So State's Exhibit 299, which is a PowerPoint presentation, jump drive will be admitted.
Your Honor, I would request permission to publish.
You can publish.
I will submit the jump drive to the court after the publication, if that works for the court.
So many people
On this
said
first slide
SI.
here, we're seeing a phone number and a Gmail account. Are those the ones that were associated with the location data that you looked at, the device that you were reviewing?
Yes.
Back up here. And you indicated that you started your review or focused on the month of September 1st, prior to looking at the October. Were you able to determine what date it appeared Alex's device first appeared in Idaho?
The first time it appeared here, in which it appeared he started residing here, was September 1st in the evening.
And were you able to determine at some point through the investigation where his phone appeared to be residing or mainly at during the 1st of September?
So it arrived here in the evening. It had moved from St. George, Utah that morning of the 1st. It arrived in Rexburg, Idaho the evening of the 1st. And the device began to seem like it spent its evenings or its nights at 565 Pioneer Road, number 175 in Rexburg.
At some point, did the device appear to start spending the night somewhere else?
Yes, beginning September 5th, it began to go to another unit within the complex, and that was Unit 107.
But between September 1st and up until September 5th, it appeared to stay the night at the 175.
Yes, it appeared to only be associated with 175.
During your investigation, did you end up focusing in on certain dates in September?
Yes.
And the first date we see here is Sunday, September 8th of 2019. Was there a reason that that was a date that you focused in on?
During the course of the investigation, we had obtained some information that a photograph of Lori Vallow, of Tylee Ryan on that date at Yellowstone National Park. And we were trying to narrow down the place and date and time the children were last seen. And up until that point, we had not been able to find information of what had happened to Tylee Ryan after that photograph was taken.
So in looking at what we're seeing here, can you take us through what's on this slide?
So I had gone through these data points, really data point to data point. Sometimes there's one or more minutes. Sometimes there's one every few minutes. Sometimes it can be hours between data points in some cases. And my intention here was to go through these data points as it traveled up to Yellowstone, because the device went to Yellowstone that day as well, and try to determine what possible investigative steps could be taken along that route, or particularly after that photograph was taken, that might lead us to more information about where Tylee had gone.
And with these slides, could there be some data points that are not included?
Yes.
And I guess for the benefit of the jury, when we talk about data points, do you know where that information is retrieved, or are there different types of data points?
Yes, there are. So Nick Balance had warrants had been served on the carrier for the phone, the cellular carrier, as well as Google for the Google account, which was associated with that same phone. Google provided different data than the cellular carrier, but Nick Balance had taken the data and put it into a Google Earth file for analysis. These different data points that both entities can provide. They consist of 3 types of data points. GPS, which was generally the most precise, sometimes down to a few meters in radius. Wi-Fi data points, which were generally less precise, usually 15 meters to sometimes a few hundred, even more than 100 meters in precision in the radius. And then cellular tower data, or the cell tower that had been used, and those can be hundreds of meters to even a few thousand meters or more, depending on the density of the towers. So this information was all compiled together, and so each data point really had to be looked at individually by looking at the underlying data to see how much confidence could be placed in a particular data point.
And if it had a smaller radius, would that generally mean it was more precise?
Yes.
And so were those oftentimes focused in on more?
Yes. The ones with those, the lower radius, the GPS and Wi-Fi were generally more important.
And if we look at this next slide, and I think there should be a laser pointer up there as well if that ends up being useful. But can you talk about what we're seeing on this slide?
So from that previous slide, the device actually had left the Rexburg area. It was last at a Maverick at 11:52 in Rexburg. That was the last time it stopped in Rexburg. And it had been there prior to that 11:52, but 11:52 is about when it appears to leave. And then we begin to see this data trail, these breadcrumbs, that as it moves to the west entrance of Yellowstone National Park, it's there about 13:29. And then it continues driving continuously until it gets around the Old Faithful Lodge area where Old Faithful Geyser is. Some of these data points are less precise, and that's roughly about 1450. We're not exactly sure at Old Faithful where it's at. But then we do get some more specific data points around 1504 around the Old Faithful Lodge cafeteria. And then after that, around the Old Faithful Geyser Rim, and then later in the parking lot at Old Faithful until about 1627. Then the device ends up traveling from that point further into the park down near Lewis Lake. And then it reverses track out the way it came to the west entrance, which it arrives at 1840, and makes one more stop in West Yellowstone, the town itself, in a commercial area near this Buckaroo Bill's Barbecue Grill. It seems to be right around that point.
And then based on that information, what would we be seeing in this slide?
So these are some of those data points I was talking about from specifically at Old Faithful Geyser. So up in this corner here, the upper left corner is actually the Old Faithful Geyser. This building here is the Old Faithful Lodge cafeteria. And this is the boardwalk around the geyser where people watch the geyser as it goes off. Around between 1504 and 1522, we saw these data points around, and they had a low enough margin, a low enough radius that helped me have confidence that it was around the cafeteria. And then starting about 1542, we see this large cluster of data points, and most of these are GPS data points, and it clusters around this particular spot. After 1604, the next data point picks up around 1652 in the park, 1615 in the parking lot, and by 1627, it appears to be pulling out of the parking lot and traveling eastbound.
And through the investigation, did you focus in on the boardwalk area?
So there were some photographs on a iCloud account associated or attributed to Lori Vallow, and that was the Lori for Style iCloud account. Within that account, some photographs have been retrieved in the course of the investigation, and the photographs of both JJ Tiley and Alex Cox appears to be taken on the boardwalk at Yellowstone at Old Faithful Geyser. The timestamp on this particular photo from that is at 1549 on the 8th, which according to the device for Alex Cox that I was looking at, that device had that cluster of data points between 1542 and 1604 at the at Old Faithful Geyser Rim.
And previously you talked about a last known photo of Tiley. Is this one of the photos you're talking about?
Yes.
And looking at the next I'll just make a note. We have times on here. These are in military time. Is that correct?
Yes.
So with the higher numbers, that starts putting us afternoon.
Yes,
So
after-
from
after
1 o'clock
12.
would be 13
Yes.
and so on.
Correct.
And what are we seeing in this particular slide?
So this is an overhead map view of Yellowstone National Park. Up in this upper left corner is the Old Faithful Geyser area, the lodge area. And this is US 287. It may have, the highway may actually have other names in different sections, but it continues on. It's a paved highway that ends up going past Yellowstone Lake, which is here, and this is Lewis Lake here. The device begins to travel east, and it continues until east until it turns south. It continues on this road until 17.8, and then it appears to turn back in reverse course and go back out. Near this turnaround spot, fortunately, there's quite a bit of the data points are very precise and frequent. Even in this case, you can see multiple at 1712. That it appears from my review that the vehicle couldn't have stopped for any duration, really much of any duration there, and had immediately probably just done a U-turn in the middle of the highway or something similar, and had reversed course and was heading back. And so the goal of my review here was to try to identify potential areas for follow-up investigation. And based on this, it did not appear that the vehicle stopped for any duration within the park other than at the lodge. And the only other time it stopped for any duration was at West Yellowstone near that commercial business area after it left the park. And although there are gaps in the data, like here's an example of gaps and gaps, the drive time between the gaps was consistent with the break in the gaps. So the vehicle appeared to be traveling at least as fast as a normal driving vehicle should be moving through the park. And round trip from here to this point and then back out to the west entrance is about a 2-hour, 50-minute drive. And according to the data points, it traveled that in 2 hours and 13 minutes. So under what would probably be expected. But of course, there's a lot of variables in traveling through the park with traffic and other things. But it didn't seem like there was any pause of any duration, any deviation from the main road, and particularly no stop in an unpopulated or non-busy area that I could observe.
And for the benefit of the jurors, 1712 would be about 5:12 p.m.
5:12 p.m.
And then did you continue to look at some additional data points for September 8th?
Yes. So after it leaves the west entrance to the park, it does make a stop in West Yellowstone itself. It's a commercial area. The closest business appeared to be this Buckaroo Bill's Barbecue Grill. I can't say if that's where it went, but it was there near that for about 17 minutes. And then the device starts moving again at driving speed. And again, along the route back, it didn't appear that there was enough data to support any kind of deviation or pause in the travel of any significant duration. The vehicle arrives back at 565 Pioneer Road, number 175, the residence for Lori Vallow at 20:37 or 8:37 p.m.
And based on what you reviewed with this data, did you come to a conclusion with regard to Tylee Ryan?
Yes. So the initial information about us conducting additional investigation at Yellowstone, I couldn't identify much of any points to investigate there other than potentially along the route traveled. And that based on the photograph and her last known proof of life, that she had, I had confidence that she had returned to this address at 8:37 p.m. And now that was our new point in our timeline that we needed to scrutinize our last known location for her.
And then we see the information continuing on the slide to Monday, September 9th of 2019. And there's some data points listed there. Can you indicate what the significance of those is? So
after it returns to 175 from Yellowstone, the device travels to a Maverick, which is a little less than a mile north of the residence. And it's there for about 10 minutes between 21:43 and 21:53.
That's here.
And then, although there are data points sometimes between these gaps, like between 21:53 and 22:44.
So this is their house.
Could be.
And this is just kind of like a blow up of how it is.
But the next location that it appears
That's
the device
picture.
is with confidence is at 2244 to 2315 back at Lori Vallows in unit 175.
Oh.
And then
Thank you, Gail Cat.
2344,
Thank you so much.
the device goes to, is at 107, or is most closely associated with 107. Throughout the night, there's a lot of data points actually, but many of them are cell tower data points, hundreds or thousands of meters is the confidence radius. And so I focused on the data points that gave us more confidence regarding where the device was, and there were a few. At 24242, and again 0242, and then one more time at 0337. The device has three GPS data points with a 4-meter radius associated with unit 175, or most closely associated with 175. Again, later that same morning, there are some more data points now more closely associated with 107, one at 437, one at 439, one at 441, another at 514, another one at 647, and then one at 849. These 6 data points are a combination of Wi-Fi and GPS, but their radius is between 8 and 37 meters.
And
you.
just to be clear, those data points on Monday, September 9th are in the early morning hours?
Yes. So, yes, those are early morning at 2:42 a.m. is that first one, and then it continues on the last 8:49 a.m.
And also to be clear, the device you're looking at is a device associated with Alex Cox.
Yes.
And also, do you know, and I think we've already said it, but do you know who primarily resided in apartment 175?
Lori Vallow and the 2 children at that time.
And do you know who primarily resided in number 107?
Alex Cox at that time.
Was there anything else that caught your attention with regard to those early morning times that the device was at number 175?
I continued this review throughout the entire month of September and was able to observe the activities, the general pattern of activity at night for that device. And a common pattern would be to be in unit 175, Lori's apartment, in the evening between about 8 and maybe 11:30 or even close to midnight. And then it seemed to depart. It would go over to 107 and stay there throughout the night and would not leave again until the morning or even sometimes noon the following day. So during the periods I reviewed in September, between midnight and 6 a.m., that device was in 107 and this is for the period when it first started appearing in 107, which was the night of September 5th, until really all the way up until the end of September, except for there was an exception on September 30th. It was somewhere else September 30th. So the general pattern was at night, it was in 107 between midnight and 6 a.m. And this was the only time that I observed it go to 175 between the hours of midnight and 6 a.m. Those 3 data points.
And on this next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing?
So this is really just a snapshot from the Google Earth
I don't know
file
where
provided
Gibbs
me
was.
from Nick Balance again with the data points as plotted. And these were the data points that I referenced. So this is an overhead of the Rock Creek Townhomes complex. Unit 175, this photo is dated, obviously,
Nope.
This was, I think the photo was from 2015. So as of 2019, in September, 175, or Lori Ballow's apartment, was up in this upper left corner. 107 was here in this group of apartments near this end. The distance between these 2 apartments is about 80 meters. And so the 3 data points that I talked about that appear in the early morning hours at 175, at 2:42, and again at 2:42 and 3:37, all with 4-meter, they're all GPS data points with 4-meter radius. They're really stacked on top of each other right there. They're right there. So then later that morning, we get some additional data points at 4:37, 4:39, 4:41, 5:14, 6:47, at 8:49. 4:37.
Hold on. Sorry. Go back and repeat them, please.
4:37, 4:39, 4:41, 5:14, 6:47, and 8:49. So those data points are grouped here, and the radius varies on these data points, but the range of them is 8 to 37 meter radius data points. Now, again, there were other data points received between these throughout the night, but because the radius was of such a high number, I couldn't say with confidence that they were in what they were at. I couldn't say that they're in the general area of the complex for the most part. So it didn't appear that it had left that area from what I observed.
And because of the meter radius on these being less than the distance between the two apartments, is that why you'd focus in on these particular data points?
Yes.
Did you then look at where the device was on Monday, September 9th of 2019?
Yes.
And what did you determine, or what did you learn?
The device departs unit 107 and 565 Pioneer Road at approximately 9 a.m. And then we receive data points as it travels north in the Rexburg
All right, so
area.
now we're leaving Rexburg.
To an address at 202 North, 1900 East in Rexburg, which is located 7 or 8 miles north of the 565 Pioneer Road address.
Going to Chad's.
It arrives there about approximately 9:15. I think we get a data point just maybe 100 yards or so south of the address. So it is just pulling in right about that time. That address was the residence at that time of Chad Daybell.
And this is Chad's
And
property.
again, the times that we're seeing would be in the morning hours, so later that same morning.
Yes, this is the same morning as those other data points. These are at 9:15, 9 and 9:15 in the morning.
Were you able to determine approximately how long the phone remained or the device remained in the area of the Daybell residence?
So between the time of 9:15 and approximately 9:45, there are numerous data points for the device in the area of the Daybell residence. Many of them are lower, they're a high radius, meaning a lower confidence in those data points. So I focused on the ones with a low meter radius. And
I'm glad it helps.
And there were really four, one at 9:21, another one at 9:22, one at 10:39, and one at 10:57. There are other, like I said, other data points coming in between these, and don't seem to show that it necessarily is not at that address, but I can't say it is in the intermittent times between these or after these. But by 11:45, the device is traveling southbound and returns to the Rexburg area, where at 11:52, it stops at a Del Taco for about 10 minutes. So the first data point at 9:21 is actually a data point that is behind the Daybell residence.
It's about right here.
It's a GPS data point with a 6-meter radius. At 9:22, there's another data point, and this is actually on the northwest corner of the property. It's also a GPS data point with a 3-meter radius.
And if we go to the next slide, do we start to see those data points?
Yes, so these are those 4 data points that I mentioned. So the first one at 9:21, first, this is an overhead of the Daybell residence from the same mapping software I was
plotted
using.
based on what I was hearing people describe. So
this here would be the
is
Daybell
my
residence.
estimate. This is not.
This is Salem Road, or also 1900 East, and this is 200 North here. And so this is the address at 202 North, 1900 East. So this is the main residence to the property. There's a barn-like structure here, a garage, like unattached garage, and some other small outbuildings, a shed. And, so the first data point appears there at 9:21. And again, that's a GPS data hit, a GPS coordinate with a 6-meter radius being the margin of error. At 9:22, approximately 1 minute later, there's a data point here by this. There's a gate into the property, and there is it appears through this gate you could drive onto the property. In fact,
yes.
So there's a data point there at 9:22. We don't receive any
Marilyn
quality in
Night,
until
Marilyn.
9:39 when we get a GPS data point with a 43-meter radius, and that's right in
Yes,
here.
because he went to Taco Bell or
And
Del
then at
Taco.
10:57, we get another one with a 5-meter radius here. And then by 11:45, we see, we actually do get a data point just slightly north of the residence on the road, like 11:42, probably it would be off the map, but just like 11:42, as if he drove like a block north and then he goes south. And so by 11:45, he's traveling south from the residence back into Rexburg and then to the Del Taco.
Oh, so he went up here and then he came
it
down here.
appears that most of the data points are in the same general location, but we have one that me looking at the screen is in the upper left corner. Did you learn any significance with relation to that data point?
I'm sorry, which data point?
Oh,
It's not
I believe
corner.
it's the one at 922, the one up in the northwest corner.
Only that there was a gate there that would allow a vehicle to get onto the back property.
At some point in your investigation, did the cluster of data points that are closer together gain more significance?
Yes, it did.
And what did you learn?
So we had obtained numerous devices in this investigation, several devices that were analyzed by the regional computer forensics laboratory had done most of them down in Salt Lake City. Some of these devices had been obtained in warrants from some of the addresses that had been executed and had been obtained in various ways. There was a particular device that had been obtained from a search warrant executed at the Daybell residence on January 3rd of 2020. There were several devices found, so this particular device, its relevance in the investigation was unknown. But these devices, after analysis by the forensics laboratory, they're put into a system for reviewing them. And it was that one particular device was being reviewed by Ben Dean.
Yeah, he
analyst
died
with
in
the FBI
December.
Boise. And he contacted me on June 1st of 2020 and notified me that he believed the device, based on information he was observing, belonged to Tammy Daybell at one point. And he had found a text within that dated Monday, September 9th, 2019 at 11:53 a.m. And it was a text from Chad that Tammy had received. And the text indicated that Chad had been burning limb debris on a fire on the fire pit on the property, and that he had also killed a raccoon and had dug a hole and buried it.
So he sent that about the time that
after learning of that,
after Alex had
additional
just left.
text, there's a couple references in there, and one specifically to the fire pit.
Yes.
Oh
Did
yeah,
that bring on
for sure.
new meaning to the location, to these data points?
Yes. Up until then, we had certainly observed these data points, but really didn't understand what, if any, significance to place to them at that point. Why a device for Alex Cox would be on the property back in that area, or at this point in the investigation. However, coupled with that text indicating that Chad, in his own words, was saying he was on the property burning something and burying something the morning of the 9th. At the same time, Alex's device was also present on the property. That this certainly set off a flag for us.
And do you know if those data points are in fact by some kind of a fire pit?
Yes, I don't have that marked on here, but I have been present on the property. I know that fire pit is roughly in this area.
And at some point, did this lead to obtaining an additional search warrant?
So when I was notified by Ben Dean regarding this text message, I contacted the Rexburg Police Department, spoke with Ron Ball and Detective Ray Hermosillo. We determined that based on this new information, a warrant should be sought for the property.
And was a warrant ultimately obtained?
Yes, the Rexburg Police Department sought a warrant and obtained that.
Were you present when that warrant was executed?
Yes.
Are you aware of what was found near those data points?
Human remains were found in this area, buried.
Do you know who those human remains were later determined to be?
Tyler Ryan.
And I think you had indicated that the device left the area headed towards Rexburg.
Yes.
And then the next stop after this was at a Del Taco.
Yes.
That's why that got the taco.
Did you focus on some other dates in September?
Yes. We had also been trying to narrow down the time period when JJ had last been seen. He had been in school, so that helped us determine that after
He was until he wasn't.
He was back in school, so
Yeah.
we knew that. And but beginning around September 22nd and into 23rd, his whereabouts were becoming more unknown to us. We couldn't find information to confirm.
Hi, Jimmy.
I found a hair of Lori's on duct tape around
JJ this particular period of time,
and now we're just tracing movements
with the device. It is at Lori Vallow's apartment, 175 between 1626 and
So this
1708.
is back at their apartments.
And I should say all of these are GPS and Wi-Fi data points that helped me determine summarize where it was, and the radius on them varied between 14 and 17 meters. And so that first data point, it was at Lori's at the first range, and then it appeared at 107 between 1709 and 1711. And then between 1712 and 1845, it's back at Lori's. And then between 846 and 2003, it's back at Alex's at 107. And then between 2004 and 2009, it's at Lori's. And then at 2011, it is back at 107. Now this shows the ending time being 2356 at September 22nd. That is actually just the last data point on the day of September 22nd. The next data point appears at 0011, so at 11 minutes after midnight. So there's a 15-minute gap between those, and that was fairly common. Sometimes, again, they could be a minute or two apart, or sometimes longer in this case. So the next data point we get at 11 minutes after midnight, but it's still at 107. And it doesn't appear, we get no other information that it moves from 107 until 9:41 in the morning. So the span of time really, that based on the data I observed, appears to be in 107 from 2011 on the night of the 22nd until 9:41 on the morning of the 23rd.
So this is the only time that he goes back and forth, back and forth,
Did you
back and
continue
forth.
to look at location data further into the day on the 23rd?
Yes. So beginning at 9:41, the device departs Unit 107. It travels from 107 and north toward in Rexburg north to we get
Now
to
this is
202
that
north,
same
900 east in Rexburg. So the
like
Daybell
here's
residence.
their place and
It
here's
arrives
theirs.
there approximately at 9:55. We get 6 data points between 9:55 and 10:12 around the Daybell residence, on or around the Daybell residence, and these are for a span of roughly 17 minutes. By 10:12, it appears to be departing the residence and traveling southbound back into Rexburg, and it goes to Lori Vallow's apartment at and gets there at 10:22 and stays till 11:14. These data points vary in precision. Again, the first one at 9:55 is a Wi-Fi 50-meter radius that seems to show that the device near the front of the property, near the garage. And then at 9:56, there's a GPS data point back by a pond that's on the property. And I call it a pond, but it's some kind of pit with, I think it sometimes has water and sometimes does not.
That's this.
And then at 10:02, there's also another GPS data point near that pond, and this is a 3-meter radius data point. And at 10:05, there's one now near the front door of the house, and this is Wi-Fi with a 68-meter radius, and then one at 10:07 near the front of the house, a 92-meter radius. And then the final one is at 10:12, and it's actually on the southwest corner of the property, really right in the middle of the intersection of Salem Road, which is 1900 east, 200 north. And that's a Wi-Fi 28-meter radius. And then after 10:12, I don't have this on here, there's subsequent data points that as the device travels down to 565 Pioneer Road and gets there at 10:22.
And so to be clear, the device leaves from Alex Cox's residence up to Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
Is that correct? And then the device returns to Lori Vallow's apartment?
Yes.
And on this next slide, can you tell us what this is?
So this is a still image taken from that Google Earth of the Daybell property with those 6 data points on it.
And again, I don't have
shows the
access to
location.
this. I
So again, this
had to
is the
go based
residence.
on all the
The
tweets
first
I could
one at
find.
9:55, which is the Wi-Fi 50-meter radius, is this one near the garage. Now this is there's a garage here on the property and driveway. At 9:56, the device is here according to the data point, which it's GPS with a 4-meter radius. And then the next one is at 10:02. And that one that's there by the pond with a 3-meter radius. And then by 10:05, it's here, and that's a Wi-Fi 68-meter radius, so not as precise. And then at 10:07, it's right next to it, but that's a 92-meter radius and also Wi-Fi. And then the final one is this one at 10:12, and it's right in the intersection Wi-Fi 28-meter radius. And again, after that, the device, there are additional data points that show that it's traveling south back into Rexburg.
And did those data points by the pond at some point gain more significance in the investigation?
Yes.
And how so?
When the warrant was executed on June 9th, 2020 at the Daybell residence, law enforcement was able to find human remains again in this area, which was later determined to be Tylee Ryan. And they also found human remains.
Thanks, Ivan.
Next to
Thank you,
underneath this
Ivan.
tree. And
We love ya.
those human remains were determined to be J.J. Vallow.
What'd you grill? Your comments made me hungry.
And again, the device leaves this area and returns to Lori Vallow's apartment.
Yes.
Were you able to determine through the month of September how often you located data points placing that device at or near the Daybell residence?
So in the month of September, I observed it on 4 occasions that the device was at or near the Daybell residence. The first time was on September 6th, and that was for an 11-minute period from 12:42 to 12:53. The device was there. Those particular data points there's not many in that short period of time, but the few data points are clustered in the front yard or near the front door of the house. There weren't any back on the back of the property or anything like that. And then again on September 9th, as previously discussed, that's where we first saw some back on the property. And then again on September 23rd, we had.
Thank you, Laura Ferris. Thank you.
And then there's another visit by the device.
Muchas gracias.
And this is a 17-minute visit to the property, and those data points are similar to the one on September 6th. They're really just clustered near the front of the property or the front door. You can't really say if it's even in the house or not.
Did you also look at some data points associated with a window tinting shop?
I did. So in the course of this review, we were trying to identify movements of the device and potential follow-up investigation and places that it went. And among the places that it went, on three occasions, all the short visits were on Monday, September 23rd at 13:53 to 13:58. The device appears to be at Advanced Window Tinting, 2551 West 6800 South in Rexburg. It returns to that same location on Wednesday, September 25th, but just for really a minute or two at 1902 to 1903. I'm sorry, 902 and 903, excuse me. And then it comes back later that same day, 1157 to 1159. And those are the only 3 times I observed that in September or October.
That's ironic that he got his, well, maybe not ironic, that he got his windows tinted after.
You had previously indicated that you were aware of an investigation into an attempted shooting of
like he
Brandi
needs to
Boudreaux.
hide stuff.
Yes.
Right.
And on this slide, you recognize that Jeep.
Yes, that's the Jeep that belonged to Tylee Ryan.
Are you aware of any description of a vehicle involved in the Brandi Boudreaux attempted shooting?
I'm aware that a Jeep with tinted windows was used.
And then we see another image there, and there's some print by those. Could you tell us what that image is of?
So the Jeep was searched by the Rexburg Police Department on December 19th of 2019, and the FBI's evidence response team assisted with processing the vehicle. And so I was not present for this search, but at a later time, I went through the photographs taken of the inside of the Jeep, and among the photographs were some photographs of some receipts. And when I looked more closely at these receipts, I obtained this information from them. One of the receipts is dated October 1st of 2019, and the time on it is 13/12. And it's from a restaurant in Mesa, Arizona called Los Favoritos. And it's a cash transaction for food and a beverage in the amount of $8.86.
And are you aware of when the attempted shooting of Brandi Boudreaux took place?
On the morning of October 2nd.
And do you know where that took place?
In Gilbert, Arizona, at the residence where Brandi Boudreaux was residing at the time.
And then there was a second receipt there and some print off to the side. Could you go over what that is?
Gray
So
is
the second
Idaho, pink
receipt
is Arizona.
is dated
green
October
is
18th,
Vegas.
2019 at 9:05 p.m.
He does have a
And it is
Batman voice, doesn't
Chick-fil-A
he?
receipt.
That's a good point.
Idaho for food and beverage, and it's a cash
He
transaction.
does have a
in the amount of
Batman voice.
$8.15.
Oh my gosh, now I can't unhear it. He does have a Batman voice.
And just to clarify the time on that receipt.
That was good.
I may have heard you wrong. I thought you
I
said
said-
9:05.
Oh, I'm sorry, 8:05 p.m. Though from the image itself, I can't read it right now what it says, but I recall it was at 8:05 p.m.
And I may have misheard you, so I just wanted to clarify that. Was there any significance of the October 18th date to you?
Yes, Tammy Daybell had passed away on the night of October 18th into 19th.
As part of your investigation, did you also look into determining when some devices were purchased?
So there were some additional devices that we were trying to identify where they'd come from and obtain records for them. Yes.
And did you, in fact, go to Walmart to obtain or attempt to obtain those records?
Yes, I did. So when the warrant was executed on the Homer J. Maximus Google account, there was another phone number, at least one other phone number that was associated with the Google account, and it was a number unfamiliar to us. We obtained a warrant for information on that. It was a track phone purchased from a Walmart in Idaho Falls at 500 South Utah Avenue. I went to the Walmart and obtained the receipt for the transaction for the purchase of that. It was purchased on September 25th, 2019 at 19:10 and 51 seconds. And it was a cash purchase. In the course of reviewing the device that I've referred to for Alex Cox and his Google account, I showed that his device was in the vicinity of that
Night,
Walmart
Kelly,
between
Bob Belly.
1903 and 1918.
Don't call your
So-
electrician
I was
husband.
just thinking,
hot
don't
cop.
tell your,
Around the
don't
same
call
time
him a hot
that
cop again.
this other phone was purchased.
Or do. I don't judge.
There was another device. So when the Rexburg Police Department went to try to do
Right.
a welfare check on JJ on November
Burner phones in the murder
26th
aisle.
of 2019, they came back the following day on the 27th and executed a warrant at that address and 107. And the next door address, I believe, was 174. But
Oh.
they found 107 largely empty.
Oops.
But many of the belongings that belonged to Alex Cox were now in 175. So during the execution of the warrant, they took certain items of evidence, but those items remained there in the residence, and Alex Cox never returned to get them. And he passed away in December. And in January of 2020, the property management company began to dispose of that property. I think some was thrown away, but some was retained in storage by the property management company and the maintenance manager. And investigators, including myself and investigators of the Rexburg Police Department, went and looked at these items. I went on multiple occasions to look at these items, photograph them, and certain items were taken as potential of investigative interest. But when the property management company
We see you.
inventoried items they removed, they found 2 cell phones. And one of those cell phones, they turned over those phones to the Rexburg Police Department.
No.
One of those phones was found to be a track phone purchased from a Walmart. And it was purchased from the Walmart in Rexburg, Idaho at 1451 North 2nd East. And I went to, again, to get an investigation and found it was purchased on October 8th, 2019 at 15:25 and 3 seconds. And again, it was a cash transaction. And when in the course of reviewing Alex's Cox primary device and his Google account number, he was at that Walmart between 15:01
Hi,
and
Geraldine.
15:37 on October 8th, 2019.
And when you went to retrieve the information regarding these phones, did Walmart in fact give you copies of the receipts?
Yes, they did.
And if you were shown what's purported to be copies of those, do you believe you'd be able to recognize them?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that, and I do not know if we have copies for defense counsel. Oh, sounds like they already have them. So they are marked as states 227A and 227B. If I could have those shown to counsel and then the witness.
Yes, you may.
And do those appear to be accurate
Just like
copies
them.
of the receipts that you received from Walmart?
Yes, they do.
And those are the receipts that we've been referencing just now?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of state's exhibits.
227A and B.
Yes, 227A and B.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, may I have voir dire?
You may.
Please take a look at 227A. And you've been an investigator with the FBI for 20
Oh
something
my
years. Is that right?
gosh.
Yes.
And how many receipts have you gotten from Walmart over those years?
Sit down,
A
Mr. Thomas.
bunch from probably.
Yes.
This is the cross, right?
What
No, he's
specific to 227A?
He's,
Oh, he's
this
choosing
is
a button.
literally
This is
just
the receipt that
for
you got
the
from
receipt.
them.
Ugh.
From my report, I reflected that in my report when I went there, that this is the receipt I obtained from them. I recognize the receipt.
Okay. You didn't put your initials on it
Oh
or
my
somehow
gosh.
differentiate it from anything else that you might have done?
Well, it was attached to the report that I created from
You-
that incident.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to speak over you. When you wrote your report, which parts of this receipt did you reference?
The date and time that it was received, and I think that's what's in my report.
Did you reference the ST number? I'm assuming that's the store number.
I referenced the location it came from.
Okay, so you didn't reference the store number.
I can't recall
Okay.
what was in my report.
You didn't reference the OP number.
I'm not sure if I did.
You didn't reference the TE number.
I would have to look at my report to see exactly.
You want
what
to do
I-
that?
Ah,
Sure.
Should we do that? Let's do that.
ah,
Can somebody get him his report?
ah. Just hearing him makes me. It's like you go from Batman to like.
That's fine. No.
Ugh, I don't even know what to compare him to.
I mean, there is no compare. I mean,
Ugh.
you
All right, for the record, Ms. Blake, would you indicate what the witness is being?
put a mask over anybody and their
The witness
bane.
is being handed a laptop that has the report he's
Well,
referenced that is
you're
being
born
referenced.
in the darkness.
Sit down.
She come in here swinging. He uses starch on Under Armour products.
Oh, Lord Lee. Yes, we go from Batman to the Joker. That's exactly what it is. He's awful.
All you need is a little.
Oh,
Okay.
You want to take the laptop? Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, that helps.
All right. So what information did you put in
a friend of mine made
your
this for
report
me.
that specifically references the specific receipt 227A?
So I just referenced the store number it came from, and then the phone number associated with the device.
I hope it's a Monty Python
So
reference.
the phone number would have been associated with the underlying data related to that purchase, which we had obtained from track phone. So I have to look at the track phone record to make that connection between the phone number and these particular serial numbers for the device.
Idaho,
And
you're
when did you get the receipt?
On April 10th of 2020.
Okay. And when did you get the track phone numbers?
I'll never unsee it.
They were provided. I'm not sure exactly when we got those.
Judge, I'm going to object to these. I don't think you have specific knowledge to say that these are the specific report. or
Why
specific
so serious?
Any response from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. I think the witness had said that he recognizes the receipts. They were attached to his reports and they were what were provided to him by
Yes.
Walmart. He's also referenced the
Ugh.
date and time located on the receipts matching with the date and times that he reviewed.
All right, I've considered that objection, balancing out the objection in the state's response. I do find there was an adequate foundation laid with the testimony of the witness, who's indicated that he referenced not only the store number, but a corresponding phone number, that he personally pulled these receipts and recognizes them. So they may be and will be admitted, and any further questions would be subject to cross-examination. So the objection's overruled. 27A and B are both admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sit down, Mr. Thomas.
And so as you were talking about these receipts, the receipt times then matched data location in regards to a device related to Alex Cox.
Yes, the device I referenced in my review that I was reviewing, including that data that was provided to me for his Google account. In the course of that review, it was near these locations at the times referenced.
And you previously said that this essentially became a joint investigation involving some other occurrences in Arizona.
Yes,
Do you recall looking at phone data from beginning Monday, September 30th through October 3rd of 2019 related to a device associated with Alex Cox?
Yes, so that the device I've been referencing and the Google account, I first had looked at it for the month of September. At a later time, Nick Balance provided me with another data file for October. So this actually goes between the two files. But
yes, Mary
on Monday,
Kay.
October 30th, there seemed to be a deviation from its normal pattern. From 1317 to 1632, the device is at 565 Pioneer Road, number 107, Alex Cox's apartment. And then there's a period of nearly 3 days. It doesn't go back to 107, and it does not appear back at 107 until Thursday, October 3rd, 2019 at 1420. So beginning on the afternoon of September 30th, that night, that device appears to be at 175 that
and
night.
Del Taco.
Then the night of October 1st,
And Del
also
Taco.
at 175.
He ate the Lord's
and then
chicken.
the night of October 2nd at
And Del Taco.
175. And also
I'm pretty sure he doesn't care about a claim on chicken.
Does it go back to 107?
Yeah, that's probably true.
And were there some other data points associated with that device that aren't indicated on this slide?
Yes, this is a summary.
My precious.
And is this a summary of the activity that drew your attention?
Guys are just hitting all of
And
my
that was
impressions.
a pattern with regard to that phone.
Yes.
Did you also look at location data related to several gun ranges?
So in the course of my review, I documented periods of time when the device was at or near gun ranges, specifically a gun range in Rexburg, Idaho, the Unified Sportsman's Gun Club range, and then one in Fremont County as well.
And on this slide, does this cover the dates that you found the device to be at or near a gun range?
Yes, so this is a portion of the data for the particular days of September 3rd, September 26th, and September 27th. So on September 3rd, between 1345 and 1346,
sounds like a strip club.
It appears to be close to this very narrow
and/or a strip show in Las Vegas.
Travels from 1405 to 1436, and then it's back at the gun range after that from 1459 to 1651. On the 26th, from 1654 to 1858 appears to be the gun range. And I've noted here.
Oh, I did that for you.
That
sorry.
A lot of this data is
what is that?
Cell tower data, not very specific. It's in the area of the gun range. Is it possible it's not at that gun range the entire time or not at that gun range at all? Yes.
What is that?
In the vicinity of there, based on the quality of the data that day.
SI?
And also on September 27th, we have a similar situation from 1554 to 1845.
That was my fault.
The device.
How do you do that for me?
This gun range, the Unified
I put it in the StreamYard instead of in YouTube.
Did you also look at data related to September 28th?
So on
all the
Saturday,
tech stuff I know.
28th, it was also at that same shooting range, the Unified Sportsman's Gun Club. And from 1525 to 1758, we had a series of data points in that area. On this particular day, we had a number of GPS data points as
I wouldn't want to listen to this
down
data dump with anybody else. It's true.
This is my favorite dump.
Of the range.
The fact that we still have as many of you hanging in with us as you are, thank you.
As well. And at a gun range, it's typical for people to set up a target, and when the line is clear, to go down range to get either set up their target or go look at a target they've been firing at or retrieve one when they're done. And it appears we have the device going down range.
That's where they're taking the 144,000.
This is a rifle range. This is a 100 meter, 200 meter, and 300 meter berm. So it appears to go possibly to the 200 meter, but also to the 300 meter berm, and then return to the firing line again.
And is there, over in what would be my right-hand corner on the lower side, can you tell us what we're seeing there, what that other structure would be?
This?
Yes.
So this is another gun range. It appears to have a much closer berm to the firing line. That appears probably, based on this being 100 yards,
Ooh.
I would guess a 50-yard range.
Good point, Law Nerd Amber. Good
something
point.
that somebody could probably shoot rifle or pistol on that.
Good point.
Generally, this would be a rifle range based on the distance in my experience.
And based on the data points that you recovered, did it appear that the device was over in the shorter pistol range?
Not on this particular day. At least we had no data from that.
Did you also look at data involving the device being located at shooting ranges or gun ranges in the month of October?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what did you locate?
Look, I made the charge. I can only make data so
on
interesting.
October 7th, it actually went to multiple gun ranges.
It was in the beginning.
Very appears to be very
Yeah,
narrow windows
very
of time,
beginning.
so it might have just almost just driven by.
They found a Lori hair
1240
in the duct tape that was wrapped around JJ,
and then left immediately in that vicinity. And then it went back to
JT. Did
Alex's
they say what
apartment at
part of the
565
duct
Pioneer
tape? I don't
Road.
think they did.
Was
They?
there
No.
for
I don't think so.
maybe a minute, and then it was went back to a different gun range. Went to a different gun range
Crazy.
in Rexburg, the Unified Sportsman's Gun Club, and it was there from 1325 to 1329 in that vicinity. And then
I
it
literally
drove
only
to
hear Batman
the
now.
Fremont County Sportsman's Club public shooting range again, the one it had been earlier in the morning. It was there from 1350 to 1416. It left there and traveled to Alex's apartment at 565 Pioneer Road, number 107. Again, was there from 1437 to 1443, and then travels from there back to the Fremont County.
Ew!
From 1524.
Brain bleach.
And then did he go back on October 8th?
So there were two visits to shooting ranges on October 8th. Device appears to go to the Sportsman's Gun Club, one in Rexburg, but only for a very short time, 1 or 2 minutes. It appears to go there and leave. And then it goes from there to the Fremont County Sportsman's Club public shooting range, gets there at 11:07 and stays till 12:29. I did note that there were, the device appeared to be near around 100-yard range, at least for part of the time it was there.
And generally the 100-yard range, would that be getting over into where people normally shoot rifles?
Yes.
Were there some additional days in October when the device was at or near gun ranges?
Yes, on October 12th, it went to the Fremont County Sportsman's Club public shooting range and was there from 1457 to 1701 in that area. And in here, I noted that it had spent time around the 50-yard range. And
I'm sorry, I can't do it.
It was back at the same shooting range again from 1249 to 1440. And it seemed to be at two different ranges, one a rifle range, one a pistol range.
Did you locate additional data
It's
points
like
for
Taco
October 15th
Bell,
of
but
2019?
different.
So it went again to two shooting ranges on the 15th. It went to starting in the morning at 1801 to 920. It was at the Fremont County Sportsman's Club public shooting range, again near the 50-yard range. And then it left there and traveled to Walmart from 9:34 to about 10:15.
He sure does go to Walmart a lot.
And it traveled to Alex's apartment, 10:24 to 12:16. Then to the apartment for Lori Vallow in 175 from 12:17 to 13:17. And then back to Alex's apartment, 13:19 to 13:27. It and leaves there and travels to the vicinity of the residence of Chad Daybell, 13:41 to 13:56. It's there about a 15-minute period. It then departs there, goes back to the apartment for Lori Vallow from 14:54 to 15:15, and then back to Alex's apartment from 15:17 to 16:01. And then back to the same shooting range it had been at in the morning at the Fremont County public shooting range. And it's there from 16:23 to 18:17. And it's a little unclear, but it's kind of between a 50-yard and 100-yard range in that area.
Was that the last date in October that you discovered any location data associating Alex Cox with being in the vicinity or a device associated with him in the vicinity of a gun range?
Yes, that was the last time I saw him travel. The device traveled to a gun
Thank you,
range
Nan R. I appreciate that so much.
that I reviewed.
Did you focus in on the date of October 9th, 2019?
Yes, I did.
And was there a reason that you were specifically looking at October 9th of 2019?
There was an incident at the residence of Chad Daybell on that evening.
And are you aware what the incident was?
Yes, it was reported that a person wearing a mask had pointed a weapon or a paintball gun at Tammy Daybell while she was unloading her car in front of the garage.
And I should back up and ask, is this part of the reason why you were looking at the data location involving gun ranges?
Part of it, yes.
What was the other part of that?
I really reviewed all of the data, but I didn't note these trips to the gun ranges. But because of our concern that the weapons could have been.
Is that true?
When you say the weapons, were those weapons recovered from a residence?
There were weapons recovered from Unit 175 where Alex Cox had left his
I
belongings.
drew a map.
Did those also have relevance based on the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes.
So then, based on that attempted shooting of Tammy and focusing in on October 9th, what are we seeing in this slide?
So on October 9th, the device goes to Idaho Falls. And while in Idaho Falls, it goes to the Sportsman's Warehouse at 2909 South 25th East in Ammon, Idaho, which is really a suburb just east of Idaho Falls. And from 1534 to 1612, there's a series of data points in and around the Sportsman's Warehouse. These are all Wi-Fi data points with a radius of 15 to 87 in level of precision. And these are plotted on overhead map here from the file I was reviewing. And on the left here are some of the initial data points with the dates and times out near this end of the parking lot. This here is actually the Sportsman's Warehouse itself. And after these initial data points, we have a number of them that appear to be located within the store itself. Of course, because of the margin, we have one, for example, up here that they're located in this area of the store. And so for that period of time, I thought possibly the device and Alex Cox could have been visiting that store.
And based on your belief that he may have been in that store, what, if anything, did you do further in the investigation?
I went into the Sportsman's Warehouse and attempted to conduct additional investigation.
Do you want to see if we can
And
do one and a
additional
half?
investigation did you conduct?
Let me know now.
I contacted the Sportsman's Warehouse and retrieved all of the receipts for all purchases for a 45-minute period around the time that the device was there.
He'll still sound like
And you say
Batman.
around the time the device was there. So did you look at times prior to when the first data point was hitting?
Yes,
I said he'll still sound like
from
Batman.
16, 15, so a few minutes either side.
We're getting yeses.
Did they provide the responsive
Okay.
receipts?
Yes.
Did any receipt in particular draw your attention?
You want to take this opportunity to switch?
Yep.
So it's not the exact number, but approximately.
Awesome. We're going to switch over to the, we're just going to switch over to the feed.
We're just gonna s-
Different feed.
Different feed. Ooh, different feed.
It's true. If it's too fast, we can go back.
Well, I mean, I've got everything charted out for that specific reason, like so that
Mm-hmm.
we can shoot. How far? Alrighty.
It's going to count backwards.
Yeah.
So then
Which
I think you
is-
just need to push it forwards.
What's 3 hours and 16 minutes minus where are we at? 42. So that's okay.
How far were we?
We were 3 hour and 50. It's 3 hour and 15 minutes in, and we were 40. We're 40, like 41 minutes out. So like 3, ish.
2.5 hours.
Covered
Yes, it
any
does.
location data associating Alex Cox with being in the
Let's see.
vicinity or a device associated with him in the vicinity of
He
a gun
traveled to
range?
Walmart.
Yes, that was the last time I saw him travel. The device traveled to a gun range at least in the month of October that I reviewed.
Oh, now we get the thinking.
So many Batman quotes.
Focus in on the date.
That was so
October 9th,
loud.
2019.
Sorry. Oh, we're gonna need an abacus at this point.
Yes.
Well,
I
John
did.
Thomas uses an
And
abacus.
was there a
they said.
reason that you were specifically looking at October 9th of 2019?
There was an incident at
There was an incident.
the residence of Chad Daybell on that evening.
And are you aware what the incident was?
Yes.
Dang,
was
even at
reported
one and a
that,
half, he sounds like Batman.
A person wearing a mask had pointed a weapon or a paintball gun at Tammy Daybell while she was unloading her car in front of the garage.
We were
and I should
further
back
than
up and
this.
ask, is this part of the reason why you were looking at the data location involving gun ranges?
Part of it, yes.
What was the other part of that?
I really reviewed all of the data, but I didn't expose those fingers to do tasks that you need that manual dexterity.
And these are, in fact, copies of photos that were taken by you in the store?
Yes.
And then looking at the thermo 3-hole, I believe is how it was identified on the receipt. Is this an accurate depiction of a photo you took?
Yes, correct. So based on the SKU, this is the same item, though the brand on the tag was Igloo's 3-hole ski mask, but how it appears on the receipt is a thermal 3-hole FA. But the picture on the right, the gray picture, the gray mask is the one that was in stock. It had the same SKU.
I
as
don't
the one
go
on
to
the
Walmart
receipt.
and get a ski mask before you
And,
go.
when I went to the website and also searched the SKU,
With
they had a photo on their website of the mask. and
all
that
the
was this
information
one,
on there
and
to
it was
prove
also listed
that
as the
you
same
just went and got a
item
ski
on the
mask to
website
go
as well,
try to
using the
shoot
same SKU.
somebody.
It's like the first time you went out to, be a Cape
Those
Crusader.
trial
After you
insignificance are drawing your
Googled how
attention.
to take
Can
the
you tell us
seats
what we're
out
seeing in
and
this slide?
everything.
So these are the frog
Night,
talk pants they
Tish.
had in stock there in the store, and the SKU for the
Oh, dang. Oh, dang. What in the world? Knit your own ski mask, folks. Have we taught you nothing?
But we did now.
Steer clear of the murder aisle. And don't buy your burners at Walmart. There's cameras everywhere. You got to get them at like those little gas stations where like nobody really wants to go unless you're getting something sketchy.
We're in the middle of a mall.
Right.
Are there still malls?
What
I
is
guess so.
happening? What is happening?
That's okay.
Experience interruptions.
I'll just keep doing
right about
Batman.
now. Oh my gracious.
these pants in the store are the same ones as on the receipt, and the number on the receipt, the SKU is actually again size specific, and so this had the same SKU as the receipt. And so I took a photo of the pants. I took a photo of the pants and also the tag with the UPC, and to look up the SKU, I might say we had to use a handheld scanner that they have, an inventory scanner, to verify the SKU was the same. But I did that with an employee helping me, and I looked at the scanner to verify they were the same.
Did you also look at some searches done by on the Homer J. Maximus account?
Yes. So Google has
Homer
a
J.
search function,
Maximus. That's the
and
stupidest
when you
damn
search
name.
Google, they can track information regarding searches that you've conducted. And on the Homer J. Maximus Google account, a number of searches were conducted, and including there was a search on October 9th of 2019, and the search term that was searched was frog talk sizing for pants.
And October 9th is the same day that Alex Cox's device was in the Sportsman's Warehouse vicinity?
Yes, that was the date that, yes, correct.
And then just to clarify as well, some property turned over to law enforcement from the property management company of those Pioneer Place apartments, turned over a pair of pants similar to this?
Yes. So Detective Ray Hermosillo of the Rexburg Police Department had been in communication with this property management person about the pants previously, but she still had them in her possession when I went there this day. I alerted Ray Hermosillo to finding these pants, and he went and retrieved them from her. And when he got them, they actually still had the tag on them, and it still had the sports.
He is not good at being a criminal.
It had the same UPC and SKU, and it was also Frog Talk brand Bullfrog rain pants size large.
Frog Talk.
And did you personally observe those pants that were recovered?
Yes.
And did they appear to be the same pants that were
Yes.
seen in the photo or similar?
Yes.
My waiters for fishing.
Did you look at additional location data
I got
associated
Frog
with
Dogs, the
a device associated with Alex Cox on October 9th of
towel
2019?
thing.
Yes. So this is that same device that I've been reviewing through September, and then into October, I continued that review and what its activities were on the 9th. So I actually started that review those files.
I don't
after
think it was
I
a
went to
paintball gun.
Sportsman's
Tammy
Warehouse
said that,
this
but I
first
think
time,
that's because
Nick Balance
she
had alerted me
doesn't
to those data
know.
points the first time I went
I could
there,
be
but
wrong.
then
That's just
subsequently
my
I
own
reviewed
little
that same
personal
data
theory.
more, and
But I don't
it
think it was a
continued
paintball gun. I
through
think
all
they
the
were
data
trying to
points,
kill
but
her.
from start to finish.
But I
What
think
did you
that
learn about,
if you're like a normal person, you're
what
not going to
other
think that
location
somebody's
data from that
actually
day drew
trying
your
to kill
attention?
you. So she probably thought it was a paintball gun.
So after the device
That's
is
my
at
theory.
the Sportsman's
She's the only
Warehouse,
one who said it was a
it
paintball
leaves the
gun.
Sportsman's
And
Warehouse
there were no
approximately
paintball
1612.
marks.
Shortly after that purchase was made, and travels north from Hammond, Idaho. It travels up to Rexburg on Highway 20, but it doesn't go back to his residence where he would normally have turned off Highway 20. It bypasses the exit for his residence. And
That's so nice of you to say about me.
To the vicinity of 1900 East in Rexburg, Idaho. That's the
I
residence
think you're
of Chad Daybell.
confused.
However, it doesn't seem to
Darn
stop.
right I am.
It drives
Look,
by
don't
his
they have
address.
that AI
It
stuff
drives
now
over to
where
Highway
you
20,
can
which
take
is
some like
it's about a
stuff
little over
of
2
somebody's
miles
voice
east
and
of the Daybell
make it
residence. It turns
into
around and drives by
whatever
the
you want it to
Daybell
say?
residence again,
Look, you
and then
mix
drives
him
south
and
out of the
Detective
area and
Daddy.
back to 107. Up to 565
Gonna be our
Pine
new
Road, so
merch.
Alex's apartment.
An
He
AI
arrives
that
at
will
his
read you a
apartment at
bedtime story in
1716,
the voice of this
and
guy,
then
Detective
the
Daddy.
device appears to
Batman and
stay there
Detective Daddy.
all that night and until 11:28 the following day. So again, I have it ends on the 9th. 23:53 is the last data point on the 9th, and then it picks up at 3 minutes after midnight at 00:03, and as their next data point. But there are data points between these times, and then it stops at 11:28 when it does leave 107 again.
And can you describe what we're seeing in this slide?
So this is an overhead map of the area around the Daybell residence and just south of the residence. So this is the data points that I referred to, what that appears to be that the device drives up near the residence, drives past it, turns around and comes back. The first data points, there's actually 2 down here at 1649. You see 1 here at 1650, 1651, 1652, and it continues across until it turns around, and then it appears to have come back. We have 1 at 1658, for example, and there's 1 off here at 1701. And I can't tell you exactly what the radius is on that one, but it appears to continue on south. There's 1 at 1703, and then we see it go south out of the area and arrive back at his apartment.
And we see one data point. There's a yellow line, a thicker yellow line, and there's a data point up by that. Do you know what that thicker yellow line represents?
Yes, this is Salem Road or 1900 East, and this is 200 North, and that yellow line is going by the Daybell residence. So that yellow pin is where the Daybell residence would be at that intersection.
And then if we look at this
100%.
next slide,
100%.
No.
can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So this is a zoomed in view of a similar area as the last map. So we have Salem Road or 1900 East, 200 North here on the south, and the Daybell residence at the corner of this intersection. And this had this is
That
the same
is
data
a
points as
Gilmore Girls
the
reference, the name,
travel
and it makes me happy.
20, over to Highway 20. There's a data
Never
point
seen
right
that.
here, a 1651 GPS data point, and that one
So
had a
good.
6-meter radius. There's another one here that is less precise, though, at 1652. So I can't say if it paused here at all. If it did pause, it would have been for a very short period of time. It couldn't have been more than a minute or 2.
And by where that data point is, there's a black line, a thicker black or gray line. Do you
Yeah.
know what that is?
So
Like
yes,
Zachariah
this
Anderson.
is a
That's why they go
canal
through
that runs
self-checkout.
under 200 North, I believe, like an irrigation canal. And
And was there anything else that seemed significant about that particular location?
so in light of the events that took place regarding Tammy Daybell, that somebody had allegedly
I
shot at
love
her or
it.
pointed some kind of paintball gun at her, law enforcement had done an investigation regarding that. And I'd also been to this location. And I noted that this road is fairly narrow. There's
Hi,
no
Kimberly.
shoulder.
Thanks for
There's
coming.
Hi, Kimberly.
ditch on either side of the road. And based on where I was looking for a possible location where this person could have gone, and or if there was a vehicle nearby where that vehicle might have been, and there really was no place for a vehicle that I could find, or very few. And one of the few places would be in somebody's driveway to get off the road, which could arouse suspicion. Or right here near this canal, there's a little pull off for basically one vehicle.
Yes.
I think there was something to adjust
Yes.
water flow or to the ditch right there, and maybe a gate into this large pasture right here. But the next closest road is 2100 East if you go east, and that's a full mile from Salem Road to go that way. And to go north, it's a similar distance up to, I believe, you hit the canal before you even hit a road again going north. So there's really not a lot of roads up in this area. So that area was a potential of interest to us because if a person had done such a thing and needed a vehicle to get out of the area, that was a possible place they could have parked.
And previously, we talked about a device that was purchased at Walmart, and that device was ultimately associated with Alex Cox on October 8th. Is that the same one that we talked about previously?
Yes.
Were you able to determine when that device was activated?
Yes, that device that was purchased on the 8th was not activated until October 9th in the afternoon at 1:20 p.m.
And we go back a few slides here. You had talked about the main device associated with Alex Cox returned to that Pioneer Road, his residence, on the night of October 9th at about 7:16 p.m. or in the evening.
Yes.
And it appeared to remain there for the night.
Yes, it did.
With regard to this new device, did you notice any activity or learn of any activity on that device?
So the device, once it was activated, it communicated with another device that was attributed to Chad Daybell during the period of 17:13 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. And it was communicated by text message. And I believe there were 10 texts during that time period.
Do you know, was any location data recovered in relation to the device we're talking about now?
No. So this device that was activated that day, we were not able to get any location data related to the device. And even the cell phone carrier couldn't even give us cell towers that it had used. And my understanding was, at least with that particular carrier, they didn't keep that information when it was text messages and not calls. And so because it was text messages, we don't know where the device was, just that there was transactional records.
And I believe because they were only transactional records, you were not able to recover the content of those texts either.
Correct. Most carriers don't retain content, at least at this time is my understanding. And the few that did retain it, they retained it for very short periods of time, a week or less, I believe.
And Your Honor, I'm just looking at the time. I'm at a point in the testimony if the court wanted to break, or I can continue to move forward, but we're at a point that it could make sense to take the lunch break.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and do that? So we'll be on lunch break. Let's reconvene at 12:45.
That's questionable, Annie, but we'll go with that.
Regular.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Dean had me rolling.
All right, is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
We are, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and have the jury brought back in, please, Mr. Bailiff.
Activate the device.
Dean Sparks, where you been?
He's back.
He's back.
It's true. Yes. C. All the way through college in terms of community theater, yes. I'm not doing the dance, Lisa. Maybe one day. All right.
All right, I got my chart pulled up too because they're going over some of the data stuff.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated.
Okay, this was the October. Here we go, October that they were just talking about where Tammy was last seen alive.
Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow. The state continues with its case in chief.
And then
Mr. Wright, you've previously been sworn in or still under oath.
Alex was looking at how to take the seat out of the Jeep. Then
Thank you, Your
Brandon
Honor.
was shot at.
And just for the benefit of the jurors, I think before we broke for lunch, we'd been talking about a new device that was activated on October 9th. And is it correct that the device normally associated with Alex Cox, or most often associated with him, had remained at his residence as far as any data location on the night of October 9th?
Yes, that's correct.
And then this new device became active, and there were the text messages with the device associated with Chad Daybell between 7:13 and 10:30?
Yes, that's correct.
And then with regard to the month of October, did you look at some additional location data?
Yes, I did.
Were there some specific days or a date that you focused on?
I observed some activity between October 16th and October 18th where the device left Rexburg area and went to Las Vegas.
And could you determine
Sin City.
endpoint in Las Vegas or one of the stops at least there?
Yes, so it left on the 16th, and from Lori Vallow's address 175, it went to the Comfort Inn and Suites in Hurricane, Utah, along I-15, and it stopped there for the night. And then the device continued on into McCarran International Airport, which is now Harry Reid International Airport. It was there on Thursday, October 17, 2019. It was there from 1356 to 1410, and then it drove back from that point back to Rexburg. There were some other stops on this trip at like gas and restaurants and things like that, but the trip was fairly continuous other than the overnight.
And did the trip have any relevance that you determined to the investigation?
Yes.
And what was that?
That Lori Vallow had taken a flight from Las Vegas on the 17th.
And did the date of Friday, October 18th become important in the investigation?
Yes.
And why was that?
The night of the 18th into the 19th was the night that Tammy Daybell died.
And can you describe what we're seeing on this particular slide?
So on the so on the afternoon of the 18th, the device had left the apartments at 565 Pioneer Road and drove south to Idaho Falls. It was there for the afternoon at a few different locations, but the last location was in the vicinity of the Chick-fil-A at 1958 to about 2132. It's in or around that Chick-fil-A area in Ammon, Idaho. At around 2132, it drives north from Ammon, Idaho towards Rexburg. It actually bypasses the normal exit to go to Alex Cox's residence and continues north towards the Daybell residence. So this map is an overhead view of Rexburg is in the southern part of this map. The Daybell residence is this pin on the north part of the map, and this is part of that trip back from Ammon, Idaho, and Idaho Falls area, back up towards the Daybell residence. So at 2205, approximately, it's near this interchange exit on Highway 20, and then it continues north to this area. It says Salem right there, but right at that intersection of Salem Road, and I think it's Salem Church Road is the east-west road. There's a Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints chapel there, and the device stays in that area for a period of time. And there's a period of time when we receive data, and there's a period of time when we receive no data. And then the next data point that appears is that after this period of no data is a data point at 2353. We get a data point right here. That's actually a Wi-Fi hit of about 110 meter radius. And starting at that point, there continues to be data after that regular data as the device actually doesn't go back to Rexburg. It continues on south of Rexburg back to Idaho Falls.
Did the device remain in Idaho Falls for the duration of that night? Could you tell?
Yes, it appeared to go to a hotel in Idaho Falls, a Hilton Garden there, and stay the night.
At that point, do you know if Alex Cox still had the apartment or the residence on Pioneer Road?
Yes, on subsequent nights, he stayed in 107 on Pioneer Road.
And with regard to that Chick-fil-A notation, do you recall some of the receipts that we looked at earlier that were recovered from that Jeep?
Yes.
Did the receipt recovered regarding Chick-fil-A on Friday, October 18th, did it appear to fall within that time frame?
Yes, it was October 18th at
Annie, that is a
8:05 or
Lord's chicken.
20:05
You can have it anytime you want to, except for
from that
Sundays.
same Chick-fil-A.
And if we look at this next slide, can you describe what we're seeing in this one?
So this is part of that same map, but just zoomed in. And this shows the spot where the device lingers in this area here. This is the LDS church here. And this is the Daybell residence on the north part of the map. The distance between those 2 points along Salem Road is about 2.6 miles. And it stays in this area beginning at 2207. And we get 38 minutes of data points. And then there's an hour and a half of no data before we get that data point back on Highway 20 as it's heading south.
And through your investigation, did you learn of Alex Cox knowing anyone else in that area besides Chad Daybell?
No, we did not identify anyone else that he knew in that area other than Chad Daybell.
Did they say my pleasure?
Slide, can you describe what we're seeing here?
So this is a zoomed in view of that LDS chapel at this is Salem Road, and I think this is Salem Church Road.
You can,
And,
Melissa. You just have to say an extra
31st
prayer
to North
right
Salem
before you
Road.
eat it.
And the first data points are on the left.
2 Hail Marys and an Our Father.
And
Thank
at
you
least
for
one of those
Lord's
is a
Chicken.
GPS coordinate.
Even on a Sunday.
And then for the next,
No, I'm sorry. Can we have him please talk in the microphone? I'm really having a hard time hearing him.
Okay.
so
Sir.
the next data points are over here, and these are Wi-Fi data points. We get a total of 16 data points between 2207 and 2245 before we stop receiving any more data for a period of time. I think the previous slide shows that margin of error. The one 2 slides back shows what the margin was on those Wi-Fi data points.
You're just missing insanity. That's all.
So these 16 points ranged from some were GPS
Good night,
and some were
Gail.
Wi-Fi.
Night,
Radius
Gail.
to 122 meter radius for those 16 data
Thanks
points.
for
that we
hanging
saw
out.
populated. Some appear on the house, some appear by the church.
Oh my God. Is that even possible?
So at 2245, there isn't any more data from there.
That's how Chad got his Batman cape.
And that one appears on Highway 20.
He'll go to
heading
Burger King and
south.
ask for
And then again, there's regular
a
data
Whopper
after
and a
that as it
Frosty.
continues on to Idaho Falls.
Mm-hmm.
The distance from the church to the point where we get that first data point after the period of no data at 2353 is about a 7-minute drive. So if the device was in a vehicle traveling on the highway, it maybe would have left. If it had come from this spot, we don't know, but an estimate is maybe it left at 2346, roughly deduct 7 minutes from 2353, could give you an idea of the span of time. But we just don't know where the device is for an hour and 8 minutes, other than it does appear just south of this location again.
And when we see the data points on that residence located next to the church, are those data points within a radius that the vehicle or the device could have been in the church parking lot?
Yes.
So why is he 2.5 miles from that house the night Tammy dies?
With regard, I think this is what you were referencing as well, but is this just depicting, again, those times?
Yes, correct. That's
in the
that's
church
the
parking lot
information I
hanging
just
out.
mentioned.
Something ain't right.
And through your investigation, you reviewed the data location for the month of October, is that correct, of 2019?
Yes.
Is this a summary of the times that a device or that device was in the vicinity or at the Daybell residence?
Yes, during the month of October,
He's
I
awful.
identified 3 dates that it seemed to go into the vicinity of the Daybell residence. The first one was October 9th, which I talked about previously, when it doesn't seem to stop at the residence. It just drives up to the intersection near the residence, drives east, Highway 20, turns around and drives back by the residence before driving south back to Alex Cox's residence. On October 15th, 2019, it went to the residence again between 1341 and 1356, about 15 minutes. These data points were in the front or area of the residence, and there weren't any data points anywhere else on the property. They just seemed to be near the front of the residence. And then on Friday, October 18th, 2019, it drives to that church, which is 2.6 miles south of the Daybell residence. None of the data that I saw for the 18th showed that device going closer than 2.6 miles or going up to the actual Daybell residence.
If I may have just a moment.
Serena, it is a Detective Daddy voice, isn't it? It's like, it's very, and this is at 1.5.
Your Honor, I do not have any
1.5?
additional questions. I do have
I
the
think
jump
I put it
drive
at
to admit
1.5.
as the actual exhibit. The court already has the printed out slides.
Very well. We'll have that admitted as the jump drive with the PowerPoint presentation.
And it is exhibit 299 for the record.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Blake. That will conclude the direct examination. Then, Mr. Thomas, are you conducting cross?
I am, Judge.
Very well.
Ugh. Sit down, Mr. Thomas. If you're just joining us, I'm not a fan.
John Thomas was Backpack Lawyer's mentor.
That's Mr. Wright.
I
Good
could see
How are you doing
that.
today?
I'm good, thank you.
Good.
Here we go. We're going to question your
Um,
degrees.
It looks like you went to the FBI Academy in 1997.
There it
Is that
Go.
right?
There we go.
Okay. Is that after
First
you
thing every time.
went to college? Did you go to college?
I did.
Did you go
Was
to
that
college?
prior to 1997?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go to school?
Southern Utah University.
Oh, were
Okay.
colleges around back
And
then?
then-
Oh, were they?
Was this your first job out of college?
Oh my
I
God.
worked for a manufacturing company while I was in college. At the same time I was going to school.
Okay.
Ugh.
And was this your first job out of college though? After the
Pretty much,
military?
yes.
Okay. You indicate that you did your last 11 years in Denver in the Violent Crimes Unit, Crimes Against Children. Is that right? And that was 2007 to 2018.
Yes.
And then at what point did you become a contract special investigator?
I've been doing that a little over a year.
Oh, from today?
Yes.
I see. So you were
So
special,
after my retirement, I came on as a contractor doing some investigative work for the FBI.
okay. So you were a special agent during the time of most of this investigation. Is that right?
Yes, from the start of the FBI investigation in November 2019, when I was first notified, I was the case agent until my retirement at the end of August of 2021.
Okay. So you retired in August of 2021.
Yes.
Oh my God,
And you're just
Melissa.
going to say, wait, I had to start doing some consulting.
Pretty much, yeah. All I do now is just background investigation of security clearances, government employee security clearances.
Did you
I'm not
initial
doing
it?
criminal investigations
Did
anymore.
you initial it?
And are you still working out of the Pocatello office or are you at a different office?
I still reside in Pocatello, but most of my work, I don't have to go into the office.
Oh, okay. But is it field type work where you go out?
Yeah, exactly. They send me work orders for the interviews for these background investigations. I conduct them and I can submit them.
Okay.
I can work
All
from
right,
home.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Thomas, we need to make sure you don't speak over each other, please.
Right. I apologize, Judge. I'm sorry. All right. Okay. So
But are
you were
you?
the case agent from November of 2019 to August of 2021. Is that right?
Yes, there was one other agent assigned, but yes.
Okay. Who became the case agent after you left?
So Travis Homer, who was the other case agent, worked with me. He continued on as the case agent. I don't know if there were any more after that, if he was the only one assigned.
Okay.
I just like even just hearing him just makes me want to punch somebody. It's a good thing nobody lives with me other than Lucy, and she's on the other side of the room because she knows how I get with John Thomas.
So you testified that you had some interaction with Ian Pulaski. Right?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
I first met him on December 5th, 2019. He came to the Rexburg Police Department and he was interviewed. I sat in on that first interview. There was another follow-up interview, I believe, the following day, but I was not present for that one.
Okay. And at some point, you were kind of the liaison between him and the law enforcement agencies. Is that right?
I probably was the primary. He was communicating with Detective Ray Hermosillo as well, but I interacted with him over a period of about almost a month to get several communications, discussions.
Okay. So when he was wearing a wire, well, I shouldn't say it's a wire. It was some sort of a listening device, or
yes, I think I don't remember. It was some kind of concealment device that he could record with, and the Rexburg Police Department had that device and gave that to him.
Okay. And so when he had possession of that device, you were his main contact to either download the information or get that information. Is that correct?
That's fair to say. One of them, he may have been in communication with Ray Hermosillo, but I did communicate with him about the device, and I also, on at least multiple occasions, retrieved that device and gave it to Detective Hermosillo so they could take the recordings into custody.
Okay. All right.
Yada yada yada. Night.
So there was some talk of you dealing with your Nick Balance, who is the member of the cast team. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he gave you some specific dates, or you asked him to give you some specific dates between September 1 and September 30th, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes. He had provided dates in the investigation based on what he was reviewing. But he works on a lot of different cases for different people to assist case agents like me. So he's helping me by feeding me stuff of potential interest. But eventually it got to the point that although it was helpful, I wanted to see it all. And that's where he provided a file for September of 2019. And I started going through it myself to see if I could see anything else that had been overlooked. Mm-hmm. And then I did it again later for the month of October.
Okay. And I believe you mentioned a couple of times that you were seeing patterns, or you were things were outside of what you would call a pattern. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
All right. And so how long, I mean, you've been doing this for a long time. You've been a special agent for a long time, done a lot of surveillance, I'm sure. How long does it take for you to develop
on you.
enough data where you can have a pattern on a particular person?
In general terms or in this specific case?
Well, let's talk general terms first, and then we'll go specifics.
If I saw something happen every day for a week at a certain time or a certain place, I would sort of think that's a pattern that they do that at a certain time or place. Okay. In this case, I only had those 3 months to really analyze. Those 2 months to really look at. So when I say pattern, it's based only on that information.
Okay. I guess there's a difference between having a pattern. If you're a college student, you see that person leave the house at 9 a.m., they go to a particular building on a particular campus at 9:15, they come out at 11 o'clock, they come home, or there's a specific pattern.
Yes, especially for somebody that's going to school or employed, generally arriving roughly the same time, leaving the same time. In this case, we didn't see those kind of patterns. He didn't appear to have employment or anything like that. So what he did in a given day, it varied quite a bit from a day to day. So
you say pattern, especially in this particular context, it's kind of a loose term. Like there's really not a pattern, right?
So I believe when I mentioned pattern, at least the one I'm thinking of is where it went at night. And I think I just detailed what I saw, which was in the month of September.
These are the data points from
the time it first appeared at 107 through the end of the month. It went to 107 during those.
These are the ones I put on the map earlier.
Okay. And you're just talking about.
And so for my pattern is, though, what is that 25-day period? It did that.
Okay. But it's kind of hard to come up with a real pattern based on a 25-day period, right?
Sure. That's the extent of my knowledge.
Okay. And all the data points that you got were for Alex Cox, right?
Yes, that device. That's the one I reviewed. Now, there are other devices that were being looked at, but to my understanding of the investigation, the other ones did not have the extent of location information as this particular device and Google account did.
Okay. And as far as your PowerPoint and all the things that you went through today, they were all just Alex Cox's information?
Exactly. Just that one phone number and just that one Google account.
Okay. Didn't have any information on Lori Vallow?
Correct.
Didn't know when you didn't know her pattern. She didn't have a pattern?
No, I did not look at that. And especially what I talked about was not referring to any device that she had. A photograph that I mentioned came from an iCloud account for her.
Okay. And you mentioned that you used some mapping software for the GPS data that you were receiving. Is that correct?
Yes. So that was in the format that, go on, let you ask your question. Sorry.
I just kind of want to know what was the mapping software that you were using?
So
what does it matter?
So Nick Balance took those data points. He's getting all the raw data from the carrier, from Google, and he imported that into a Google Earth file. So that's all I did. I didn't create the mapping Earth file.
It's
Where those
awful.
points are mapped in. And then these images we saw today were literally still shots from the same mapping software that I looked at. That's the exact thing. That's the same thing I looked at, other than in the actual file, you can click on individual data points and pull.
Okay, well, it hasn't been in any movies.
So you use the Google mapping software. There are other mapping softwares out there, right?
Oh, yes, sure.
And you could take these same raw data and plug them into other mapping softwares, correct?
Yes, you should be able to.
And you can see if the mapping software from Google would match up with the other mapping software.
Sure. Yes.
To have a real precise way of telling a jury, hey, I'm sure that this particular data point is correct and it is within 4 meters or however many meters, because I not only put it in the Google software, I put it into an independent software, a different software.
That's all you need.
You didn't do that.
I did not do that.
And Dick Balance didn't do that.
I don't know if he did or not.
But you would have known.
He has additional training and experience and expertise that I do not have. So the extent of his analysis is it's beyond what I know how to do.
Right. But between
I don't know, I don't know
he's
exactly
awful.
what those tools and techniques are.
okay. But between 2019 and 2021, you were the case agent,
Yes, I was.
and you would have known if he would have put something into a different software. I mean, the buck stops with you. You're the case agent, right?
Objection, Your Honor, this has been asked and answered. I know counsel's going for a different answer, but it's been asked and answered.
I'll overrule it at this point.
Okay.
Could you ask your question again,
Sure.
please?
Basically, I was saying that you're the case agent, and so the information stops with you, and that you are the one who would know if this was entered
I
into.
read
different
about
software.
one, but I don't
I
think it
know
was
that
that. It wasn't like this.
He used some kind of other software and prepared a report for that. I do know that. And to me, I've seen that report and it looks different than the software I use, the Google Earth. I don't know what that software is. At the time, I was still a case agent. His report was still in draft form. It was an ongoing project. And at different times he would share, this is kind of where I'm at, but the final product is yet to come. And so
Calling and
where his final
reporting
product ended up,
like
what that looked like. I don't know,
animals
because
to
I was
animal
retired at that
control.
point.
That would be a hot focus.
But during your time, there was nobody that came to you that said, hey, I mapped
He
these
would be one of
with
those.
Google and I mapped them in an independent one, and they came up the same.
Like I said, he was putting it in some kind of mapping software. So I had seen that and it looks different. I just don't know exactly what it is. He was doing that.
So the data points could be different?
No, I just know that they were different. I'm not sure what you're asking.
You're saying that the mapping software could have come up with different results with these two different.
Oh, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying that he was using different software than he provided to me in
Stealing
that Google
bites
Earth
from
file
children.
to do his analysis.
Okay.
You'd have to ask him what that was.
Sure, we'll be sure to do that. On September 23rd, you said that the phone that Alex had, this particular phone, was at Chad Daybell's house between 9:55 and 10:12 a.m. and then it leaves the residence. Is that right?
Yes. On September 23rd is what he said?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And based on your training, based on your experience, based on all of your knowledge that you have of 20 some odd years of working with the FBI, that's not enough time to dig a hole, dig a grave, chop up roots around that particular hole or grave, find boards and find stones, and cover the grave up in that 17-minute window.
I was there when JJ was found and I've seen that grave and it looked like it would take a lot more work
A
than
lot
17
longer.
minutes to have dug that and covered it.
Okay, thank you.
But nobody said that they dug it in that 17 minutes that he was there. So
There was some talk about where this particular phone was that belonged to Alex Cox, where it was on different dates. On August the 9th, do you recall where Lori Vallow was on that particular day?
August 9th or?
October 9th.
Oh, October 9th. I do. My understanding is she was not in town. She was traveling. If I
was
recall
traveling?
from the investigation, yes.
Going to Arizona?
I think she was in Arizona and then Missouri.
Okay.
I don't know exactly the 9th, which one of those places she was at.
All right. And on October the 18th, when Tammy Daybell died, do you remember where Lori might have been on that particular day?
My understanding is she was in Hawaii or either in transit to or from Hawaii.
Okay. If I could
it's
just second
October
that.
18th. He's an idiot. His questions don't even make sense. It's not even stuff that you could ask that was like, that would make the jury be like, oh, good point. Oh, okay. No.
Mm-mm.
No, we got no further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Thank
Thomas.
God. Sit
Any
down.
redirect?
Sit down, Mr. Thomas. A raccoon. He said he's burying a raccoon. Makes total sense. A raccoon is.
You were asked a lot about whether or not you use different software from Agent Balance, and you indicated you did use the Google software, correct?
Yes, I used the same software he provided the document or the data in.
And that was how he provided it to you.
Correct. He created that file.
And did you, in fact, conduct additional investigation regarding those data points? And what I'm referencing is on September 8th, a photo was recovered placing Alex Cox in West Yellowstone. Is that correct?
Correct. There was other investigation being conducted to help corroborate the data that was being found in the devices. Yeah.
And on several dates, you found data to corroborate that Alex Cox was in the same location as his device was showing to be.
Correct.
And when you're doing data location, you're just talking about the location of the device itself.
Correct.
And the known user of the device you reviewed was Alex Cox.
Correct. But I couldn't say at all times that he had the device, just that it was attributed to him and there was evidence that he did carry that device, but whether he had it all the time, I couldn't say.
And what you've talked about today is not a review of phone calls or text messages between Alex Cox and anyone else. Is that correct?
Correct.
You're just talking about the location data associated with that.
Correct.
So as far as any communications he may or may not have had with Lori or Chad during this time, outside of the 10 text messages that were referenced, you did not get into those communications.
Correct. I was not reviewing his call detail records in depth like that. There was an analyst assisting as well as Nick Balance was looking at it. I'm aware.
You were also asked about how long it would maybe take to dig, or about the grave that was located, and if 17 minutes was enough time to dig that grave. In your opinion, would 17 minutes be enough time for one person to dig that grave?
I don't think so. I don't think so. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I think it would have taken one person longer than that to have dug that.
So could more than one person have been involved in digging that grave?
Yes, or
Objection. Calls for speculation, Judge.
Overruled.
Calls for speculation, but
Yeah,
he was the one that
potentially
was
could have been
just
done
asking
quicker with
the
more
same
people or equipment.
question about it being.
Or when I say 17 minutes, that's the time the
gosh.
device is there, and not necessarily that the grave was dug then or dug prior to that. I don't know. I can't say that. This is the time when the device was there.
So at this point, there'd be no way to know whether or not there was more than one person involved in digging that grave just based on the data location that you have.
Based on the data location, I can only say there's a device there at the grave site.
No further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. White. That will conclude then the testimony of this witness. Can the witness be released?
We would ask that the witness be released from the subpoena, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
And that witness was like, thank God.
For real.
State can call its next witness.
Your Honor, if we could have just a brief sidebar.
Yes.
The entire time it's just her going, why?
Ms. White, call in.
Your Honor, the state will
For
call
real.
Dr. Eric Christensen.
Every time John Thomas speaks, I just get annoyed. Like instantly. Okay, so this fella, I found pictures of him. This one, he was on the stand, there are some pictures of him, like his professional medical things, but he don't look nothing alike. Like a beard makes a difference on a man. I'm sorry, but you look very
All right, now that
different
the
with a
witness is
beard.
sworn, before we get started with
So I gave him
testimony,
his
let me
beard
just
because this
inquire
one looked
briefly, Dr.
more
Christensen, have you
recent.
reviewed any
Yeah.
of the trial testimony?
But he's
in this
got
case,
some
either by reading
pictures
it or
out there
listening
too
to it
where
in
he's
meetings,
all
either,
professional and
through the
stuff.
internet or observing it at any of
But
the
it
viewing
don't look
locations.
like him.
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you for your response. When you're testifying, please talk directly into that microphone and please use verbal responses to answer any questions so we make a clear record, and also try to avoid speaking at the same time as anyone questioning you. With that in mind then, Ms. Blake, you can inquire on your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell your name for the record?
Sure. Eric Christensen. It's E-R-E-R-I-K, last name C-H-R-I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
What is your current occupation?
I'm currently employed as a forensic pathologist by the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, where I serve as the chief medical examiner for the state of Utah.
And is your title doctor?
Yes.
What experience, well, actually, let me back up. What education do you have in order to hold the position you have?
Sure. I have an undergraduate degree in philosophy that I attended then medical school at the University of Virginia. Following my medical school training, I did an internship in pediatrics at Walter Reed Army Medical Center. And then subsequent to that, did pathology residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology. Following completion of that training, I spent some time as a hospital-based pathologist for a couple of years prior to doing a specific fellowship training in forensic pathology. And since that time, I've been employed as a forensic pathologist.
And can you explain a little bit about what a pathologist in general
It
is?
might be the worst of
Sure.
all of them.
Pathology is a specialty of medicine, just like internal medicine or pediatrics or surgery, that is aimed at making diagnoses of conditions based on the evaluation and analysis of either fluid samples or tissue samples or cell samples, and also by means of an autopsy. All of those things fall under the purview of pathologists. For example, if you go have blood drawn, all of that blood is run in a hospital lab that is directed and supervised by a pathologist. If you have a biopsy of something taken to find out if it's cancerous or infectious or whatever, all of those things are evaluated by pathologists to make a determination as to what the diagnosis is. And then autopsies are also done by pathologists to determine cause of death.
And
Heather
If you-
Barnett.
In conducting autopsies, is that a special branch of pathology? Is that the
No.
forensic pathology?
So the performance of autopsies is part and parcel of anatomic pathology. To be a forensic pathologist, you are required to first have board certification and training in anatomic pathology, and then subsequently receive special training in forensic pathology, which is aimed at the evaluation of sudden, unexpected, and non-natural deaths, things that typically fall to the jurisdiction of either a medical examiner or a coroner.
Have you worked as a forensic pathologist in other locations than Salt Lake?
Yes, I have.
And where else have you worked as a forensic pathologist?
I've worked as a forensic pathologist in Virginia as well as South Carolina prior to moving to Utah.
And with regard to your work in Utah, can you tell us a little bit? Actually, let me back up. In Utah, with regard to a death certificate, who is it that would determine the cause and manner of death?
So in Utah, the system is such that for most deaths in
I'm
the
going to
state,
object. I don't think this is relevant to this case. He's dealing with Utah.
Ms. White, response.
Your Honor, I think it goes to his training and experience and what his job duties are within the
Of
state of Utah.
all the people
conducted an
talking
autopsy for
about
the state
how
of Idaho, I
like
think it
training
is relevant.
and education
For
is
foundational
not
purposes, then I'll overrule that objection.
relevant.
Thank you.
Mister, let me ask you about every single place you ever
Who
went
in
to
Utah
elementary
is
school.
the person that determines the cause of death or manner of death on a death certificate?
sure, for cases that do not fall under the
God.
jurisdiction of the medical examiner in Utah, that would be just whoever the person's primary care doctor or attending physician was if they're a hospitalized patient. For deaths that occur and fall to the jurisdiction of the medical examiner, which is about 20% of the deaths in the state of Utah, all of those death certificates are signed by our staff of 10 forensic
Even his
pathologists.
objections make me mad.
In Utah, do they employ the coroner system?
No, coroners, there's a lot of regional variability as to how that happens throughout the country. Some states, like Idaho, South Carolina, other places that I'm familiar with, have each county has a coroner who's assigned to, elected to investigate deaths that are sudden, unexpected, and non-natural. Some states have moved to institute a medical examiner system instead of a coroner system. In some states, that's done on a statewide basis, as it is in Utah. Some places, it's done on a county-by-county basis, where there may be some of the larger counties in a state, for example, may have a medical examiner, but the smaller jurisdictions may still have elected coroners.
Have you previously worked in systems that have the coroner, or in states, excuse me, that have the coroner system in place?
Yes,
And in those jurisdictions, a coroner is separate from a forensic pathologist, correct?
that's correct.
And as a forensic pathologist, you've talked about the background and training and education you have to have. In your experience, do coroners require that same training and experience?
No, they're not required to have that. Most places, the statutory requirements to be the coroner is obviously you have to be elected, but then you also have to be a registered voter usually in the county where you're elected, can't have any felony convictions. But there's beyond that, no general specific requirements, although that varies a little bit from state to state.
And do you know approximately how many autopsies you have conducted at this point in your career?
Around 7,200.
Did you end up conducting an autopsy on an individual named Tamara or Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when you became involved in the process of starting the autopsy?
Yes. The autopsy itself was done on December 11th following a disinterment order from the district court. But our office's initial involvement in that process was probably in November of 2019. We were approached by someone from Fremont County with questions about that process. And so we provided some guidance on how that would be required to proceed.
And did you, in fact, attend the exhumation of Tammy Daybell's body?
I did.
And were you present when her body was transported, or excuse me, was loaded for transportation to your office?
Yes.
Did you see her casket loaded into?
Looks totally
the
different, doesn't
vehicle?
he?
Yes.
Were you also present at your office when the body arrived?
Yes.
When a body is exhumed, is it common for you or someone from your office to attend that exhumation?
Yes, that's fairly routine. There are a lot of different reasons that exhumations might be done. Sometimes it's to allow for the collection of DNA samples in a case, older case, for example, where DNA technology was not what it is now. Sometimes it's just for logistical reasons. A family wants to move a person from one place to another. They may or may not have had an autopsy or a death certificate previously, and so we get involved in those cases to certify the death. And then sometimes it's for evaluation of potential criminal circumstances.
And does your office do more than just conduct the autopsy itself?
In the process of investigating a death that comes to our jurisdiction, we spend a lot of time both upfront to the extent that we can, and very frequently for an extended period after the examination is complete, gathering information. And that is sort of usually in the form of medical records, police records, interview statements, other information that is available that helps us understand the circumstances surrounding a person's death. It's somewhat like when you go see your doctor, for example. You don't just walk in. He doesn't just do an exam and say, here's what we're doing. He talks to you. He gathers information from you about what your symptoms have been, how long they've been going on, have they gotten worse, are they getting better, all of those kinds of things. And obviously we can't speak to our patients, but that information gathering for us in that realm happens through record review and talking to people who knew what was going on with that person.
And with regard to Tammy Daybell,
No
did you in
beans
fact
fart.
obtain some records to review?
Yes.
And did you speak with individuals already involved in an investigation?
Yes, we did.
Did you do that? Did you do some of that prior to actually performing the autopsy?
Yes. In the setting of an exhumation or disinterment case, it's a little bit unique in the sense that it can be planned out a little bit more, and so we can gather information before that disinterment and the subsequent examination happens. In this case, we did have the ability to gather some information from Fremont County, from both the sheriff's office and the coroner's office, as to their investigation of Tammy's death up to that, to the point that she was released for burial and transported to Utah. And so we did have some of that information. Then, obviously, subsequent to the exam, we gathered a lot of additional information.
Gotta have that pit poke.
And is that common practice
all
for how
about
your
the
office
pit poke.
handles the full process of the autopsy or investigation?
Yes, that's pretty typical.
Are exhumations very common in your experience?
No. I've been involved with, over the course of my career, a dozen or two at the most. I mean, it's not out of 7,200 autopsies, it's not a common occurrence.
And when you performed the autopsy of Tammy Daybell, was anyone else
Us
present?
in
with
a
you?
nutshell.
So at that time, she was a trainee in our office, Dr. Lily Marsden, who was a board certified pathologist who was at that point specifically in our office to train as a forensic pathologist. She was involved in the examination with me. And then in the course of an autopsy, we have members of our autopsy staff that are there for taking photographs, helping us collect samples and evidence, and other items that we deem that we need to collect. And then and sometimes there are also law enforcement personnel present. In this case, I believe the coroner from Fremont County was present for the examination, as was Lieutenant Powell. I can't recall who else off the top of my head.
And did you and Dr. Marsden conduct this autopsy in conjunction with each other?
Yes.
And did you discuss the findings as you were conducting the autopsy?
Yes, both as we conducted it and discussed them frequently as we were finalizing the report and opinion.
If a body is exhumed, does that make it so that an autopsy is more difficult to be performed, or does it change how you would perform an autopsy?
So the primary differences in the setting of a disinterred or exhumed body, most of the time those people have been embalmed already, which changes the nature of their tissues. It has all been what we refer to as fixed because of the embalming fluid, makes it somewhat more stiff and a little less pliable, but it also preserves it. And so it's a little more difficult to do the exam just because of the stiffness of the body and the tissues, but it's something that we do on a fairly regular basis, even on cases where there was not a disinterment, because funeral homes as a practice tend to embalm bodies fairly quickly once they receive custody of the person. And sometimes bodies will go get embalmed before somebody realizes that they need to come to us for an examination. So we have quite a lot of experience dealing with embalmed bodies, less with disinterred bodies, but the process is basically the same. The only other difference with a disinterred body really has more to do with the nature of the burial and the preservation. If in this case the vault in which her casket was preserved was dry and well maintained, and so there wasn't a lot of water or other damage, which we sometimes encounter. There was also her embalming was pretty good, and it had also not been a long period of time since she had been interred, and all of those things can make a difference. The only real finding related to her burial that was still present besides the embalming was the growth of some mold in various places on her body.
Can you walk us through how an autopsy is conducted?
Sure. So an autopsy examination in a forensic context is a medical procedure that is aimed at evaluating the presence or absence of injuries, presence or absence of natural disease. We collect samples for toxicology, so we know what intoxicants may or may not have played a role in the death. All of those things are done. Generally, we begin with an external examination, which involves a detailed examination of the body as it arrives. Excuse me. We then take photographs all along the way of the body with clothing. Then clothing is removed. If there are visible injuries, those are photographed both before they are cleaned and then after they're cleaned. And any trace evidence that might be present, we collect at that point as well. Once we are done with the external surfaces of the body, both front and back, we then proceed with an internal examination, looking at all of the organs from the brain to the rectum and everything in between, to evaluate them for their any pathologic or disease process that might be present. And at that time, we also collect samples that can be used for toxicology testing. There are some settings where we do additional dissections, looking at different parts of the soft tissue. For example, sometimes we'll do a layered neck dissection where we evaluate the various layers of musculature in the neck, looking for evidence of injury. And there's other specialized exams that we will do in some cases, not every case. We also generally will take x-rays of the body to evaluate for the presence of implanted hardware, skeletal trauma, both old or new, and any other information that might be yielded from an x-ray examination. Sometimes that also discloses natural disease that we can see. So all of those things are done, and then we collect samples also during the course of the autopsy to look at under the microscope, so that we can assess, even if an organ looks normal, for example, sometimes under the microscope it may not be normal, and so we look at tissue samples that way. We also take time to look at injuries under the microscope in some cases, because they can also provide us information about how old an injury is. How long has it been there? Certainly nothing to the degree of precision that you see on TV, where somebody says this person died at 5:37 last night. but we
Don't know how
can, through that sort of
I don't
analysis,
know how to do this
allow
yet.
for a sort of a broad swath of time. Did this injury happen around the time of death? Is it more than a few hours old? Is it days old? Is it weeks old?
And in conducting the autopsy on Tammy Daybell, did you in fact reach a conclusion as to the cause and manner of death?
Yes, we did.
And what were those?
We determined her cause of death to be the result of asphyxia, and her manner of death to be homicide.
And when you use the term homicide, can you talk about what that means in terms of your office?
Sure. So we did not certify Tammy's death in terms of signing the death certificate because she didn't die in Utah, but we make the same determination. The determination of manner of death, we have basically 5 options that are on the death certificate. A death can be determined to be natural, it can be suicide, it can be accident, or it can be a homicide. And then there's a 5th option where you can determine, you can just say we can't determine. We can't decide between which of these options it is, depending on the nature of the case. That determination is an administrative function that is performed for vital records purposes, is recorded on the death certificate, and is used to broadly categorize the types of deaths that happen in a given location, so that efforts can be made to try and prevent different types of death and be aware of the different categories and classes of deaths that happen in a non-natural way.
And when you talk about the term asphyxia, can you tell the jury what you mean by that term?
Sure. Asphyxiation is simply a process by which a person is deprived of oxygen. They're allowed to breathe or intake sufficient oxygen to allow their life to continue. And that can be by any number of different means. Asphyxia is a very broad category that includes deaths from, technically drowning is an asphyxial death. Any kind of suffocation or smothering is an asphyxial death. Hanging deaths tend to be asphyxial deaths. And there are also chemical asphyxiants. Carbon monoxide, for example, impairs a person's ability to use oxygen. But broadly speaking, we use that term to apply to cases where someone is unable to get sufficient oxygen into their system to allow them to continue living.
And you talked a little bit about how the process of an autopsy, with regard to Tammy Daybell, did you see any external injuries or any obvious injuries that would have been the cause of her death?
No.
Can you walk us through how you ended up reaching your conclusion regarding homicide and asphyxiation?
Sure. Asphyxiation as a cause of death is really a diagnosis of exclusion. It requires that you have evaluated other possible causes of death and excluded them as contributing to the death. Essentially, in this case, and many cases like it, you have what we would term a mostly negative autopsy, meaning there's no pathology, no natural disease, and no evident injuries that are visible at autopsy that would explain why this person died. And most asphyxial deaths fall into that category as well. There are a limited number of things that can cause deaths without leaving any changes that are visible in the body as to why the person died. And some of those are natural, some of them are non-natural. In this case, there are the two primary natural causes that can result in this sort of change are seizures. Someone can certainly have a seizure and die from seizures. Generally speaking, we see that in the setting of people with known seizure disorder. And in this case, we didn't have any history. There was certainly some history related to us that she may have had some seizure-like activity in the days prior to her death, but no medical evaluation that we could find for any of those symptoms, no indication that she had a diagnosis of epilepsy. It would also be quite unusual for a woman at her age to suddenly develop seizures out of the blue, having her very first ever epileptic seizure occur at that age. It certainly does happen sometimes, but it's certainly more common in an older person to be a man, and it's also more common for that to occur in the setting of some other brain pathology, for example, like a stroke that was new, something changed in the brain, or the slow growth over time of a brain tumor. That's, for example, how John McCain, Ted Kennedy, and others that had brain tumors, some of their initial symptoms were seizures. And so that, again, she did not have any of that. Her brain was totally normal. And so for that to be her cause of death is very, very unlikely. So we have excluded that on that basis. Other things that can cause, natural causes of a sudden death with no findings at autopsy would be arrhythmia disorders, rhythm disturbances. Your heart, in addition to being a pump, is also an electrical organ, and it is driven by the electrical circuits within it. And if those circuits get short-circuited, so to say, that can lead to a sudden death in an individual as well. There are a number of inherited disorders associated with genes that make the channels that cause ions to flow in the heart that make that electrical circuitry work the way it's supposed to. People that have those inherited disorders can die suddenly and unexpectedly. Generally speaking, the people that have inherited forms of that will also have some family history of that, although not always. But most of the time there will be some history of that. And it would also be unusual for it to occur again at her age. Mostly that type of change presents in childhood or young adulthood. So neither of those things is very likely given that. As far as non-natural causes of death, asphyxia, obviously I've told you that's what we concluded led to her death. There are any number of ways that someone can be asphyxiated. That can be from suffocation, which is just a broad description of anything that occludes the external airway. It can also be the result of neck compression or chest compression. Any of those things that impair someone's ability to breathe normally, even if they, if their mouth is not occluded, certainly can also lead to their death. Things that occlude the mouth tend to act more quickly. In the sense, if you adequately block someone's ability to breathe at all by occluding their nose and mouth, they would lose consciousness very quickly, a matter of 15 15 or 20 seconds if that occlusion is effectively held in place. And then that may or may not lead to their immediate death. They may continue to have, after loss of consciousness, may continue to have heartbeat for some period of time, but end up with what is called central apnea, meaning the changes to the brain have impaired their ability to breathe normally. So even if the occlusion is released, they may not breathe normally after that. So asphyxia is certainly one possibility in this case. Other non-natural things that could potentially account for her death would be any kind of chemical intoxication or drug overdose. We looked at, in this case, an extensive array of drugs, medications, pesticides, chemical weapons agents, lots of things, way beyond at, and found no indication of anything in her system except for what would be considered therapeutic level of medication fluoxetine, which she had been taking for many years, and no indication that played a role in her death. That substance has been associated with some cardiac rhythm or abnormalities as well, but no indication that played a role in her death. And so those are sort of the basic things. She, in addition to having no anatomical abnormalities, no organ pathology per se, no pneumonia, no other pathologic process that would explain her death, she did also have some injuries on her arms, very nonspecific blunt injuries, bruises on her right arm, left arm, and on her left chest, which were determined to be relatively acute injuries, had happened within the hours around the time of her death. Would be, by their nature, those types of blunt injuries are not specific, but they're certainly consistent with someone being restrained, and would be consistent with asphyxia as a cause of death as well.
And if we break some of that down a little bit, because you've indicated that the autopsy in this case is a negative autopsy, so there is not a clear way to determine a cause of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you talked about one of the other potentials being seizures.
Correct.
Can seizure activity, and could you explain a little bit about what a seizure is?
A seizure is abnormal electrical activity in the brain that can manifest in a variety of ways. What we might typically think of as generalized or convulsive seizures. Someone would collapse and have shaking movements for a period of time after a period of stiffness. People can also have what are called partial seizures that result in staring spells or other types of inattention or abnormal movements of parts of the body. Any of those types of seizure disorder are potentially put the person at risk for sudden death.
Have you conducted autopsies before where there is evidence of seizure activity?
Yes. So you certainly don't have to have anything. You may not have any evidence at autopsy, like I said, in the setting of a seizure, but sometimes we do see things, for example, like tongue injuries. If the person bites their tongue, and that can be both, acute injuries or healing injuries. We sometimes also see evidence of incontinence of either bowel or bladder occurring at or around the time of death. But those are, I guess I would say, soft signs, not really, they're not definitive for seizures, but they are sometimes associated with seizures.
And you did talk about that it would be uncommon for someone Tammy's age to have all of a sudden developed seizures or started having seizures.
Yes.
And do you know how old she was?
49.
So young.
You also
for all
talked about
this.
there's
So
really
young
no
for all
evidence
this.
of her having seizure-like activity outside of some information provided. Was that information that you reviewed provided by Chad Daybell?
I believe that's where the coroner said that information came from, yes.
So it came to you through the coroner, but was reported as having come from Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Did you review some medical records for Tammy Daybell as part of your investigation?
Yes, we did.
Did you see anything in the medical records that would support Tammy having seizure-like activity?
No.
Is that part of why, is that part of your conclusion that it would be unlikely she died from a seizure?
It contributes to that, yes.
And then you talked
My
about
lordy.
arrhythmia. I think you said arrhythmia irregularities. I may have that wrong, but
See
essentially something with the
tomorrow.
heart.
Mhm.
And I believe you talked about, would it be similar because of Tammy's age, you wouldn't expect to see that a sudden onset of problems with the heart?
Certainly, middle age and older is a common time for people to develop heart disease. And that can also include arrhythmias or rhythm disturbances such as heart block and other things like that. But generally, those do not present with sudden death. They'll present with palpitations or other things like that. In the setting of what we call the channelopathies, the inherited or potentially acquired conditions that lead to lethal rhythm disturbances, where a person has ventricular fibrillation, which is incompatible with life. Those conditions do tend to be inherited and do tend to present at a much younger age than what she was.
And then just to go over it as well, it sounded like one of the other causes that could result in a negative autopsy would be some kind of an intoxicant.
Yes.
Can you sometimes see signs of someone dying of an intoxicant?
Certainly, there are a number of things that we see, and drugs that lead to death or substances that lead to death by intoxication tend to lead to death by one of two means. All of us, when we die, ultimately our heart stops and our breathing stops, and so it's generally the medication or the substance has an action on one of those things. Opiates, for example, and other central nervous system depressant agents tend to suppress breathing. They either slow your breathing down or stop it, which then leads to, once your breathing is inadequate, will ultimately lead to your heart stopping. Other medications are directly toxic to the heart, but any of those types of suppressant medications that lead, or depressant medications rather, that lead to respiratory failure also lead to what is called pulmonary edema, which is the presence of fluid buildup within the lungs, which sometimes then also is visible externally as it comes up the airways and out in the setting of a fatal intoxication.
When you talk about intoxicants, does that also include what would commonly be known or referred to as poisons?
Yes. Mhm.
And you talked about doing some testing for intoxicants, and so that would encompass poison as well.
Yes, I mean, there is no such thing, for example, as the ability to test for every possible substance. Toxicology labs just generally are not structured that way. It's the lab that we use does a very broad screening for hundreds of the more common, and even many of those are not very common, but hundreds of the more common illicit drugs, over-the-counter drugs, and prescription medications to see are they present or are they not. In addition, in this case, we also looked at heavy metals, lead, arsenic, selenium, and other things that are known to be intoxicants. We looked at organophosphate pesticides to see if there was anything there that could potentially lead to her death. Looked at cyanide. Had our chemical threat laboratory, the Utah Public Health Laboratory, do some testing for both additional organophosphate poisons, nerve agents that are generally seen only in the context of chemical weapons attacks. None of those were found. We also had them test for a couple of different
We have 1 hour left. So
biologic toxins, ricin and abrin, both of which were also not detected. So we did a lot more testing in this case than we generally do in most cases, but all of it was negative except for the medication that she was prescribed.
And did you, in fact, was more than one agency involved with the testing?
We're at 1 hour left.
Yes. So in addition to the chemical threat lab, the rest of the testing was done at National Medical Services Lab, which is a reference laboratory that we use in Pennsylvania.
We're at 1 hour left, but we're still.
And I believe you indicated this is one of the most extensive toxicology testings that you've been involved in with regards to an autopsy.
Yes.
And was the reason for that because it was a negative autopsy?
Yes. And because of the suspicious circumstances surrounding the death.
When you do testing for substances, intoxicants, and the other things that we've talked about, what part of the body or what do you generally try to test with?
In most cases, the optimal substance for testing is blood. That gives us an indication of what is going on in that person at the time of their death, what's circulating through their system. In her case, because she'd been embalmed, blood is not available for us to use for testing. And so in cases like that, whether it's because of prior embalming or because of decomposition, there's any number of reasons we do this, but we will send liver samples to be tested, mostly because those there are pretty good reference ranges for postmortem testing in liver tissue.
And in your opinion, did the fact that Tammy was embalmed inhibit the ability to test for those substances?
It didn't inhibit it. It slowed it down some. We had to certainly do some redirection on a few things, but it did not change things ultimately, no.
Was there anything from the toxicology testing that stood out to you?
No, I mean, no, other than her, the presence of her medication at a therapeutic or what would be considered a normal level. Everything, there was not an intoxication, a toxicologic explanation for her death.
About 40 minutes left.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask if I can get exhibits 295A to L that were previously
with
admitted.
our speed that we're going.
Mr. Bailiff, sorry, could I just briefly look at those a little bit quicker for me to?
I'd like to see him too.
All right, counsel, I'm gonna go ahead and suggest we take the mid-afternoon break, and then we'll get into the exhibits and pictures. If that works for you, I apologize to interrupt. We're right about the correct.
No, I think that'll work right now.
Okay,
Thank you.
Ms. White.
All right, please.
All right, stretch.
Tonight's a later night because we got started so late because it was taking so long for them to release it. So long.
Everyone can be seated.
We got spilled on those few early days, I put this over it just because, I forgot to go. This was the chart from court.
She really likes those really hard parts.
It's like she learned it in art school and she just wants to go for it. I gotta get some crackers.
There's like not even a beard. What is happening here? Bye, Lisa. Oh my gosh, can't believe it. Well done.
I really wanted oyster crackers.
She pulled out the oyster crackers.
I love oyster crackers. They're going to be our sponsor one day.
That could happen.
I go through premium oyster crackers the way that, oyster crackers and croutons. I eat croutons. Oh my gosh, my ex used to get so mad at me because I would eat croutons and they're so loud when you eat them. And I would just be eating them normally, and I keep my mouth closed when I eat too. But you can't hear the TV over the sound of Croutons for some reason.
All right, thank you,
So
Mr.
loud.
Daybell. Please be seated.
Love them.
Before we start with
I eat them like
examination,
potato
I have a quick
chips.
sidebar with counsel. All right, we're back on the record on CR 2221-1624. Ms. Blake, you're continuing your direct examination of Dr. Christensen. You continue at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we've been talking about the autopsy and what all that entails. After doing the external, when you started to look at the internal part of Ms. Daybell, including her organs, did her organs appear normal?
For the most part, they appeared essentially normal, except for changes related to embalming. And there was also fluid present in the lungs and sort of a frothy, dried foam present in her airways.
As part of your investigation, were you shown or did you review photos that were taken from the scene of where Tammy Daybell was discovered?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 295J.
It can be published. It's been previously admitted also.
When you talk about the substance in the lungs, the frothy substance, would it be similar to what we see here?
Yes, this picture is a little bit, I don't know, blurry is the right word, but this picture shows what we call pulmonary edema foam or froth, what's sometimes referred to as a foam cone that exudes, comes up from the lungs through the airways and out either the nose or the mouth or sometimes both.
That pink foam.
It's a combination of fluid, which is leaked from the capillaries into the air spaces and then mixes with the protein and other things that are in those air spaces that normally help keep them open and creates this bubbly, frothy fluid that then is sometimes visible on the surface as it was here.
And is that what pulmonary edema is?
This is a manifestation of pulmonary edema. You can certainly have quite florid pulmonary edema without it ever coming out, and that is largely a postmortem phenomenon. It doesn't generally happen when people are alive, but if their edema is sufficiently severe as that, as it accumulates or the fluid builds up, the air builds up in those spaces, it will sometimes push up and out of the nose and mouth.
Had you in fact conducted other autopsies where this frothy foam had been present?
Yes.
And is pulmonary edema actually a cause of death?
It is not.
Would it be just a result of the cause of death?
Yeah, generally speaking. So the pulmonary edema is a finding or it's a physical manifestation of some underlying pathologic process. So we most commonly see this sort of change in the setting of opiate intoxications, heroin overdoses, oxycodone overdoses, and those sorts of things. But it's very common also in the setting of drowning, can be seen in asphyxial deaths of all kinds, can also be seen in the setting of heart failure. There's a number of things that can cause pulmonary edema, but the pulmonary edema is not what leads to the person's death. It's the same thing that caused their death is also what causes the pulmonary edema. The pulmonary edema is just a manifestation of the cause of death, and there can be different things that cause it. Just like with hemorrhage is a non-specific thing. You can bleed to death from lots of different things. You can bleed to death because you're shot. You can bleed to death because you're stabbed. You can bleed to death because you're in a car crash and suffered some fractures and other things. Lots of different things can lead to hemorrhage. Hemorrhage is sort of a mechanism or a finding in the setting of those other things, but it's those other things that are the cause of death. And in the context of pulmonary edema, it's whatever caused the pulmonary edema would be the cause of death.
And is pulmonary edema a manifestation or a mechanism or a finding associated with asphyxiation being the cause of death?
Yes, it is.
Did this in part play into your finding that asphyxiation was the cause of death here?
It did.
And that was done in conjunction with ruling out the other causes of death that could result in or have a manifestation of pulmonary edema?
Yes.
We had also talked about you conducting a review of the external body of Tammy Daybell, and you had indicated you noted some bruising.
Yes, that's correct.
I believe you also indicated that bruising could be indicative of someone being restrained.
It could be.
And Judge, I have State's Exhibit 179A and 179B. These are blank diagrams, which I would intend to have handed to the victim to have him make some markings. So I do not have copies for counsel or the court at this time, assuming they would want copies once the markings are made.
I'm assuming you meant witness, not victim.
Yes. I did mean witness. Thank you for that correction, Mr. Thomas.
179 have been previously shown in the sidebar.
Snaps.
They can be presented to the witness if any markings are made on those.
She said, "Thanks for pointing out my mistake." Now, if I pointed out your mistake, we'd still be going at 1:10 a.m.
I had intended to wait to move for the admission until after the markings were made and counsel would have an opportunity to review them as well.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake.
I can proceed to mark them.
Yes, Dr. Christensen. And what I was going to ask you to do is if you could mark on those exhibits where you located the bruising or the external injuries that you were referencing.
Okay.
And for the record, Dr. Christensen, what are you using to make the markings?
I forgot to do the
like
top.
a Pentel Energel pen.
This is the color of the ink.
Blue, it looks like. I haven't written with it
I
yet.
gave her bikini bottom and I forgot to do a top. Whatever.
Bikini, like SpongeBob bikini. Oh, I see.
Like I gave her a bikini, but I forgot to do the top.
No, that's all right.
Pretty
Anatomy.
simple. Yeah.
Humans. We all have the things. We know what one looks like. You know?
Ashley made popcorn. That's like our soul food around here. Everyone make popcorn.
I also labeled the arms right and left.
Thank you. And I believe on those exhibits, one says front at the bottom and one says back.
That's correct.
And have you had an opportunity to mark on both of those?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that those be shown to both court and counsel.
All right, we'll have the bailiff assist with that, please. I'll take a quick look at them and then they can be handed to defense counsel.
Y'all know that I tried on like 4 bikini bottoms with her before I found one.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff.
And I was using the same one. That's the same one for the front and back. Look.
Out of context, that sounds exactly
I don't know
like
if there's any way you can
it
make a record of what you saw, but I think we need to make a record of some sort.
And Your Honor, once I was shown them again, I was intending to make a record.
All right, if you can do that, Ms. Blake.
Look, for all y'all who had to deal with us with Detective Daddy last night.
Just starting with the fact that there were no markings on those when the witness received them and no one else has marked on them.
And I think if we can put that into the record, I don't believe anyone has marked on it but the witness. With regard to 179A, that diagram is labeled front at the bottom. You have indicated several markings. Could you indicate what those markings represent?
Sure. Each of those marks, and they are certainly not to scale, nor am I an artist, but they are representations of bruises that were present on her arms and chest.
And by one hand is a letter R and one hand is the letter L. Did you add those?
I did.
And those represent?
Just right and left, just to clarify, especially with the back.
And to be clear, you did not write the front. That was already written on there when handed to you, correct?
Correct.
And then with regard to the 179B, it's labeled back at the bottom. You did not write the word back. Is that correct?
I did not.
And and on the last one, I guess I should indicate a total of 6 blue dots on the one labeled front. Does that comport with how many you added?
I believe so, yes.
And on the one labeled back, the 179B, there are 4 markings. And what would those markings represent?
Those are also bruises of the same sort. And again, not to scale, they are of varying sizes, but roughly in the same size range as what those pictures depict.
And these are bruises that you observed during the autopsy of Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I would ask for the admission of State's Exhibit 179A and 179B.
Any objection?
Based on the testimony, no objection.
Okay, and the court would consider those as demonstrative exhibits.
Yes, and I would ask to be able to publish them.
You can publish them, and they are admitted.
And this is the first exhibit. It's labeled front at the bottom. Can you, and you've already talked about these marks indicating bruises. They're not to scale. Can you put into the record where on the body you had observed these bruises?
Sure. Those injuries on the right arm are on the upper right arm over the lateral biceps area. The one on the right forearm is at the edge, the outside edge, with the palm forward, which is what is typically described as normal anatomic position. So this diagram is such that the person is standing with their palms forward, and that mark on the right forearm is towards the outside with the hands positioned that way forward. The mark on the chest is on the upper portion of the chest above the breast on the chest, and then the one on the left arm is over the left biceps.
And this is State's Exhibit 179B. It's labeled back at the bottom. And you've already talked about those marks a little bit, but can you indicate into the record and for the jury where exactly you found those bruises?
Sure. Again, this is a picture of the back of the body. So the two on the upper arm, those 2 bruises are located over the triceps area on the back of the upper arm. And then the 2 on the forearm, again, this is in anatomic position with the palms forward. So these are on the back of the forearm with them positioned that way.
And did you discover any bruising on the lower extremities?
Did not.
That's all like grabbing your.
When you conduct
arms.
the examination, do you document any external injuries as you go?
Yes,
Were photos in fact taken of these bruises that you observed?
they were.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked State's Exhibit 178A through 178V. I believe counsel has a copy and the court has a courtesy copy. I'm not sure if we have an official copy in the record yet.
I've got the court's courtesy copies. And counsel, on a couple of these, as we previously discussed, I think they ought to be shown privately to the jurors, as we've done previously with other graphic photos. So do you want to organize those in such a way that we have a group that are not shown that way, so we don't have to go back and forth? Is that possible? So we've got A and C. And
I think we could make it, I think they just go in order of documenting the bruises, sometimes getting in closer based on the area where the photo was taken.
Okay.
And for him to say she was falling apart, like, oh, it's normal. She was
And
falling
I
apart.
think maybe
She
what I
was
would
so
ask is if the
healthy.
court would allow, because and I understand these have not been admitted yet either, but for purposes of starting with, if I could have the witness shown the exhibit and then possibly for reference, have him be able to look at the exhibits in order, but pull the ones that need to be published separately and publish those after.
Very well. That would be great.
I don't know if counsel has an objection to that, but
No objection.
Okay, we'll do it.
so if I can have the witness shown this copy. If you could look through those photographs.
They sure do shuffle papers a lot.
It's a lot of shuffling. A lot of shuffling.
I have not seen anything from their kids since all the information came
There
out
appears to
about
be
the
an accurate
text
depiction of
messages.
what you observed during the autopsy.
Yes.
And Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibits 178A through 178B.
And that's through, you just moving to admit A and B?
A through B. Sorry, B is in Victor.
V, okay. 178, A through V. Any objection?
We have one here in aid.
You may vote aye.
Dr. Christensen, these photographs that were taken, they were taken at your request during the autopsy, is that right?
That's correct.
And these were taken in Salt Lake City at your pathology clinic or where you do your autopsies?
Yes, at the office of the
I
medical
thought is that
when these were taken?
Yes.
And are these
he
a complete-
did suffocate with a pillow,
all the autopsy
but he
photos?
held her down with his knees on her arms.
There are many more pictures that we took besides these.
But as
and
far
that
as the ones that are
created the
represented
bruising?
here, did you review these after the autopsy in relation to when you were writing your report?
Yes.
In conjunction with that report?
Yes.
And some of these indicate that, well, I'm not going to get into that yet. I have no objection, Your Honor.
Very well. Exhibits 178, A through V.
Casey Odell, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. And pursuant to what the court's indicated, if I could have the witness retain a copy to reference as we are publishing only some of them is my understanding right now.
Okay, I'll have.
And I can either give him my copy. They have the same exhibit stickers, so whether I retain the copy he was just looking at or this one, I don't know if the court has a preference.
All right, the ones that are published should probably be the originals. So when they are published, so we'll have the witness have the copy exhibit from your folder.
That would be fine. Yes. And doctor, as we go through these, some of these are not going to be published at this time, but in order for you to have the reference, because I believe they go in order where some of the injuries were documented. On that first photo that is not going to be published at this time, 178A, can you indicate what that depicts?
It's a picture of Ms. Daybell's left upper chest, showing the bruise on her chest, left chest.
And that next photo, 178B, is that a closer view of that same bruise?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor, I would ask to publish 178B.
You can publish that. Thank you, Ms. White.
It's such bullshit.
Is that the bruise that you were referencing?
Yes.
And then again, we're not publishing right at this time 178C, but can you indicate what is depicted in that photo?
178C shows Ms. Daybell's right upper arm and the right side of her chest with the bruises on her right biceps.
And is 178D a closer view of that?
It is.
And Your Honor, just so I don't ask in between each one, the ones that have been approved to be published, can I go ahead and publish those?
Yes, you can, Ms. White.
And that's the closer up view of that bruising.
Yes, it is.
And then if we look at the next photo, 178E,
What I'm wondering is if the choking or
are we seeing
suffocating
in this
caused
photo?
aspiration.
Ms. Daybell's right forearm, the back of her right forearm.
But I don't know. You're right. Aspirating
Bruises on
blood
her
and
right
causing
forearm.
foam is
and
internal, typically. so-
178F, is that a closer view of the same bruise?
It is. Bruises, plural.
Oh, bruises. And 178G, can you indicate what we're seeing in this photo?
Yes, this is the front side of Ms. Daybell's right forearm with a bruise.
Just like Anakin. He was the chosen one.
Like,
And that
she is
178H?
sicker than
There's a close-up of
Letitia
G,
in that
close-up of the
sense.
same
Like,
injury.
Letitia,
yeah.
And then you're not
100%
publishing at this
knew.
time 178I, but can you indicate what that shows?
178I shows a section of the one of the injuries on the right biceps, where we have taken a tissue sample and made an incision into the arm to demonstrate the one, that there is hemorrhage in the tissue. The bruise is in fact a bruise, and shows also the cassette, the little plastic device that we place the tissue in to be prepared for microscopic examination.
And if I publish 178J, is that another view of the incision you were just describing?
I believe so, but I can't be certain. It's very, very close up, but I can't tell you for sure if it's the same or not. I think it is, but.
If I go to 178K.
Yes. 178K is the same injury in the same section.
And so just to go over that a little bit, you indicate you end up taking a sample of where the bruise is.
Yes.
And what does that allow you to determine?
As I mentioned previously, it allows us to look at that tissue under the microscope to see what sort of progression that injury has gone through. Is it just hemorrhage, which is what we see generally in the initial stages of any injury, just bleeding into the tissue in a blunt injury? Over time, those soft tissues go through a progression where inflammatory cells come in an attempt to clean up the injury. Over time, the nature of those inflammatory cells change. Eventually, you end up with tissue cell types that make scar tissue, and then eventually you just end up with scar. And all of that takes place in a somewhat protracted way over several days to weeks. But looking at that under the microscope at least gives us some indication of where in that process the injury is.
And as you were going through this process with the bruising on Miss Daybell, were you able to make any determination with regard to the age of the bruising?
All of it, all of the sections that we looked at under the microscope showed only hemorrhage. They were acute injuries.
And would you be able to say if they occurred prior to or after her death?
Most likely prior. Certainly you can inflict bruises on an individual who has recently died if you strike them, drop them, any number of other things. But once circulation stops, you tend to not have a lot of accumulation of hemorrhage within the tissue, simply because there's no circulation, no blood pressure.
And on this slide in particular, is that the sample that's sitting in the plastic?
Yes.
And with regard to that, and I'm not sure if there's a laser pointer up
Yes,
there might be. Can you describe where we're seeing the hemorrhage and what it should look like?
Sure. So this piece of tissue here, this is the skin surface along closest to the number here. This is the skin surface. Normally, all of this tissue beneath here is what we call subcutaneous fat. It normally looks like this yellow tissue over here, which is bright yellow, like any kind of fatty tissue. And all of this dark discoloration is hemorrhage within that fatty tissue.
It'd work, but it's not available.
Photo 178L right now, but could you describe what's in that photo?
But I'm telling you, she would be more.
It is again a picture of an incision into an injury on her right biceps.
Oh, she truly believes it.
Yeah.
And then if we look at photo 178M.
This is a photo of a section taken from the right forearm. Again, shows the skin surface.
Sorry, I was trying to adjust the light a little bit there. That should disappear.
Again, the skin surface is along here. This is bright yellow for the most part, except for a little bit of hemorrhage in the soft tissue immediately below the middle of that.
And did that, again, were you able to determine the time on that bruising or when you thought it would have occurred in relation to death?
It was, again, acute injury, only hemorrhage, no evidence of any inflammatory response. So occurred around the time of death, maybe shortly after, but certainly more likely to have occurred prior to death, and could have occurred prior to death anywhere up to a few hours.
And 178N, is that just another view of the same?
Yes, it appears to be.
They were amazing, and I ate them all.
And you're not publishing 178O right now, but could you describe what is depicted in 178O?
178O is a photograph of a small scar that was present on the right chest wall.
I love oyster
And we are not publishing 178P right now, but can you indicate what is depicted in that photo?
I love Jesus too, actually.
178P depicts incisions into bruise on the left biceps.
Jacob eats goldfish. He'll get those big boxes of them.
And then looking at 178Q, are you able to determine what that is an image of?
Q is a closer up image of O. It's that same small scar on the chest wall.
And that scarring was an older injury?
Yes, it was completely healed.
Do you simply document other external injuries that you notice, including older scarring?
Yes, we do.
And then looking at 178R, are you able to determine what that is an image of?
This is a closer up image of 178P, the injury on the left biceps.
And again, was a sample taken from there?
Yes, it was.
And that was done for the same reason with regard to determining bruise?
Yes, it determines one, that it is a bruise, and two, gives us some broad range in which it was inflicted or received.
And we are not admitting 178S right now, but can you indicate what's depicted in that image?
S depicts the same injury on the left biceps with the tissue sample removed and placed in the cassette.
And 178T?
The same thing, just closer up.
And this one has the tissue sample by it?
Yes.
And again, if you could indicate when we're looking at that in the sample, where's the hemorrhage or the bruising?
Again, this is the skin surface. This is 2 sections through that area. Skin surface on this piece, skin surface on this piece. This yellow is normal subcutaneous fat, and these darker areas are evidence of injury or hemorrhage.
And with regard to 178U?
This represents a close-up view of the bruise on the left chest.
And 178V?
178V again shows the same area with the sample removed and placed in the cassette.
And so again, is that darker area where you were looking at?
Yes, this is the skin surface on the right of that image. All of this dark is hemorrhage within the tissue.
And on the prior exhibits where you had indicated the blue marks, these are the images of those bruisings, the bruises from Miss Daybell's body?
Yes, they are.
And then images documenting the subsequent samples taken?
Yes.
When you looked at Tammy's body, did you notice any signs of lividity?
Yes.
And could you explain a little bit about what lividity is?
Sure. Lividity is a normal postmortem change in the body where after death, after circulation ceases, the blood in the body starts to settle within, rather than being moved around by blood pressure, it starts to settle in by gravity into whatever the lowest portion of the body is. And that, takes, we generally don't see it immediately upon death, but it will start within 30, 60, 90 minutes afterwards, and it's quite variable when that will start, but it will start sometime in the short period after death. And then eventually over time it becomes what we call fixed, meaning it doesn't move. If someone, for example, were to pass away and lay on the floor on their back for a couple of hours, and then were to be rolled over to their front, the lividity where that blood had started to pool on their backside would then start to redistribute to their front side because that's now the part that's down. Over time, that changes to the point where, if someone were to lay on the ground for 12 hours, say, instead of 2 hours, if you were to roll them to their front, you don't really get any substantial redistribution of that blood back to the front because it's become what we call fixed at that point. And so the longer that a person lays in one position can help you. But it's a dynamic process in the sense that it goes from, when you first see it, if you were to have the ability to watch a person after they die, when you first notice lividity, if you were to move them at that point, it would probably go away entirely. Whereas after the more number of hours they stay in that same position, it will redistribute, as we call it, move to a different position if the body is moved to a lesser and lesser extent to the point where at some point it will no longer move at all. I'm not sure what I said. It'll no longer be movable. It will be fixed.
And where did you find lividity on Tammy's body?
On the back of her body. There's evidence that she had fixed lividity on her back with blanching. So typically if somebody laying on a flat surface, the parts that are in contact with the floor, which is generally the middle of the upper back, sometimes the shoulder blades and the buttocks and parts of the back of the legs, because of the pressure of the floor, the blood will not settle into those areas. And so they are spared. And the areas all around those areas is where you see the lividity. And that was a sort of the typical pattern that was present in Tammy's case.
Just to clarify, does lividity allow you to determine a time of death?
No, is the short answer.
And can you describe what rigor mortis is?
Yes, rigor mortis is a postmortem stiffening of the body where after a person passes away, they will develop, the muscles become increasingly rigid. And initially, it again, much like lividity, it's a progression. Early on, you may see it only in what we call the small muscle groups. You can see it in the face, the jaw, in the hands, and it progresses to where the extremities, the limbs will be very stiff and immovable. And if you are able to manipulate that person early in the postmortem period, you can still break it, is what we call that. You can move the body such that the rigor mortis, you're able to overcome the stiffness of the rigor mortis. But after a period of time, that becomes increasingly difficult. And the rigor becomes fully developed, generally speaking, somewhere around 12 hours after death. But that also is a very variable process. And then the body will stay stiff once that stiffness develops until the body begins to decompose. Which
Her
is also
son was
variable
there
depending
on
the
the
environment in which they're
18th
found.
and
Can you
saw
determine a
her
time of
before
death
he
off
left,
rigor mortis?
and she was
And
alive.
not
That was the
specifically.
last
There
time
are
she was
certainly, if you
alive by
have,
anybody.
those are two of the things that we look at to try and estimate
left
a
for
time of
work
death, or what we
that
call the
night.
postmortem interval. If someone is found dead, how long have
Or
they
that
been
evening,
dead?
or
We can
whatever.
look at lividity. We can look at rigor mortis. We can look at the body temperature if it's taken. There are other things that we can look at that can help us, try and narrow that window. But the longer the person has been dead, the wider the estimates would be based on any of those changes. And those changes are just not very specific.
And in this case, had you learned what time Tammy's death was reported?
I believe it was just before 6 in the morning on the day of her death.
And had you learned or heard what the description was with regard to the condition of Tammy?
She was described in the reports that we had as being stiff and cold, I believe.
And based on the description, would that indicate to you that rigor mortis had set in?
I don't want to object to hearsay. He's not going to be able to answer this without relying on somebody else's report or something to that effect.
We're also saying no objection.
And Your Honor, I would argue that it goes for why he does what he does next in his investigation. He's testified that he conducts an investigation as a medical examiner.
I'll still sustain the objection at this point based on it coming through a hearsay source.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, actually, I'll just ask another question. You were not present on the day of Tammy's death, correct?
I was not.
And you did not get the benefit of reviewing her body?
I did not see her body yet prior to her exhumation.
So as a medical examiner, do you rely on external information provided?
Yes.
Yeah,
It's a
he was
normal
about
part of
2.5
the business.
miles away.
And does that external information allow you to form an
Parking lot.
play into your ability to form an expert opinion regarding a time of, or at least a reference to when a person may have died?
It does.
And in this case, did you in fact gain external information?
Yes.
And did you do that as part of a review of a medical history in your investigation?
Yes.
Did it relate to your diagnosis and estimate, or any estimate you could give as to time of death?
Yes.
And based on what was reported to you, when would you estimate a time of death if you can?
So I guess I'll phrase this in a couple of ways. The presence of rigor mortis, again, as I said, it will generally begin relatively quickly after death, within an hour or two, and becomes more and more pronounced for several hours, and then will persist until decomposition ensues. So finding a body that's described as stiff is consistent with the person having been dead for at least an hour or two, but could be much longer.
So if Tammy was reported as cold and stiff at 6 a.m., you would estimate her to have been dead for a couple hours at that point, at least?
In that ballpark, yes.
You wouldn't estimate her death to have been closer in time, such as 5:30, 5:40 a.m.?
No.
And just circling back, with regard to those bruises, did they play into your ultimate determination regarding the cause of death?
Yes. In the sense that they are consistent with her being restrained.
And again, you did look at other potential causes of death that would result in a negative autopsy.
Yes.
And you did not find those to be likely in the case of Tamara Daybell.
That's correct.
And again, what was the manner and cause of death that you determined in this matter?
We determined the cause of death to be asphyxia and the manner of death to be homicide.
If I can have just a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm trying to answer questions as they're not talking
Your Honor,
about.
I don't believe I have any additional
Okay.
questions. With regard to the
Brad
exhibits that weren't
was
published, I think we could handle it a
for-
couple ways. One would be to
Alex
simply have
was
the jury be able
at
to review that
parking lot.
packet.
They went over that
I believe the
earlier
witnesses
tonight.
already
He was
testified or
in the parking
indicated
lot
what
about
those
2.5 miles
photos
away.
show.
Or his phone.
All right, it may
phone
be more
was.
efficient actually. So you'd be handing the packet around individually to the jurors.
Yes, if we were able to do that,
I think we can set the monitors up. We're prepared to do that pretty quickly to just publish those so that the public doesn't view them. And I think we can get that done probably more quickly.
Okay.
We prepared for that this time, so.
Sure. You're good.
I think we'll also have to move some of the cameras as well, Judge. I don't know. You can see the cameras probably. I can't.
Okay, I think. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Yeah, why don't you put a test one on there and we'll make sure it's all working right, and then you can publish the remainder.
The test one's just like a meme.
And the jurors are able to see that on their monitor. Okay.
We love our cult. We love y'all. We're almost done. They're almost done now. Only got a couple minutes.
I'm going to publish to the jury states Exhibit 178A. And I had previously asked you to describe what was in 178A, but can you explain to the jurors what they are seeing there?
Yes, this is Tammy's left chest and shoulder and upper arm that depicts the bruising on the upper left chest.
No worries, Betsy. We're here to
And for the benefit of the jurors, I just republished 178B. Is that a closer image of that same bruise?
It is.
We like questions. Listen.
And with regard to 178,
taught in a classroom. I love questions.
One of my degrees in
I don't
education.
know if it matters, but it's upside down on my screen.
I love
It was meant to be.
meant to be.
It does matter. Thank you for that. I'm looking at it blind on what you're all seeing. So can you describe what we're seeing here?
Yes, this is the bruising on her right biceps area.
And for the benefit of the jurors, I'm going to republish 178D. And is that a closer up image of the same bruising?
Yes, it is.
I.
Okay, yeah, this is a section, shows her right upper arm and chest wall with the section removed from her right biceps with the injury in that area.
And we did see some additional images of closer up photos of this, correct?
Yes, we did.
(178L).
Again, this is right biceps and right chest wall with an area of injury with a section taken through it to demonstrate the hemorrhage in the tissue.
(178O).
This is the scar on her right chest wall. Does not show up very well in the projected image that I'm looking at.
But is it just above the white ruler?
I can tell where it is because I can see it in this picture, but I would not be able to tell where it is in that picture.
So the jurors would maybe be able to see it better on the actual photo.
Yes, I mean, it looks like a scar in the actual photo.
And with that scar, that was not indicative of any recent injury.
No.
178P.
This depicts her left upper arm. Yeah, thank you. Left upper arm and left chest and body wall with incision made into the bruise on her left biceps.
(178S).
This is the same injury on her left biceps with the sections removed and placed in the cassette.
Your Honor, I believe that was the whole of the photos that had not been formerly published.
Okay, thank you, Ms. White.
I'm going to give y'all something happy to look at for a minute.
Does that conclude your direct?
That does conclude my direct.
Okay, we can get things figured then after. So we'll be up to cross-examination. However, given the time of day, I'll suggest we do break for the day. And
break for the day.
That's
break
what I
for
asked,
the day.
Another one to hear my cross, but not 5 minutes worth.
Okay. We will conclude for the day then.
Well,
yeah. We did it.
We did it.
We did it.
We made it.
We did it. We made it. Y'all are troopers. Absolute troopers.
And you know what? Our replay crew that's seeing this tomorrow, the next day, y'all are troopers too.
We love you.
We understand not everybody can be here in real time. Look, if I could be part of the replay crew, I would be too.
Right?
But that's not how this works. So here we are.
Yep.
We had so much fun with y'all tonight.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Who's actually awake and who's like lurking now because they've fallen asleep and they're drooling while we're talking to them? Love it.
You're drooling. Wake up.
Yes. You say that. I mean, I fall asleep to, let me tell you, and not to sound creepy, I fall asleep to Bob Motta almost every night. And
there's nothing creepy about that. His voice is awesome.
His voice is awesome. And like, you know, I stay so tired all the time. And like, I'm literally all day long. I've got RA on one monitor and Vallow on the other and doing a million other things. But I love Bob Motta and I love his podcast. So like, I want to hear it. So I put it on at night. I'm like, okay, I'm going to listen to this, and I'll listen to him too while I'm walking Lucy in the mornings. But I can't always finish the whole thing. So then I'm like, okay, I'm going to finish it at night. And then I fall asleep because you cannot listen to Bob. He's just his voice is so soothing. So I end up falling asleep. So Annie's been falling asleep, guys. I don't know how in my obnoxious laugh. I don't know how you can fall
I'm not quite sure how that works. Because there's not one night that my wife's just not like Just stop. Just stop. Got it. Stop. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough.
Yep. That's fine.
All right.
I'm just looking at I'm just now looking at myself in the camera for the first time, and I'm realizing what's this? I didn't know that was. Maybe I should actually pay attention to what I look like sometimes. No. Look, after the wig came off, I didn't look again. Everything was fine after that.
All right.
right.
We'll see you guys.
We love y'all so much. Thank you. We won't keep you any longer. Thank you for hanging out. We will see y'all tomorrow for jury duty. Same time, same place. We will put the link up. Bring us all the detective daddies you want, and I'll add them. Send them to me.
Bob Mata is the host of Defense Diaries, the podcast. He's a civil/criminal defense attorney, and his dad was the defense attorney for John Wayne Gacy. He's such a nice guy. He's a wonderful fellow.
Guy. Defense Diaries is one of my favorite podcasts ever, and he does what I like to do is we listen to the Lori Vallow stuff here, and then I go back and I'll listen to him. Him and his wife Allie will do an amazing recap of the trial stuff, and they'll point out the legal stuff. So while we're watching from the 13th juror perspective, then I get to go back and hear him and his wife, who is also a badass. I get to go back and hear them point out different parts of it as from the legal perspective, because they're both attorneys, and it's amazing. It's wonderful, and you need to check them out. And we have their stuff. We have their links all over all of our stuff because we're both obsessed and in love with him and his wife and their podcast and all things Mata.
All right. Well, we're going to play that end video and say night.
Thank you. I'm reading all the good night stuff. Good night, y'all. We love you. Thank you so much. We'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm going to do this because I'm leading the audio.
You
Night.
are.
Night.